Good morning and welcome to AI Day. How exciting is this? A year ago, AI was just something that I heard of and said, I think that might take hold, but it is taking hold big time. My publishing company, YouTube, this channel, everything is better with AI, and it's just like anything else. You use it responsibly, and you get more out of life. You get more balance and more efficiency. Big thanks to James Moneypenny and Ed Garza for the wonderful job they've done with Momentum Tech. I have two of the ladies who are going to join me now to share what this day means to them. And one of them is an old friend in Maryland. So, what a surprise how the world works that when you are doing good things in the world, you keep running into people that are as well. So, join me here, and I am the Chief Smile Officer, Dr. Smiley. So I want to give a shout out to Tanisha Carroll, who's our event coordinator, and Faison Manzour, who is the IT and tech, and the rest of the team who is helping assist, to our lovely Daniel Padamonte for the beautiful designs he does for our backdrops, as well as our flyers and our book covers. So join me, if you will, fellow AI Momentum Tech team. Today we have a bunch of experts in AI. You'll hear a lot about a company called Momentum Tech. They have packages. It's momentumtech.ai, and they have packages that you can look at to see how you can enhance your personal life, your business life, do projects. We're excited that we are actually publishing our first books with Momentum Tech that are AI assisted, not AI done, and they have the technology that allows the author to download their brain, their heart, their soul as they wish. How you doing, Ed?
Good, good, brother. It's an AI smile day.
It is, and it's interesting a year ago how different our lives were. First of all, I talk to you practically every day. If it's not you, it's Dr. Breakthrough or it's James Moneypenny, and we're kind of upset that he left and went to Paris during
Yeah,
AI Day. I mean, do you know next year we're all going to Paris and we're doing
there you
AI Day in
go.
Paris because it's time to make a splash. I just wanted to acknowledge you, Ed. You are so committed to this technology, but you're so committed to creating community. And when I was elected either by yourself or by James or both of you for being the chief smile officer, I just want to say I take that role very seriously, ironically, a fun role, a role that creates fun and hopefully inspires lots of people to embrace not just AI, but to embrace life, to embrace what life can be. And I sent you a video yesterday that I think you put into AI, but the part of it, how you get your life back, how time is the one thing that God doesn't give you back. And with AI, it's like, why don't you let me do these things that are mundane so that you can have balance in your life and you can actually enjoy and be the creator that God gave you to be. So I'm going to turn the microphone over to you. I believe we have several of the board members that are joining, and I think James may or may not call in, but he did send in a video. So the floor is yours, sir.
All right. Well, would love to talk a little bit about, piggyback on what you talked about and to kick off the day because, I know when you came with us with the idea of AI Appreciation Day, it's like, I did some research and that's one of the things that AI saves you time with. Let's talk about that, right?
Right.
Research, right? And, you know, we used to pay thousands of dollars just to get research done, whether you're doing research for a book or research for a course or research for your company, to look at the competitor landscape, right? To look at what's going on in the market. What have people created and how can you find gaps, right?
Right.
So with speed now, you could do that with AI. And we were able to do that deep research real quick. I think we were sitting down having maybe it was sushi or you were here in Nashville or we were on the phone
Well, we
somewhere.
broke bread a
And
couple places.
yeah, right. So we did a lot of mental whiteboarding, right, and then the physical whiteboarding also, and you definitely inspired that. And AI allows you to do a whiteboard like super fast because it's almost like having a board of advisors that can assist you, and you don't forsake your genius, your knowledge, right? Because you and I bring a lot of school hard knocks to the table, right? We've been through life. We've made mistakes in business. We've had successes in business. Business is generally like a roller coaster throughout life. If you've been an entrepreneur for years, like me, I've seen the ups and the downs, right? And I've seen where you need to adapt, and that's kind of where I was at in my career before I got into AI. Ken, it was like,
Hmm.
what do I do now? I'm in the digital space. I created an income there. I've spoken on stage, with Google executives in Dallas in different vertical markets. I've made an impact, right? I've affected other people's lives. We've helped employ people in other countries to give them income for their family. We've really provided a lot of great resources for people all around the world with our digital company, but things changed. Somebody moved my cheese. And AI was that person that moved my AI is the entity that changed and moved my cheese, so to speak. The technology, right? Technology adapted, and it's a big technology. It's not small. It's a big shift. It's a big shift corporately in the corporate world. It's a big shift mentally, and there's a lot of things that you need to be aware of. And the most important thing I think you want to get at it today, if you only watch us just for 10 minutes, is AI is nothing without you.
I want to interject. Our good mentor, he's not with us anymore, but Napoleon Hill and Dale Carnegie,
Yes,
they were the masters of the mastermind. And with AI and with momentum tech, it's like you're snapping your finger and a mastermind board is in front of you. You're gleaning all this information. My son's reading those two books this summer, and we're talking about how that's impacting how he does business without AI, but how much it impacts even more with AI. And I have a merch idea for you I'd like to throw out. We just opened up our store in the Smile channel, and I'd like to do a merch piece for Momentum Tech. Are you ready for it?
yeah, you got it. Let's do it.
All right. Here it is. It'll have AI behind this. It'll say
Yes,
AI. With AI, you get to dance, love, what does that say?
sing.
Sing and live more. With
There you go.
AI, you get to dance, love, sing, and dance more, live more. Isn't that great?
That
Like
is, and then
that's what AI does.
that's exactly what it is. Before coffee, I was able to craft some messaging, send some emails out, but I could do that with my phone and AI because AI already knows already all about AI Day. So I said, I need to send an email reminder with a live link to everybody. So I just spoke into our AI platform and said, create an email to do that. I did that on my way to the shower, right? I come back
Right,
out, copy and paste it, send it to our team, and it's done. I didn't have to, I did all my thinking already. I
hmm.
preserved that knowledge. You see the leverage in that, right?
Oh, of course, of
You
course.
preserve the knowledge, and then you go back to it, and AI knows, okay, I know your business, Ed. It's like it's like having the 100 staff that we used to have to do our digital marketing. It's
Right.
like having like 1,000 staff doing your work for you when you need it the most. When you want to go watch your kid play soccer and you need
Right.
to you need to write an article or a message to your customers.
For a people person like me, I have another agenda, another intention, another win that I get out of AI is I get to meet the people that are forward thinking. I get to meet the people that are creating the new world. When you are hanging back with the people that say, I'm not going to change, you actually are becoming a dinosaur. You're stalemating yourself. You're losing ground. And the people you've attracted at the events, the people you've attracted in the Momentum Tech learning days, and every one of them, when they speak, you're like, I want to know this person. This person rocks. And we have some of the people here that, when you're ready, we can add them in the mix and just have them talk about why this day is important to them and what they're excited about today.
Yes, I love that. I get the privilege to hear a lot of stories
Yes.
with AI, and I tell you, they come from someone that's in the second grade sometimes,
Hmm.
some with their mom, where they wrote a book, or sometimes it comes from somebody that's 80 years young. That I heard that story, and I was just like, "Are you kidding me?" That the fact that they took on
Right.
AI learning and they're in our community, or somebody
Hmm.
that flies from Hawaii that to Nashville for a 1 day event to learn, or someone that flies from New Jersey or New York to Nashville when we had our last event to learn. So there is no what would you call it? There's no minimum age to learn AI. It's up to the parents, of course, and there's no maximum, right? It's incredible what we see in our community. Everything in between.
And it's a fear crusher. If you look at AI in fear, obviously it pushes you away. But if you look at it and you see how it crushes all these things you may have been afraid of that can be done easier, you actually become very confident. I don't think it's the best analogy, but it's like the bully who's feels like they don't have enough worth and they take it out on someone else, and then you teach them a second language or you teach them something that's a skill and they go, man, I feel wonderful, and they don't feel like bullying. They help kids, they help other people. So I think this is such an
Leverage.
important day to leverage, embrace, and create a community that cares about you. That's the part I love the most, Ed, is that this is a community I'm proud to be a CSO. If I was in a community that they only care about profit, I honestly would be bored and I wouldn't accept the job. But this is a community that cares about what are we doing to make the world better and how are we serving and helping each other. And of course, it's based and thanked on the one.
100%. Yeah, it's about it always is about so to me as a founder of the company with James Penny, it's about relationships, right? And it's about helping build kingdom type of wealth
Yes.
for people, for families, for people, not just us, but for other people. We want to empower other people to leverage AI to change their family, whether it's to learn AI to help their business to get more customers, make money, or use it to be a consultant and help other people. I was thinking just as you were talking, when I was in college, I, I, I had the experience of working in a warehouse, and it was an efficient warehouse. But I got to thinking before, like a forklift, it was like how it may be inefficient. One level, right, warehouse where you had everything on the floor, right,
Right.
right, okay. But the fact that now that it had like multiple stages when you learn how to use that tool,
Right.
right? When you learn how to use, how more efficient you could be in that warehouse and storing and shipping, how much more you could save when you buy in bulk and store it up high. But it was a big warehouse. It was the size of Noah's Ark. It
Hmm.
was big, it was large, right? But the fact that you could have multiple areas and you had it categorized throughout the entire warehouse, it was a big warehouse. It was quite adventurous. There were several tools, several forklifts, but you have to be trained to use that forklift, right?
Right.
Right. So that's why training is so important in our company. It's
Yeah,
like
education's a big piece, huge
it's
piece.
huge. You're not going to find it in any other community, I don't think, out there. But our community, we have people calling us weekly from around the world saying, "We saw your training, either on the AI Breakfast Lab or they saw a video, and they come to our community for that reason."
Well, I wanted to just interject two other things, and I want to maybe bring the team in or
Yes.
have you finish. But the first thing I want to address is the power of a connection. There was a gentleman, his name is Dr. Stan Breakthrough Harris, and without him, this day does not exist because he brought two wonderful visionaries and partnerships together. And I want to acknowledge that, you come to a day like this and you meet someone like a Dr. Breakthrough. They not only help you with a better mindset and they give you all the skills, but they are so connected and they care about the power of connection. So thank you, Dr. Breakthrough, for always being the one every single day. I literally wake up and give gratitude. And one of the things I give gratitude to is Dr. Breakthrough connecting me to Mountain Tech. The second thing is the power of partnership. When partnership is founded on unconditional love, you have a partnership where you are eager to compete to give more than the other because you care about them that much. And I'm very excited about this partnership because every day I get up, I feel the value, I feel the love, I feel that my dream of amplifying goodness with the Smile channel and my dream of publishing and give people a legacy is being better served with Momentum Tech's partnership with the technology, with the advice, and with the prowess, the complete power that you have harnessed with the people, the education, the investment. So I wanted to acknowledge one last time how powerful this is and how much I
It
appreciate
is. I'm very thankful for Dr. Breakthrough connecting that relationship. And it's amazing when you build community like what we have. I mean, that's where we can build momentum.
it.
And without the community, there's no momentum. It's
Right.
momentum. See, it's not just about AI. It's about relationships and people because that's what helps. That's what gets the word out. So I'm grateful for you, Dr. Breakthrough. I'm glad we're partners in this wonderful business with your publishing company. I know we're still working out the details, but I know that in my heart. You know, the fellowship time that I had with you here in Nashville and some coming up later this month as well. We'll see each other again. Is astronomical. Every time we get together, whether it's on Zoom or it's in person, it's like things happen, right? Movement happens, momentum happens, and
Authority happens.
authority happens.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
Mike Drigger has put an exclamation point on how authority through publishing is giving so much more value to the partnership.
Again, relationships, right? Vince Baker connected me with Mike
Yes.
Triggers. Again, the power of relationships. Do not discount that, guys. You're not just here to learn about AI. AI will is fantastic. You're going to be blown away today with our new AI platform. We're going to write books. We're going to build websites. We're going to do all kinds of fun stuff to demonstrate our new platform today on AI Appreciation Day. And you will come to appreciate AI because of its speed. But relationships are just trumps it all. I mean,
It does.
Vince Baker had the plans. I spoke with him at a conference in California years ago. We had a relationship. My digital company was a vendor of his
Hmm.
prior to AI. Okay, prior to AI, it was I had a digital agency, so we were a vendor of his company. And then, of course, out of the blue, Vince called me one day and said, "Hey, I need some help with some YouTube shorts, and can you teach me?" So I taught him how to do things in about 40 minutes, and then he took off to the moon.
Boy, did he take
Right?
off the moon.
He sure did. You'll hear more about that later, but I mean, it's incredible. He'll have a chance to speak and he'll tell you his story. You're going to hear stories like that today, where it saved
Well,
him time and did all kinds of fun stuff. Yeah.
yeah, I want to just give a little shout out to Vince. He has been instrumental. He has taken over the Smile Channel. If you look at leadership, guess who the number one leader is? There's 669 leaders. He is number one. If you click his profile, you can see all the things he's created on Momentum Tech. Look at this. Look at this. Momentum Tech
Hmm.
videos, Momentum Tech books. Isn't that cool? And not
That's
to mention,
awesome.
you can download his one sheet right here. All this stuff is generated because of the power of technology. And I wanted to also say that Dr. Breakthrough did something else. He instilled in every day that we start a day that prayer is part of the day. He brought Dr. Roz Smile Warfield to the Smile Channel for National Smile Day, and she gave a prayer. And usually the first thing we do, but today we wanted to talk about the excitement of AI, but we're going to now um, give God and Dr. Breakthrough, if you're here, we'd love you to lead in the prayer. If he's not here, then Ed, if you'd like to say the prayer, whatever works. But I'd like to pray on this day, and I'd like to pray on the beautiful people that are supporting this day. Dr. Roz also is the one who brought Tanisha to the Smile Channel, just to show you how these ripples are caused. So Tanisha, thank you again for all you do. Ed, would you like to do the prayer?
Sure. I absolutely would love to. All right. Well, gracious Father, we thank you for this wonderful day. We thank you for the time we're going to spend together, the great testimonies, the stories we're going to hear from people's hearts, and the great inspiration our listeners on YouTube, our listeners around the world, that what they will gain access to, Father. Work within us, that our words are impactful and inspiring and inspire people to eradicate fear, to help them understand that they can break through, and that AI is a great technology that we can leverage. We glorify you, Father, and you are our partner in business, and we thank you for this day. We thank you for guiding us with wisdom always. We thank you for everyone that will be a part of this wonderful day. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen.
All
Amen.
right.
Well, if there's any team members, I know there were some in the green room, if they'd like to come up and share their excitement and acknowledge what they're going to do to bring value today.
I think Blaney is there. We could bring her up.
Yeah,
She's
Blaney's in the tropics. She's weathering
uh-huh.
the storm, and she is from, well, I don't know if she's from Maryland, but I met her in Maryland, and it was so interesting to see that she is part of Momentum Tech as a leader, because I said, wow, I keep running into this woman, and she leads with networking, she leads with what's next in business. So Blaney, is it crazy? It's like 15 years, more than that, maybe 20.
Yeah, it's been a really long time. And yes, I am from Baltimore, Maryland. And it is weird the way the universe works and brings a circle right back. And Vince was also the one that brought me
Wow.
introduced Momentum Tech to me because I also was working with him in his prior organization. And so it is a small universe, everybody. And so happy to be a part of this, not just momentum tech, but AI, like to really embrace AI. Because I will tell you guys, when AI came out a couple of years ago really strong, I was a resistor. So I want to put that right out there because I didn't understand it. And so once you start, I was using tools and tech and automation. That was my job, right? That was my business. But when AI came up, I resisted. And so for those of you that are watching this today and you hear the stories, how AI has changed your life and your business, don't resist anymore because it's not going away. And if you don't learn it, you're going to be behind the curve. And so that was, I think, my biggest takeaway when I was really introduced to Momentum Tech and to Ed and to James and to Vince is like, oh my gosh, the whole world opens up to you when you can embrace AI instead of pushing it away.
That's great.
Amen.
Wonderful. See, that's again relationships, right? I saw Blaney years ago, prior to even meeting Vince Baker. I
About
saw her. I saw her run networking events on a platform that we were both part of. Early AI days, right before
yeah.
even things were moving, and I saw her. I saw her having an impact in the community and the community she was building, and I thought, wow, what a powerful networking um, entrepreneur, right? And so I thought, fantastic. I didn't know someday we were going to be able to work together like we are, right? And strategize, right? I lived in Dallas, Texas. I never met James Penny, literally.
Mm.
I met him because of another company and other connections, which it's all about relationships, right? And I can't think of anybody better to talk about relationships and networking and the power of networking than Christine Dean. She's so instrumental in our company in terms of what she does and the future things she's going to be able to do with our enterprise training and corporate training is going to be phenomenal. But she knows about networking. She knows the power of relationships, right? That which is so important to tap into. So Christine, great to have you here too as
And
well.
Christine's bringing us to France next year because James Moneypenny didn't.
That's right. There you go.
I'm so excited about AI. I appreciate that. Like Blaney, I was afraid at first. I was like, what is this strange thing they call AI? Right. I was nervous about it. Right. And I kept asking questions. I was like, no, you really want to get involved with this? It's like, okay, I'm going to give it a try. And I was so nervous, but I was like, what in the world was I scared about? Like afterwards, right? I was like, we spend time worrying and then we realize that we spent all this time worrying over something that we shouldn't have been worrying about, right? That's what it was. And I was like, oh my goodness, how much time did I waste on that? Right. But once I started diving in and I saw the possibilities, and I think that's the most exciting part for me. I'm a coach, and so I'm working with clients all the time. And they hadn't used AI either, right? So they were like, okay, the blind leading the blind here. I'm like, let's do it. Right. So we kind of just jumped in. And the more we get exposed to it, the more you start realizing, oh, it's not something to fear. It's something that can enhance, right? It doesn't take over. It's a partnership that you have with your AI. I look at my AI as one of my best friends, right? It's
You know,
always there for advice, even if it's 2 in the morning, whatever it is, right? You can always go in and ask questions. And it's amazing. It's such a game changer on how we look at the possibilities, right? It makes it possible for my solopreneurs to feel like they have a whole team to back them up now, right? They feel so empowered by what they can do, the skills that they would have had to spend so much time learning how to do. And now, when I told them about, all the wonderful opportunities within Momentum Tech specifically, and one of my clients is an author and speaker, and I said, okay, I know you've been struggling with writing your book. You're not going to believe this, but we have tools to help you do that. She just about burst into tears. She was
mm,
so excited. She said, you don't understand. I have been struggling to write this book. My publisher's kind of been saying, hey, you're going to finish that soon. And she's been meaning to, right? But she was just struggling with it. And so within a weekend, using our tools, she had written most of her book by that point, right? And she was just so happy, right? So we are taking some of the stress off of people that are using it now. I mean, it's amazing. It's such a game changer for everybody.
Christine, I wanted to say that I think when people see AI, that obviously we all know it stands for artificial intelligence, but the people that fear it look at it as artificial intimidation. And it is artificial because it's not real. But if you make AI a friendlier acronym, AI can be Amen, impact. Okay. It can also be action, income. You take action with AI, you will have income. It's that simple.
That's
Ed,
right.
come on now. I did a I
That's
did a
right.
I did a Stan Harris there. I did a
As
breakthrough
you
there.
did, you did 100%. It's all, and you know, and I think really, if you just think from the lens, all right. And I'm
Oh,
working on a book about this, by the way.
yeah.
It's going to be my next book I'm publishing with AI. It's already written. I'm already formatting it. But think about it, you got to change your lens. Like, Blaney's wearing glasses. I don't know where my glasses are at, but that's a lens, right? You got to put the lens on. And the lens I want you to put on today when you're listening to these stories is leverage. Doesn't matter the AI tool, it's all about leverage. And I promise you this, Dr. Breaker, leverage will increase day by day, week by week, every single month with AI as a tool. So leverage is the real lens that I want you to wear today with AI. That's what it creates. I think who Dr. Breakthrough talks about leverage and how important it is, right? It is because that's what we leverage. We've leveraged, and maybe in our lifetime, some of us are old enough. We've leveraged the typewriter. We've leveraged, technology like email. I got
Mhm.
mail, right? AOL. Remember those days when you got those CDs, right? Those are tools that we've leveraged to
What's a
save time.
CD?
That was a CD that came out. Remember
I know.
that?
I
Yeah, yeah,
remember that. I
yeah,
remember.
yeah. Even in your field, you've leveraged tools as a DJ in your past career,
Of
right?
course.
Because it
Yeah.
always increased. It started off with those Technique 1200s. So did you have those?
Of course. And of course,
Yeah,
the cassette, the Maxell Gold cassette, where you take your
that's
pinky,
right.
you rewind a little bit because there's no digital rewind.
Right, right. Then you went to, then now it's I think I've lost where DJ is going now. It's so digital now. It's like you push a button or you get your whole library, and it's so much easier now than having lugging in all your your single LPs and everything. Right? I mean, so technology leverage. That's why I want you to remember that word today. Leverage.
Yes,
Yeah.
indeed. I don't know if we got some other people in the team that wanted to
Dr.
speak.
Breakthrough can come on. We could bring him on, and maybe we could.
I mean, I hope he's not too scared to come on up here.
No, I
He's
don't
got a
think he is.
breakthrough.
But I love the
No,
lady
he
founder
had
here.
his hand
Thank
up,
you.
so I was just letting him know that we are ready for him. But Blaney, what are you going to be talking about today?
I'm just going to talking about a little about my journey, how I can run 3 business virtually from Mexico thanks to AI.
Hmm.
Oh wow, yeah, awesome.
And Christine, what are you going to talk about?
Yeah, the empowering journey for me, for my clients, it's just amazing to see where we are and how much we get accomplished now versus where we used to be. And like Ed mentioned about, building relationships. It's not just tech, right? It's also about building those relationships and leveraging AI in order to do that.
Well, Ed, I'm excited because the Smile channel has about 660 leaders that are authors, podcasters, and speakers. And yeah, they probably dabble in using some AI, but 99% of authors fail because they don't have the right publicity. And I think what AI is doing is it's helping create an easy way to have the social proof, the social media working, all the things you need to have people find you easy, see that you're the real deal. And I'm very appreciative of that because it hurts me to see an author do a book and they say I did my book and no one's buying it, and it's because they're missing all the other components that can be done easily with AI.
That 100%. I'm so excited about working with Dr. Smiley and his team and Mike Driggers. With everything he's going to be able to offer to when in the category of publishing and having that impact, like you say, that authority building, right?
Yeah.
Which is important. Why else are you going to write a book? You want to build authority, right? And that's exactly what we're bringing to the table, thanks to Perfect Publishing partnership with Momentum Tech. So, hats off to Dr. Breakthrough for establishing that relationship with you. I'm grateful for him for doing that, and we're grateful for what it's going to bring to our community. Again, leverage. Yeah, yeah.
Well, I think we're at our 30 minutes. So if our speakers are you who's the first speaker, Ed? Are you the first one?
I don't know. I think.
let me
Check with Miss Carol, and she'll
I
tell
am. I'm
you.
going to check, and I will send up the next speaker, or at least come back with some intelligence.
There you go. That'd be great.
One of the things I love about Momentum Tech is this leadership team. It's amazing. Our faith-based team, wanting to do good in the world, is just a special environment to be able to work in. So when you talk about encouraging and building relationships and working together with everybody giving each other a hand, going, hey, I need help with, right? Or hey, come check out and let's do this together. And there's a certain spirit of teamwork that just is irreplaceable. And whether you're doing it's AI related or not, it doesn't matter. There's a certain team level to that is just absolutely beautiful. And it's one of the things I really appreciate about this group. And so when we have events like this, it's so exciting to see everybody come forward and bring their zones of genius to it. So I'm looking forward to everybody speaking today, hearing about their journey and their stories, because sometimes we get so busy doing that we forget to take a moment and say, where did this all get started? Why is it that we're in love with AI now, right?
All right, I have some intel. The intel is the first speaker is ready, and she is very excited. She is bringing probably the pill of inspiration the day needs to start, and her name is Wilma, Ed. So,
Oh, perfect.
so Blaney and Christine, thank you for being part of the welcome. You guys and myself are going to exit. Ed's going to give a warm welcome to Wilma, and hey, world, look out! Wilma the Wonderful is coming up.
That's right. Live from South Africa.
That's right.
Well, guys, I tell you, let me tell you a little bit about Wilma. She'll be coming up here shortly. We've had a relationship with Wilma for many years. She's been a faithful follower of our AI Breakfast Lab. She's an AI learner, and she is a holistic professional. And she's invested many hours in learning AI to write her first book. You're going to hear her story and where she came from. She is absolutely incredible. So we love Wilma because we know she is incredibly talented in her field and her expertise, but she is leveraging AI to help her in her specific field. Not only that, but helping others in that field. So I think we're bringing Wilma up here next. So let's go ahead and bring her up here, and then we'll go ahead and get started. So here we come. Wilma, great to see you. Live from what part of South Africa are you from and living in now, Wilma?
Western Cape,
Western Cape. Tell us a little bit about Western Cape. Is that a place where people should visit? It's beautiful there from what I've heard. Yes?
the most beautiful place in the world.
That's awesome.
Of course, you've got to come and visit it.
All right. Well, we can't wait. So, well, South Africa is on the map when it comes to AI. There is no doubt, and the person that is one of the people that's responsible for that is her team of consultants, and that is Wilma, and she has actually had an impact because it actually is our largest market with Momentum Tech, South Africa, and I can tell you one of the reasons is because Wilma has leveraged her relationships to promote and share the opportunity in her relationships that she has in her community. So, Wilma, we're excited about hearing your story, so I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Well, I'm Wilma Grobler. I am a professional holistic health practitioner and an international body talk instructor based in South Africa. My purpose is turning complexity into clarity so people feel seen, supported, and confident about their next step. I use AI as a quiet partner, not the star, to free time, sharpen storytelling, and help me serve with the human heart. I also wrote 2 books, including AI for Holistic Practitioners and Peaceful Parenting, written to make self-care for parents and carers a priority. I use AI to better the world through two simple workflows. First, intake to insight. Before a client session, I prepare notes with AI to identify key themes to support and stay connected to clients after sessions. Clients leave with a one-page clarity brief, 3 priorities, 3 practical habits, and 1 check-in question. One client, let's call her Tandy, came in overwhelmed by pain and poor sleep. With the clarity brief, we focus on gentle mobility, a wind-down routine, and stress cues she could note. Within weeks, her sleep improved, her daily walks returned, and her confidence increased significantly. Second, draft to done. AI helps me develop and share my authentic knowledge and skills in a professional and appropriate way for my audiences. That's how I kept a steady publishing rhythm, including monthly articles for the South African Body Talk Association. My latest piece is Breathe Easier, How Body Talk Supports Respiratory Health. After their recent meeting, they shared, we have great appreciation for the articles you write on a monthly basis. Clear, consistent guidance is reaching and helping our community. How has AI impacted me? Creative freedom. It clears the admin fog so I can show up with presence and make something useful every day. Evenings are calmer, my teaching is steadier, and my clients, my fellow practitioners and students get more consistent support from me. Where I come from, in Africa, we talk about Ubuntu. I am because we are. These AI tools help me to live that in practice. If any part serves you, please borrow it, improve it, and pass it on. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nadia Harris, and I am the CEO of She Cares Life Enrichment. I am coming to you from Shady Shores, Texas, and I want to tell you a story about how life can change when you embrace the right tools. You see, I am what you might call a serial entrepreneur. I oversee a senior citizens concierge service where we focus on mobility. We want our seniors to stay independent and love their lives. But that's not all. I also run Position to Prosper, which is a boutique book publishing house. I love helping authors see their names in print. It is such a rewarding feeling. Now, I am also a licensed insurance agent and a wife to an amazing man, Dr. Stan Harris. We have 8 grown children and 7 beautiful grandchildren. Life is full, but I have to be honest with you. Before AI became a part of my world, it was a struggle. I spent so much time researching everything. I was jumping from one site to another, downloading this, uploading that. It felt like I was spending more time on the process than on the people. I first heard about AI about 5 years ago from a young lady who was teaching about it. At first, I was hesitant. I thought, Nadia, this is going to be too challenging. But I was wrong. It was so much easier than I imagined. Today, I use AI for everything: business flyers, brochures, and deep research on new products. It has cut my work time by 50%. Now, can you imagine that? 50% of my time given back to me. So if you need to reach me, you can call 717-275-3743 or email me at 717mrsharris@gmail.com. You can also find me at nadiaharris.com or on social media at She Cares Life Enrichment. I am so excited to share this journey with you. When we use tools like these, we do not just work harder, we work smarter, and that allows us to care more deeply for the people who matter most. Thank you for listening, and remember, you are positioned to prosper.
My name is Vincent Baker, and I am the owner of Vince Baker Ministries based in Folsom, California. I am an author, content creator, and minister passionate about sharing powerful messages with the world. For years, writing books was my calling, but the process was slow and exhausting. Every project demanded enormous time and energy. Getting my message out often felt like pushing a boulder uphill, and I knew there had to be a better way. The biggest obstacles I faced were the amount of time and effort it took to create quality content. Writing took forever, and producing content consistently felt overwhelming. I wanted to reach more people, but the workload was limiting the impact I knew I was capable of making. I first started hearing about artificial intelligence from people around me and through things I was watching online. As I began working on my next books, I started exploring AI tools on my own. Later, when I decided to launch a YouTube channel, I connected with one of the owners at Momentum Tech, who personally showed me how to use some incredibly powerful AI tools. That changed everything. With AI by my side, I wrote 13 books in just 6 months. Then I turned my attention to YouTube. In less than 28 days, my channel generated more than 3 million views and attracted over 18,000 subscribers. AI helped me with script writing, video editing, and content strategy. It is like having a genius working alongside you every step of the way. Everything I create becomes better, faster, and smarter with AI. Today I use AI throughout every part of my ministry and business. Whether I am writing books, answering questions, developing scripts, or producing videos, AI has become my constant assistant. Whenever I see an opportunity to use it, I do. It has become an essential part of how I work, serve others, and continue to grow. My advice is simple. Do not be afraid to get started. You do not have to understand everything on day one. Begin exploring the tools available to you, and if you can find someone willing to teach you, even better. AI does not replace your voice or your vision, it amplifies both. I would love to connect with you. You can visit my website at vincebakerministries.com, email me at vincewbaker@gmail.com, or call me at 916-519-0078. I am always happy to share what I have learned along the way. The possibilities ahead are truly limitless, and I believe the best is yet to come. My name is Vincent Baker, and I am excited about the future of AI.
Fantastic. Don't you love Nadia's story and Vince's story? You know, I met Vince is the one that he reached out to me, and I tell you, it was a relationship I had. Again, we go back to relationships, right? Leveraging relationships. It was, I knew of this next speaker in the market. I saw her impact that she was having online and in person at her events. I knew Vince Baker. Vince contacted me. We rebirthed that relationship, brought him to Momentum Tech. He put his YouTube course now in the platform. You just heard his story. Amazing. After we spent 40 minutes with him, he leveraged AI to monetize his YouTube channel. Now he's bringing his knowledge and his training to Momentum Tech. and of course the relationship he had with this young lady, Blaney, live on the beautiful island in Mexico. She'll tell you more about that, where she's at. Maybe we'll have an event there one day. Certainly, looking forward to that. I know my wife is always knocking on my ears, telling me we got to go there. We got to plan an event there. So, okay, we will, 100%. Vince knew Blaney. I didn't know that, right? And then Blaney knew Dr. Smiley. We didn't know that. I mean, look at this, the relationships. We're talking about AI, but I'm so amazed at the relationships, Blaney. I really am. I'm excited about hearing your story and what you have to share, but thank you for being here. She's part of our corporate team also, guys. She has her own implementation course where she teaches people how to implement and leverage AI tools, right? To save money, to use it as a tool and not use it, not have software or not have what we call shelfware, right? You call it shelfware, but let's use the software. Let's leverage it and let's save money. Let's save time. Let's be more productive. So, Blaney, I'm not going to steal your thunder. Thank you so much. Can't wait to hear what you have to say. Take it over,
Well,
girl.
thank you for having me. Yeah, thank you for having me today. Thank you to everybody that's watching this AI day, because AI is something, as I always, I will tell you my story. So I am Blaney Teal, and I'm living here in Mexico. So I'm from Baltimore, Maryland, and I moved here 3 years ago because I wanted to live my best life, right? So I found this bed and breakfast resort, beachfront, right on the Caribbean Sea in Mexico. My partner and I drove here, and we've been here for 3 years now. And so, because of that, I have to do everything remotely, right? We literally live off grid. We run on solar and rainwater, and and so I had to figure out a way to kind of work smarter, not harder. And so, during the pandemic, I had a networking organization that had to shut down because we couldn't do in-person events. So I decided to pick up and create these amazing virtual events. So I started learning not just technology, but AI and automation. And I did hesitate a little bit, you guys, because I was more traditional automation. And so through this process of being able to learn, technology and hosting these events on these, not Zooms, by the way. I don't use Zoom for any of my events. They're all on these really cool platforms. Well, I figured out when I came here to Mexico that this place would be the perfect retreat center for private events like Momentum Tech or like a coach. So let me tell you a quick story. So, 2 years ago, my very first retreat host, who I met through, oh, wait a minute, networking, came here to do a retreat called Write Your Book at the Beach. And in 5 days, using AI to help you, whoops, you can't see it, but she forced me to write this book in 5 days here at the beach using AI assistant. I wrote it, AI edited it, AI helped me. That is the real picture of my front yard right there. We got that to be a 3-time Amazon bestseller, and I'm selling books around the world. That was my first real introduction with really using AI the way it was supposed to be used, right? And since then, it has exploded. So I'm running MBX, which is a networking organization that is a global organization. I'm running the resort here and the retreat center. And I have been branded the Frugal Techie Business Coach because I love teaching and implementing. You heard Ed say that. I love helping, making sure that you are using the right tools at the right time and saving you money, because so many people are buying tools and, like he said, they're sitting on the shelf. So my experience with AI, it has changed my life. Honestly, I pushed it away for so many years. And now that I've embraced it, now it doesn't replace every human in my life. It doesn't replace every virtual assistant I have, but I'm able to train my virtual assistants on the tools so that I can delegate it to them and they can be more productive. So don't be afraid of AI. I think that's kind of my message today, is that when you're running multiple businesses like me, you're running it from a remote resort, a remote space, you need to leverage AI. So now all of my blogs are being written automatically, all of my social media, and those are things that are important, but I can show up better live where it's important because I've automated the stuff that I don't need to have a live hand in, so that I can do more trainings live with my team. so that I can do more implementation classes for folks that are struggling with implementing. And I love working with the solopreneur. I heard somebody say this today. This actually gives you an entire team when you're a solopreneur like me. And so don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, you guys. It is okay to embrace AI. It is not going to replace everybody in the world, because guess what? I wasn't hiring big marketing agencies. I've always been doing it alone. Now I can just do it smarter. So that's my message for you guys today. You can run multiple businesses faster. You can save time. You can save money. And you can save the best part of you to be live and let AI do the rest of it. So have an amazing AI day today. This is going to be crazy great stuff. Pay attention to the speakers, pay attention to the training, and embrace AI. Thank you, Ed. Thank you guys so much for having me here today.
No, Blaney, it was awesome. I love what you said about implementing and implementing, because that's the key, right? Is adoption. You know, when we're starting to work with our enterprise accounts, which we are, or we're starting to work with auto dealers, right? That's everybody's main concern is implementing, right? And
Yep.
using the tools and using them as leverage. Because if you don't, that's what they just, it's like waste. It's like shelfware. It just sit there. You and I have bought shelfware before, right? Yeah, we've
Yes.
been down that road
Yes.
and we haven't leveraged those tools. So I love that you're here in our community. I love that your message, and we can't wait to do an event there. And soon
Absolutely.
that's a product that we're actually putting together. You guys may hear about it sometime today. It's going to be coming in the last quarter or sooner, where we're actually putting together a special club for travel and AI. Think about that. You go travel and you actually get trained by not just anybody, you get trained by experts like Vince Baker, myself, Blaney, James Penny, Dr. Breakthrough, Dr. Smiley, Mike Driggers, as an example, where you come to an event and you get to tap into our brain. That's
Yeah.
that's what you call leverage, right? It's going to be an exclusive club, and we're excited about partnering with you, Blaney, and even maybe doing something at your facility for a special day like that. Or it'll be a special weekend, or maybe 4 days, right? Or five
Yes. Yep.
days, right? So we're excited about that. AI is, guys, it's not just AI. We're leveraging relationships. So
Yes.
thank you for being here. We appreciate you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I know someday I'm going to see you guys here in paradise. And like I said, what better place to get your brain going when you're outside with the pelicans and the paradise? You really can get a lot accomplished, but also have a lot of fun here. So looking forward to it. Thank you, Ed. Thank you, everybody. Have a great day.
All right, thank you. Next up, guys, we have the one and the only Dr. Stan Harris, Dr. Breakthrough. Now, Dr. Breakthrough is a 10th degree black belt. He's in the Speaker Hall of Fame. You may have seen him. He has spoken on stages in 50 cities across several countries. He's had the privilege to be on stage with legends, and of course, he is leveraging kingdom finance and kingdom relationships. So we're excited about that. So I'm going to turn the host over to you. Correct, this morning?
Actually, we are a little bit early. This time is a time where I want you get to do your demo. You get
Oh,
to do the
okay,
demo.
fantastic.
You have
With
about
and that's going to be with Dr. Smiley, right?
no, that one's at 12. The book demo is at 12.
Okay, good. So I'm doing another demo right now.
Yep. So you can share, whatever you think is important,
You
for
got it.
people to know when they're getting started. So give it about 30 minutes.
Absolutely. Let's just reveal our new platform. How about that?
Awesome.
And let's.
I think that's great.
You think that's great? Yeah.
Yep.
So
So you have the
that's
stage. You have about 35 minutes.
okay. Wow, fantastic. You can bring anybody in if they want to comment and collaborate. That would be great. Okay.
Okay.
All right. All right. Thank you so much.
Ed,
Well, guys, now is the time. So you may want to roll. You may want to roll the
gonna do a
drums. Right. I'm going to show you guys our new platform, which is a game changer. It's a game changer for me, Dr. Smiley.
well, Ed, I wanted to just say, because you do have some time, I would love to hear the story. I'm going to exit off the stage, but I'd love to hear the story of how you found this beautiful vision because
Yes.
it wasn't like you were born and said, Mom and Dad says, you know what? One of these days you're going to be the AI man. You're going to be the sensei, and they
Yes.
make you some oatmeal and say, hey, this is your favorite oatmeal, sensei. And so I'd
Hmm.
love for you to take advantage of
Sure.
the time. I think the most important thing when you're betting in a company is who's the founder, who's the
Yes,
leader,
sir.
why are they there? Why are they so passionate? Why is their purpose? And when you do that, sir, then you can, of course, do the reveal of some of the beautiful things you've created. But I didn't want to just hop skip into you're the sensei. I want to say there's a journey to get there. All right.
Excellent.
All
Excellent.
you,
That's
sir.
very good. Well, I tell you, I'll tell you a little bit of my story. So, first of all, I'm originally from Bel Air, Texas. It's a small town in Houston, Texas. Yes, Bel Air, Texas. It's kind of in the center of Houston. Okay, is what it is. They call it inside the 610 loop. And I grew up in a small community, and I still remember growing up. I'm telling you this story because this means a lot to me, and it's really taught me some life lessons that have really helped me accelerate in business. So I still remember growing up. I was like, 6 or 7 years old. I was young. This was like, pre little league baseball. So baseball was real big in Texas, right? And so I grew up playing baseball, and I still remember my dad. He worked all through the week, and he worked at Dow Chemical, and he was a mechanical engineer, and he was going to school too as well. I still remember though he would take the weekend, and he had collected this big old 5 gallon bucket of two of them full of baseballs, and we would go to Horn Elementary School in the field they had in the back. That's where I went to elementary school. And he would throw hundreds of pitches at me, and of course I would swing the bat to hit it, right? And we would go after we would finish the 2 buckets of balls. You can imagine the fun we had. We would go chase all the balls and bring them back, and we would do it again, 2 rounds. Usually it was for about 2 to 3 hours of training. Every weekend we did that. When it came time for me to participate in Pee Wee League and even Little League, I was always batted fourth. I still remember in Pee Wee League, all the kids would back up in the back because they called me EJ at the time. That's my middle initial. So EJ, that was my baseball name. Every baseball player has a nickname. My nickname was EJ, right? So they would always back up because I'd hit the ball. And even though they would back up, I would still hit a home run or a triple because I would hit the ball over their head. That's how I learned. And when it came time for Little League, I always batted fourth and continued to practice. But let me go back to the practice, right? The hours that I put in, right? My dad made sure I put hours into baseball. That's why I was good at it, right? So that happened. Obviously, I played baseball for all the way up to Pony League, even in high school. I got hurt in high school playing baseball, and one of my shoulders kind of gave out. The counselor told me to take an elective, and that elective was speech and debate or theater. And I was a shy person. Can you imagine? Founder of Momentum Tech, when I do training 5 days a week, that I was shy. Well, I was. I was a an only child. I didn't have brothers and sisters. I had cousins and friends in the community. So anyway, I learned speech and debate, and I lettered in speech and debate in high school. I'm part of the National Forensic League, which means I can go judge speech tournaments anywhere in the United States. And I learned how to speak impromptu, extemporaneous speaking. I learned how to do Lincoln Douglas debate, and I participated, and I loved it. It lit me up, right? I loved public speaking. And my dad wanted me to go to traditional college. I wanted to go to a non-traditional college, which was training in theology. So I enrolled in a summer class after high school at a community college. And here's an event I'm sharing with you for the particular reason, so you can see my story, okay? Because this is like the foundation of my story, what led me to where I'm at today, Okay, so I went to this community college. It was called Houston Community College, and I took a summer class there. When I walked in and drove up my vehicle to participate in this summer class, I took like 2 classes. I think it was like maybe English and history, some of the foundational stuff in college. So I saw a sign on a post that said speech tournament. I said, cool, I can have fun this summer, right? So here's what I did. I said, okay, I'm going to enroll in all 7 competitions. So I did that summer. And here's what happened. When you are participating in a speech tournament, it's just you and the judge, nobody else. It's like you're talking to a tree because they're not looking at you. It's just you and it's me in a room, one person. They're not clapping. They have a pen and a paper and they're making notes. They may look up every once in a while. They may smile if you're good, but that's about it. You don't even know how you've done. There's no immediate scoring. It's all done internally. So I just let it rip, tater chip. All 7 categories. Impromptu, extemporaneous. Impromptu is where you pick up a topic and a piece of paper that out of about 5, and you pick up 1, and that's your topic. You need to speak 5-7 minutes on it. So that's how I was trained. And at the end of the event, first place trophies were taller, almost as tall as me. Oh, literally, I was almost 6 foot at the time. About 5'5", maybe a 5'11", still growing, right? I'm about 6'1" now. So what happened is they started calling the winners of each category. Now you can imagine, because you see the smile on my face, what ended up happening, guys, is I got first place in every category. Blew my mind, blew everybody's mind. I couldn't even fit the trophies in my car. I had to call my dad and say, I need some help. Can you bring the truck? Because I have all these trophies. All the first place trophies were too big. That was the light bulb moment, and I'm thankful that went on in my life, that I need to be a trainer, I need to teach, I need to inspire. That's why I went into school to be a minister. Right? And I was a full-time minister for over a decade, and I still am. But teaching and training and speaking is my only reason for existence. If I could empower, if I could inspire, if I could lift you up, right? If I could lift you up and light you up, that is what inspires me. That's what gives me the fuel every day in Momentum Tech. So when we started Momentum Tech, November the 8th of last year, I put in the bylaws and I made it very unmovable that we will always need to keep training at the top priority of our company. Because that's what I want to do. Ultimately, my exit strategy is, hey, I just want to teach. I want to train. I want to teach. I want to inspire people like Blaney. I want to inspire people like anybody that wants to learn, right, AI, and train them to become better than me. That's what I want to do. There's no ego here. I want to train people. We have, for example, I'm training Frank, who's our international fleet director. Right? He's working with the automotive industry. I'm training him very closely because that's a niche that we want to go into. And he will be incredible once he goes through training, right? I trained Vince Baker, and I'm going to continue to train him to help him become better, right? That's my goal in life. That's how we started Momentum Tech. We had the AI platform. I was in the digital space before, and we started to create, just like baseball, okay? Going back to that. We were looking to hit home runs, right? And my dad trained me on that. Never give up. You may strike out, right? You may lose a game, but you got to get back up and you got to keep going. It's called resilience. You got to bounce back. I think Dr. Breakthrough talks about that, right? It's very important. You got to bounce back. You got to bounce back with that ball, right? You got to catch it. You got and AI allows you to bounce back quickly. So when we first developed the platform, when we launched it, We had incredible growth and community buy-in globally. And we knew that we were going to have to continue to advance and become better, just like in anything, right? We use what's called the Kaizen principle based on what my dad used to teach me, right? You constantly refine your skill to become better, to get a better output, right? That's it. That's it. And that's why we're called momentum. Because we constantly improve our platform. We started with more of a generative AI platform. We developed a synthetic intelligence, more like agentic AI platform called Code Mojo. And then we said, well, we got to make it even better because we saw people wanted to build websites. They wanted agentic AI. They wanted to be able to write books. They wanted to use it as a tool to leverage time, right? And they wanted to create opportunities to make more income with what we call the AI arbitrage. In other words, you take the opportunity to leverage AI to make money. So the normal platform that we have has great tools, but these tools that I'm going to show you are even more amazing. So I got a little bit of time to share with you. Now you heard my story. That's my background story a little bit, all right? Now, I have a lot of other things in between that, but that's how things started in my life. The things that I'd learned, right, as an athlete. I learned to compete. I learned not to ever give up. I learned to always become better at your skill. And I learned how to invest time into training, right, to put that time in. You know, I've put my 10,000 plus hours in when it comes to AI. I put my 10,000 hours plus into practicing baseball. And everything that I do in my life, that's what I look to do. I look to become better than our competitor, faster than our competitor. I want to bat fourth. I want you guys to be in fourth. The grand slam position, right? That's what a fourth batter is in a baseball game. The fourth batter is like the best bat. He's the guy that can hit the home runs, the doubles, the triples, right? So we're positioning momentum tech like that. Understand? That's what we do. So, Catherine, great to see you.
Thank you so much. Happy to be here.
All right. So this is our next speaker, right? You are our next speaker?
We're just collaborating. So helping you with your conversation.
Oh, awesome. Awesome. So that is my story. So I'm going to share a little bit. If you want to say anything, Catherine, you can, but that is a little bit of my story. So did you want to say something?
Sure. Well, I really appreciate the fact that you were talking about bringing people together earlier and using AI to help people fellowship and grow their relationships further. And I think some people take it as an opportunity to stand alone, but there's repercussions to that.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
I agree with you. Let's use it to break down the barriers and to come together and to collaborate and to brainstorm together and make each other better. That's what I look for it for.
Awesome. Awesome. Excellent. All right. So if we could remove Blaney and put her back in the room, or that would be great. She wants to go back into the room. So, guys, all right, yeah, let's leverage the tool. Thank you so much, Catherine. You're absolutely right. I couldn't do this without our company leadership. People like Blaney and Vince and James and Dr. Breakthrough and Mike Driggers and the whole Angela Martinez and you know Bill Hoffman and all of our executive team. We're all important. Even our tech team is important. Our tech team was so important in creating even this new platform, right? We can't do it alone. That's a team is important, right? I may bat fourth, but we also have a lead up batter. We have a second batter, a third batter, right? And the entire team is important, right? So that's important. So this is the AI game, and that's how I look at it, right? How can we become better at what we're doing, more efficient, save more time? And the only way to do that is to leverage relationships that we have. And I think in-person relationships are very important, not just virtual. So I think live events are important. That's why we're implementing some of that too as well, because it gives you that personal touch where I could give you a hug or shake your hand or connect with you a lot deeper in person than virtually, right? I can shake your hand and we can have coffee together, sit kneecap to kneecap. All of
Mhm.
that is important. It's an important part of our company. It's an important part of our growth and momentum, not just watching on Zoom or TV, right? So I think
Right. And
all of
you
those humanality, yes,
and you've built some great things into it. I've started kicking the tires on it because I started using AI when it became real big in the public a few years ago. And it, one of the things I like is you guys have built in these agents who think like Zig Ziglar or Napoleon Hill. And so you've picked some great voices to extend to people and to help them problem solve or
yes,
get their sales scripts down, things like that. I appreciate all the things that you built in.
yes, absolutely, 100%. So I want to go ahead and share just a little bit. I have a little bit of time, so I don't want to share a little bit. If you could let me know how much time I have, Dr. Smiley. If I got 10 minutes, that's great for the next speaker. That would be fantastic. I do want to share a little bit about the new platform to show you guys what we've built and how we've built momentum. So if you could give me the share capability, thank you so much. All right, excellent. Let me know how much time we have to speak, and I will speak. All right, excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. All right, you guys can see the screen here. So I am logging in. This is our new platform. So here it is. Let's log in. All right. Bam. All right. So let's look at this. This is just getting started. Okay, so I can turn it on, make it, make it bright or make it dark. Either one. So I'll keep it dark, and you can see that. All right, so let's go in. There's a lot of things to look at here. So I do want to show you a couple things first. Let's demonstrate. I think I have enough time to demonstrate maybe our image studio. So let's go ahead and generate our image studio. Let's look at our image studio here. Okay. All right, so here is our image studio. And we're making upgrades to this right now, but I'm going to show you this right now, what it does. So this is our image studio. So if you want to do an ad or you want to do a website image or you want to do a book cover, okay? And we're adding to this element as well. So I can describe what I want. So let's just describe what I want. I'm going to show you real quick. Let's just describe what we're going to talk about. Let's say AI tools are dead. Entrepreneurs and small businesses around the world. I'm going to build curiosity. I'm going to do a 16:9. And the style that I want, I say I want it to be like retro, just to have some fun. And the headline, let's do a headline. Stop using AI tools. Leverage our AI operating system now. Okay, and let's not put any details and let's just generate the image. Again, I chose retro and I chose curiosity. So real simple. So it's going to, obviously, there's a lot more detail I can give it because I have that opportunity. But this is our image studio. This is like an ad that you can run, so to speak. All right. And you could generate, a couple of them. You could try different kinds. All right. Let's refresh here. There we go. Here you go. You ready? Here it comes. Bam! Look at that. That is designed to grab someone's attention. Look at that. Stop using AI tools. Leverage our AI operating system now. Wouldn't that isn't that would be an incredible ad, right? Yeah? Let's download that image and let's look at it. Look at the detail of it. Stop using AI tools. Leverage our AI operating system now. Look at that. Incredible. That would be an incredible ad or even a YouTube thumbnail, so to speak, right? Incredible. So you guys see that? Yes, put in the chat if you guys see that. I would like to make sure everybody can see that because when I'm sharing the screen, I want to make sure people see it. So if we can get Dr. Smiley up here, that would be great. So that you see this ad. All right. Excellent. You see that ad there, Dr. Smiley?
I see it.
Incredible, right? I mean, it's a scroll stopping vintage ad. Maybe I want to do like a surprise, right? So I could change that to surprise.
I don't think that computer's going to be working very well after that.
Yeah, after that ad there. Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. So our image too, these are ads. So maybe you want to design what images for your website or maybe book covers. We'll talk about that later, right? But just the image tool studio in here, some of the features we're going to add to this is where you could upload your own picture as a reference point to put you in the picture. Not just you, but maybe your whole family, like your wife and your son, right? And you want to create something fun with that. That's coming like in the next, few hours. Right? That's the speed of AI. So there you go. There's a different one. Look at that. Let's download that one. Yeah. Again, they're designed to capture people's attention. Stop using AI tools. Leverage our AI operating system now. Yeah. Okay, so you see here's the two that created two different types of ads. Again, they're designed to stop the scroll, right? So let's use something like maybe urgency, right? And let's choose something other than retro. What do you want to use, Dr. Breakthrough? Realistic, modern, futuristic, vintage?
Futuristic. Let's do futuristic.
Futuristic. Excellent. Okay, so let's generate that image. And then your
I love when you
images.
call me Dr. Breakthrough because we get confused a lot.
Did I call you Dr. Breakthrough?
Yeah, but it's a privilege.
Dr. Smiley. There you go. Yeah, there you go. Awesome. Yeah. So this is the image studio. This is just part of the new platform. It's a lot more efficient, yeah, than our existing platform. The existing platform is going to stay in place. This is going to be a different login. Look at that. I would use any of these. These are fantastic, right? That's urgency, right? Urgency. So I could change the headline, do whatever I want. On the website images, if I want, what do I want to do? Maybe I want to do a hero banner, or maybe I want to do a background, or a section, or a card, right? What is the website about? You just describe it. And what is your feeling you want to evoke? Do you want to evoke inspiration, trust, serenity, luxury, excitement, confidence, warmth, wonder, optimism, right? Sophistication, energy, tranquility. You want it to be light or dark. What size do you want it, right? So for aspect ratio, 1:1 or 4:3 works for websites. And again, what type of, maybe an illustrated, right? And you could give it additional details like in a prompt, what you want in there, right? So amazing, amazing stuff. So what's the website about? So I could just say, the website is about stop buying AI tools, leverage our AI operating system instead. Excitement, illustrated. See, let's do a card. Yeah. And let's just keep it, let's do illustrated. Or let's do like abstract. Let's just try abstract. A website image. Again, you could play with this, but this is like the ultimate image tool to create anything that you need. Think of this like for businesses. You need a website image that's captivating. you need a book cover, you need an ad, right? That's the kind of stuff you could do with the new platform. I'm just showing you one tool that can leverage this. Think of this as a system that can do just about anything that you need for your business with speed and fast. So you could take any of these images. So this one here, right? Just a website image, right? But you could use. Okay. Cool. So it depends on what you want to build, right? So you just got to tell it what's it about. You want to build trust. I chose abstract. Let's do realistic, right? And you can generate a realistic image. So that's demonstrating. So how much time do we have left, Dr. Smiley? We're about.
Well, we have enough time that I can show something I built. I mean, for Dr. Smiley to build something in AI, that means that I took a big step in the right direction here. So
Yeah.
I'll show, let me see if I can show something real quick. So this right here is something I built. See if it stays in here. Is it still showing this? Is it showing it enlarged?
Yes. No, it's not. But I saw what you
Okay.
were showing.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go to the top part there. So this, first of all, before we go too crazy, we have the AI folder here, and this is something that you guys helped me build for my son's birthday, and then we're doing a big event together. We're doing World Smile Day together, and thanks to you guys, I got a really nice piece that I'm going to show you real quick. Yeah, this is fun. So here is World Smile Day with Gandhi's birthday. And if it wasn't for y'all teaching me how to do this, my goodness, that would have been a tough thing to do. So here is World Smile Day.
No, awesome.
Let's see what we got here. Do you see it? There it
Yes.
is. Isn't that cool?
Oh, that's awesome.
And that was probably generated in about 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah. Well, how awesome is that?
And then we have a big event happening that I think you and some of the AI folks would want to be part of. We have Checkmate Day coming up next week, and Checkmate Day is about strategies, using strategies. And I think AI is really the new strategy. If you don't have that chess piece to play in your business or in your life, you're missing a very important piece that will get you where you want to go quick.
Yes, indeed. Now, I'm not going to do this right now, but I want you to see some of the stuff in the videos, Dr. Smiley, that we did. Like, you have a lot of authors, and they may do like podcasts, let's say, right? And
Hmm.
they and I think you even do podcasts, right?
Just a
So
couple.
I want you to see what this does. So, for example, this is in the platform. So you simply upload the video. This is how it works. You upload a video with a clear speech, like a long talking head or interview works best. An interview conversation. So this tool will transcribe it. It'll find the strongest moments and it'll cut them into clips. You could review each clip. You could tweak the captions if you like, and you could download to post. So it creates shorts. This is the full guide here, but you just upload the video that you want to turn into short clips. That is part of the platform now. Yeah. And it works. You upload the video, we make the clips, you review, and you download. And you got caption settings, as you can see here. You could add captions. You could show the caption size, the color, the caption position as well, right? And then all your videos would be here and as well. So that's how the new one of the video tools. There's a lot more. We'll be showing more throughout the day.
Well, before you take off, you told your story, and I know James is having the time of his life in Paris, France, and enjoying AI Day in a way that we wish we could too, right? Just the balance of social. But how did you guys meet?
Well, we met through other relationships. So there was a mutual contact that was in the publishing world for children's book. Her name was Liz, that I knew, and she was in a community.
What's
And
Liz's last name? Is it
my
Hodges?
goodness, no, it's not Liz Hosage. No, it
Yeah,
was
I just
a
want to know if
different.
that was the next because she's the next one speaking. That's why I was asking.
Oh no, it wasn't Liz. It was somebody else. They introduced James to me, and James and I work together. We have other AI platforms prior to the launch of November 8th,
Hmm.
and we took different paths, and that's how we met. And we had relationships, and we got to know each other. We got to like each other, and now my wife Jeanette, he calls her baby sister, and and he's like our uncle, so to speak. We're family, right? Our whole company is family. Our tech team,
I agree.
our tech team, they have kids, and they call me, Uncle Ed. And they call James their grandpa. I mean, it's just we're a family, really, and from the top to the bottom, right? And you're my brother from another. Yeah.
Did you ever hear the story that I how Breakthrough put James and me together?
No, I didn't. No.
Well, so the Smile channel, as I stated before, was so needing leaders and people like yourself to be on it. I mean, if you make a channel but you don't have content, you have the opposite situation. You have a channel that's going down the tubes quick. And Dr. Roz and Dr. Breakthrough and a couple other people said, "We got you." And they brought like 30 people out of 130 people talk about the power of a smile. I said, "I've got to come down and meet you guys. I got to fly down." So I flew down to Dallas to meet them. We broke bread, had lunch, and then we're driving around. And Dr. Breakthrough says, "You have got to meet James Moneypenny." I said, "Great." He says, "I'm putting him on." You know how Dr. Breakthrough puts people on and it connects you and you're just talking, right? And so James answers and he's talking with me, and there's something going on in the back of my head, like vaguely familiar, And we're having the time of our life talking about AI and publishing and great titles. And it's like friends instantly.
Mm.
He says, "Well, let me give you my personal number." I start putting it in. He's already in my phone, Ed. He's already in my phone because 2 years
Wow.
ago, 2 years before, I was
Yeah.
introduced to him. And it's the power of not just a connection, a relationship, but it's the power of frequency of that connection. Like if you keep showing up, like Blaney, for instance, Blaney and I have a whole different level of a friendship because we now have history of 20 years, but this is what we're doing now that's important.
Talk about that. You're going to be surprised today. One of our speakers.
Yeah.
This Darsh is our going to be added to our operating system and training for AI. And he's the one. His team. He has a team of like 14 other IT professionals that are coming on as a strategic partner with Momentum Tech, and he knows you.
Ah,
Now, let me tell you something about Darsh, though. But we're not going to hear from him till like a top 12 o'clock, 12:30, maybe
mhm.
12:45
Yep.
today, live. Um, I'll tell you something about it, which would be interesting to you. Is when I first got into AI, probably about 3.5 years ago, and I was learning it, Darsh taught me everything I know.
Wow.
Think about that.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Without
Okay.
him, you're light years behind, not light years
That's
ahead.
right. That's right. Yeah. That's the power of relationships, right? So I'm excited. He's got tremendous values, and we're excited about bringing him on as part of addition to our tech team,
Mhm.
which will enable us to do a lot of things for people as well. And Momentum Tech, which we have a lot of requests for that. People want, hey, I want design me this, do this. Like for example, let's talk about the books, right? That's what you and Mike Driggers are going to be doing, right? We're putting
Right.
together done for you packages, promotion packages, impact packages, right? Authority building packages, events and trips, right? If you've never written a book before, right? There's a lot of things that you just need to be aware of, right? It's
Or you
just
get
like it's just like anything in life, right? If I hadn't practiced baseball, there's a lot of things I'm unaware of. I'm unaware of a changeup. I'm unaware of a curveball. I'm unaware of a slider. I'm unaware of speed changes. I'm unaware of the pressure that you have to deal with, right?
Mhm.
And the
Right.
decisions you have to make. I'm unaware of what I need to do mentally if I break down, right? Maybe I strike out. How do I bounce back, right? If you're familiar with those things, then great. But if you're not, publishing your book on your own can be it could be a nightmare. It could be a failure. And you need to leverage our team,
Well,
our
and it
experts.
probably will be, Ed, because
Yeah.
if you know all the variables to success and you have a degree of competency in each of those variables, you'll have a result that's actually favorable. Let me give you an example. If someone said, "I want to make a baby," instead of "I want to make a book," okay? It's almost the same thing. So someone says, I want to make a baby, and they're told that variable, how to do it, how to be successful making a baby. So they find their partner and they make a baby. And they say, well, I guess I'm done. I mean, I made it. I have made the baby. And comes along and says, well, what are you going to do next? They go, what do you mean? I mean, I made the baby. I'm pretty much, I got a check mark there, don't I? And they say, yeah, but is the baby going to do anything else? And like, are you going to feed it? Are you going to give it marketing dollars? Are you going to raise it? Are you going to educate your baby? Are you going to give your baby opportunities? Are you going to communicate with your baby? Are you going to take your baby and turn them into an athletic, balanced leader?
That's
And
right.
and you go, oh my gosh, this sounds like a lot more to a book than just making a book. So I think Mike is brilliant. He wrote a great book about authority. He gave me the honor of some input, and we found that there's about 6 variables. Yeah, that's the bad boy right there. I have it in my dining room right now. Yeah, it's awesome. So the variables, yes, there is obviously a book that's going to be made, but if you don't have a plan for that book and you don't have a formatting team and you don't have a marketing team and you don't have a campaign and you don't have basically the Malcolm Gladwell 10,000 hour plan that's going to make that book feed you, feed
Yes,
you,
sir. Yes, sir.
then you're probably missing, as you've agreed, 99% of the variable equation that will give you the baby and just the
Right.
baby.
So stick around, guys, because we're going to be doing a book together at the
Yes, we are.
around at the 12 o'clock Eastern hour, using our book studio here. Right, we're going to put in some information, and we're going to write our first book. We're going to determine our length that we want. We go up to 80,000 words. Put in what we want the book to be about, and we could do
You know, it's
some.
going to be it's the new AI on top of AI. You want to hear what that stands for?
Tell me, sir.
Authority impact.
That's right. So this new tool is going to do all the research for you. Talk about a leveraging tool,
Yeah.
right? And these guys are going to teach you how to have how to actually have some power in your what do you do after you write the book, after you publish it, right? Because that's what really
And
matters.
you shared it, like getting together with other authors, going on experiences, going to Times Square, the Jumbotron, going to Paris, going to Blaney's retreat and hanging out together. There's so much more than just dropping the baby. I mean, I'm sorry, the book. Do I make these exchanges like
Yeah, yeah, right. So I'm just dropping the baby, right? Exactly.
all right. Well, we do have our next guest coming up. So thank you, Ed, for all the valuable information and the story so people now know the man behind the vision. That's a
There
very
you go.
important thing.
That's right.
People
Yeah.
bet on people that have visions. I mean, look at Elon Musk. He can almost get anything he wants because his visions are so strong and people know the vision becomes the reality.
And you know, you're absolutely right. My relationships in Houston are about to be rebirth. I'm going to Houston probably the last week of July for a few days to see my dad, and I have people all over Houston because of my relationships I had there,
Hmm.
that are going to want to be part of Momentum Tech and our new platform, right? So, and a lot of people are going to want to meet with you too because they want to write a book, Dr.
Right.
Smiley, and they don't just want to have a baby; they want to have impact and they want to have authority. So, what a great opportunity it is to be partnered with you guys. I can't tell you how excited I am for this afternoon, but it's coming. You guys are
Well,
going to
thank
see
you,
it live.
brother. Well, we have Liz coming up here. So Liz is she's a veteran. Liz Hodges is a veteran, direct sales leader and mentor over with 50 plus years of experience developing top producers, maximizing compensation plans, and leveraging AI powered systems to improve lead generation, retention, leadership, and sustainable organizational growth. Come on now. We are ready for you, Liz.
Yes, and Liz is part of our corporate team. We're excited about her having on our corporate team. She works a lot in the background. She's coming to us live from Tennessee. Her and
Mhm.
her husband bought a property here that they're building. I guess their retirement home here. So I'm excited about them being in Tennessee. So
Well, Arrested Development wouldn't have the song Tennessee if it wasn't for Tennessee. So,
that's right. That's right. So
well,
oh,
welcome, Liz. You are a difference maker. I mean, all those things you do, those are all the ingredients we were talking about. You can't just have a business and say, I just got my accountant to say I got my paperwork. We're good. The business is going to take off now.
Yeah, really, really,
Well,
exactly.
the
So,
the stage is yours. Have fun and look forward to hearing your comments.
well, great. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And I just want to say that I fell in love with AI. And my husband, Buddy, has been using AI basically since its beginning, using different tools and stuff. And then we were both introduced to Momentum Tech last October. And as a LinkedIn trainer and coach, he said, "This is exactly what I need." So I started learning about it, and man, did I fall in love head over heels. And we both really love the tool suite. It's one login, so it makes it so easy. And I've built many websites for clients since then because I'm also a web designer. I've made social media posts for them. I've written business plans for clients. And I even wrote my first book after attending the Momentum Tech boot camp back in February. And one night in April, because I kept thinking, what can I write about? And so one night in April, um, in the middle of the night, early, well, it was not the middle of the night for me, but it was early in the evening, like around 11 o'clock, all of a sudden it came to me of what I needed to write my book about. And so I went and started using the platform tool to my book. And I finished it about 5:30 the next morning. That includes all the editing that I need to do because I worked with AI. It's not I just gave it instructions and let it do everything. Once it had built it, then I worked with the AI in order to get the book to be the way that I wanted it to be. And I even used the make it sound human feature that we have in there so that it doesn't sound like it's AI. So that's a really good tool in itself. And another thing is that when I talk with potential clients and stuff, some of them go, "I'm really afraid of AI. I don't think it's for me." And I keep telling them, "Well, it's here. It's gonna be here, and you might as well embrace it. There's good AI, and then people can use it for bad, but we're developing everything to use for good." And one of the main things that I do is because I build websites, I have learned that over 90% of uh, businesses' websites are not AI ready. And what that means is they're not going to be able to be found by Chat GPT, Perplexity, Grok, Siri, Alexa, any of those AI platforms. That's what people are using now. They don't type in what they're looking for, they speak it. And that's AI. And if they don't have their websites ready, guess what? They're not going to get found. They're going to get left in the dust. And so I am personally reaching out, sharing them with them what their platform looks like, that it's not AI ready, because guess what? We have another tool in our platform that will analyze somebody's website and it will let you know if it's AI ready or not. Our websites that we use and build on AI on the Momentum Tech, it absolutely is 100% AI ready. So you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to have a programmer put all the different code in there for it. It automatically happens. And that's the real beauty of it. And there's guardrails already built into our platform. And I'm sure sometime during the day, somebody's going to talk about our Magic Kids, because that's a fabulous platform for kids to be able to learn and have a built-in AI tutor that doesn't do it for them. It makes them think for themselves. So there's all kinds of aspects in there that that people need to look about. So, the last thing that I want to say is I embrace you to embrace AI. Let me rephrase that. I invite you to embrace AI because AI is here to stay, and you might as well take advantage of it and use it to the best of your ability for your business. Get found. You're going to be way ahead of the crowd. So, with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Ed or Dr. Smiley.
Ed is actually preparing for the next piece of this. Is going to be 12 o'clock. It's
Okay.
going to be really, really 12 Eastern, and that is the book part of it. And so we're going to not just drop a book, we're going to have a book impact the world. But Liz, thank you so much, and also the encouragement that you give to people that AI is a friendly tool in the toolbox that's going to
Yes.
help you be more successful. How do people reach you? How do they celebrate you?
Proactionteam.com is Buddy in my website, and we love to share with people. So thank you very much.
I don't know if you're on the Smile channel, but go ahead and get your profile. I want people to be able to see this video, and I want people to be able to connect you from there. You know, you have LinkedIn and website, all that stuff. So if you go there, it's like a PR
Right.
website. All right.
Right.
But
Okay.
thank you,
Great.
Liz. I look forward to
Thank
getting to
you.
know you better. You really solve a lot of problems in the world.
Well, I try to.
As as my mom would say, you're good people.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
All right.
So
Well,
kind.
that was wonderful to hear from Liz. We now have Lucy Rosa Stagi is an educator, author, podcast host, and AI mentor helping women entrepreneurs over 60 build visibility, confidence, and thriving businesses through practical human-centered technology and storytelling with a purpose. So, Lucy, and Liz, you can hit the exit button, I think, on the bottom to go to the backstage. Lucy, you know what I want to say to you? I want to say, buongiorno, come stai?
Bene, bene.
Molto bene,
Grazie,
benissimo.
grazie, molto bene, grazie.
Prego, prego.
That's the
So,
extent of that.
so, ¿cómo estás?
Bien, gracias. Muy bien.
I got to tell you, Doc Smiley, when I heard her story, I was like,
Yeah.
it inspired me. She has a clone that tells the story also that
Oh,
we'll
really?
show
So we're gonna hear that later?
later today. But you get to hear it live because you're here. But
Well, I have a little challenge for you, Ed. And this is a challenge, and I'm maybe being a little presumptuous, okay? But I'm going to give you a challenge of why AI is so powerful. And you can say, Dr. Smiley, that's not going to happen today, but it can happen. But here's the challenge. Would you be able to take her story that she's doing and put it in Italian, just even a minute clip of
ooh,
Italian?
of course we
I
can.
thought you'd say yes. So later on, we're going to show the power of Lucia wants to speak Italian, and you're giving her the ability to speak to Italy today.
There you go.
Wow.
I
You
love
see how
it.
many smiles are going to be happening? I mean, it's going to be crazy. Italy is going to be going like this, momentum tech, momentum tech.
That's right. There you go. I love it. I love it. I love
So,
it.
Lucy, uh, mucho gusto.
Gracias.
Es un plaisir.
Oh, très bien. Alors
All right.
maintenant, on parle
So,
français.
so lista?
Lisa.
Okay. Begin. The floor is yours. I'm looking forward to hearing the beautiful story of AI in your life.
Hello, everyone, and happy AI Appreciation Day. You know, if someone had said that I would be talking about AI when I'm 80, I would have said, "Are you crazy? Not this girl." Well, my name is Lucy Rosa Staggi, and I'm known as the Reinvention Queen. I'm 80 years young. I'm a former educator, an author, a podcast host, a mentor, and someone who firmly believes that it's never too late to learn something new. You know, for more than 35 years, I taught students and encouraged them to believe in themselves. And today, well, my classroom looks a little different. I now help entrepreneurs, coaches, course creators, and especially women over 60 discover how modern tools can really help them share their message, build their confidence, and continue making a difference in the world. I'm also the host of Lucy's Inspiring Stories, where I interview ordinary people who are doing extraordinary things. Through their stories, we talk about reinvention, we talk about courage, resilience, leadership, and the lessons we gather throughout our lives. So, how does AI help me? AI helps me turn my ideas into action. Sometimes I have an idea in my head, but I'm not quite sure how to organize it or explain it clearly. AI helps me take those scattered thoughts and shape them into a speech or an email, a social media post, a newsletter, or a podcast interview. AI helps me prepare thoughtful questions for my guests. It also helps me write descriptions for YouTube, follow up with people I meet, organize my business ideas, and communicate with greater clarity. AI doesn't replace my voice. It helps me find my voice. It does not replace my experience, my stories, or my wisdom. Instead, it helps me share those things with more people. And perhaps most importantly, AI gives me confidence. You know, there are moments when technology can feel overwhelming, especially for those of us who didn't grow up in the matrix. You know, I didn't grow up with computers, smartphones, or social media. Now I do. I have all those things. But AI has shown me that we don't have to know everything before we begin. We only need to be willing to ask a question. And sometimes people ask me, Lucy, aren't you afraid of AI? My answer is that I believe we should be thoughtful and responsible about how we use it. But I'm far more excited than afraid. I appreciate AI because it gives people access to knowledge, to creativity and support that once might have felt out of reach. I appreciate that AI can help a small business owner who cannot afford a large team. I appreciate that it can help someone write a message that they were afraid to send. I appreciate that it can help an older adult, such as me, learn something new without feeling embarrassed for asking the same question more than once. And I appreciate that AI can bring generations together. You know, younger people may understand the technology, but older generations bring decades of experience, wisdom, and stories. Imagine what becomes possible when we combine the two. Wow. AI's greatest contribution, in my opinion, is not simply speed or automation. I think that its greatest contribution is possibility. I love that word. It helps us see what we might create, communicate, or even accomplish when we have the right support beside us. At 80, AI has not made me feel less human. It has helped me become more creative, more courageous, and more connected. When I was introduced to Momentum Tech by someone who knew Blaney, because I knew Blaney Teal before I got involved with Momentum Tech, I was blown away and thinking finally an easy way to learn other AI tools. For example, I'm using Vince's course to improve my YouTube channel, and I have been wanting to do that for a whole year. Now it's happening because I have Momentum Tech and Vince's course to teach me. I offer this platform and its free trial period as a lucysfreegift.com that I offer to my clients so they can see how easy it is to use and learn, especially with the daily lessons Monday through Friday, which I try to be on every week with Ed and James. So today, on AI Appreciation Day, I want to encourage you to remain curious. Do not ask, am I too old to learn this? Ask, what might become possible if I try? Because it's never too late to learn, never too late to reinvent yourself, and never too late to use your voice to make a difference. Please contact me by email, rosastagielucy@gmail.com, on LinkedIn, or my YouTube at Rosa Staggi, which I would love if you would subscribe to. So thank you and happy AI Appreciation Day.
È stato fantastico. Sono entusiasta di verte del mio programma.
That is wonderful. I love the way you can speak Italian, and I can't wait for Ed to make this whole thing in Italian. That's so great. Thank you so much, Dr. Smiley.
Fantastic, and I'm excited to have you on my show because I
Thank,
think it's a wonderful show we do together. How about that? Have you joined the
thank you.
Smile Channel yet?
Have I what?
Have you joined the Smile Channel?
No, I haven't, but I will.
Okay, well, my point is we are giving free memberships to anyone at Momentum Tech who's speaking today, and we upgrade you for free. So you get to have a PR site and you get to play with all the people in Momentum Tech in kind of a PR way. Isn't that cool?
Oh, I saw that yesterday, and I wasn't quite sure what that was all about, but I will definitely
We wanted
look
to be a
into it.
big present for you today.
Thank you.
Where are
Thank
you
you so
calling
much. I forgot to tell you that I'm an expat living in Mexico, just like Blaney.
from? Yeah? Where in Mexico?
Outside of Guadalajara, up in the mountains, not on the beach. Everybody thinks of Mexico and the beach. I'm up in the mountains where it's 5,000 feet up, and it's on the biggest lake in Mexico, Lake Chapala. But I have to tell you that 20,000 other expats have found this little paradise.
Really?
Yeah,
That's
it's
wonderful.
amazing.
Hey, Dr. Smiley, you raise your volume. We can't hear you very much, but wow, what a great story, Lucy. I
Thank you,
thought I
Ed.
was inspired with your clone voice and your voice that you did on that, but your real story is just very inspiring, and I love what you're doing, and um, you know, definitely want to make you the face of Momentum Tech for anybody over 60 that wants to come in. It's incredible what we can do, with AI. You're right. In the education world, in the space, So, thank you.
Thank you. So I look forward to being 60 myself. I got 20 more years and I get to be better friends with her. That's going to be great. So our next guest and host is Dr. Stan Breakthrough Harris. He is a friend. He is a speaker, a professional speaker. He is a mindset coach. He is the person that if you are blocked and you are stopped and you don't know how to get to the next place you deserve to be, you want to be, and you are trained to be, he will get you to the mastery level. He has been a wonderful friend and advocate of the Smile Channel, and without him, I don't even know what this channel would look like. So, Dr. Stan, my brother, how are you?
Hey. Bro, I could barely hear you. I'm not sure if it's something on my end, but good to see you.
Oh, wow, that is weird. Maybe I got to check my volume settings here. Yeah, it's
Yeah, I can barely hear you. I can see your head shining, but I can barely hear.
Okay, well, that is weird. Is that better? Does that make a difference? No?
No, let me be quiet so I can hear you better. It's a little.
No,
Yeah, I'm not sure, bro. But it's all good, man. I see you smiling. That's what counts, right?
It is. All right, well, I will see what's going on with my speaker and my output. It does seem to be fine, though. Audible. Yep. We'll figure it out. All right.
Okay. Hey, we're gonna break through. Come on now. We're gonna break through. So anyway, hey everybody, it's a privilege and a pleasure, a treat and a treasure, a joy beyond measure to be part of this AI Appreciation Day. And I have a great appreciation for AI. especially the fact that my wife spoke earlier, and my wife, my ABCD, I call her my adorable brown caramel delight, my ABCD, my angelic blessed chocolate delicacy. We were at the restaurant the other day. Guy says, "Would you like some dessert?" And I pointed to my wife. I said, "No, sir. I bought my dessert with me, 100% natural." But she's very behind the scenes, right? And it looks like a movie star to me, but she just won't. She does not like. But when she found out she could be part of AI Day through her avatar, oh, my quiet behind the scenes wife jumped into action and said, "What I got to do?" And man, she created that thing, and that was just amazing. So, um, AI has revolutionized our lives, and tell you it can revolutionize yours as well. So, hope you have an appreciation for it. I know, again, just like anything, in the wrong hands, AI could do some terrible things with people with the wrong kind of motives. They could do some bad things. It's kind of like money. It's a multiplier, right? If you're a good person, you can do better things. If you have more money and you're bad, you do worse things. So we're going to trust that you're one of those good people, and that again, we're just showing our appreciation and we're showing some gratitude. By the way, gratitude, you break two words, it's two great words together. Great plus attitude equals gratitude. Ooh, so on this AI Appreciation Day through the Smile channel, we are showing our appreciation for AI. Now, one of the things I could talk about up front is being an author. Over 20 years it took me. Oh my goodness, and I have a copy of my book called "Your Breakthrough is Guaranteed." Your breakthrough is guaranteed. Les Brown wrote the forward for that. It was over 20 years in the making. But my most recent book, right here, the MMAbook.com, that was about an hour and a half through AI. What? Wait a minute. 20 years versus about an hour and a half, which, by the way, took me. Then after that was done, then of course I had to do some additions and pull some stuff or whatever else. But by the way, go there and check that out. By the way, the MMAbook.com, the MMAbook.com, and you'll see the latest book is called Mental Self-Defense. And mental self-defense is learning how to defend yourself against your greatest opponent, which is your undisciplined or subconscious mind. And this mind is the thing that's keeping so many people from appreciating AI because they haven't been using it. Why? Because they haven't learned this powerful lesson. And that is this. Scott Hoffer said, "Learners shall inherit the earth, while the learned find themselves beautifully equipped to live in a world that no longer exists." What does that mean? That means the 24 years of schooling, 12 years of regular school, 12 years of college, graduate, postgraduate work, and then also professor for many years. But anyway, but that means the 24 years of schooling I received didn't equip me to live in this new generation, this new age. So again, learners, you got to be conscious. Learners shall inherit the earth, while the learned, right? I've learned of I can learn. That's it. While the learned find themselves beautifully equipped to live in a world that no longer exists. Now, it goes along with another powerful quote, and that is this. It says, the illiterate of the 21st century, Alvin Toffler is the one who says this one. He said, the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but rather those who will not learn, unlearn, and relearn. Ooh, did you get that? The illiterate of the 21st is not those who cannot read and write, but rather those who are unwilling to learn, unlearn, and relearn, because they got to unlearn some stuff these days, my friend. And it's like one of my mentors, he's now in heaven, Charlie Tremendous Jones. He's the guy that made famous, "You're the same you are today, 5 years from now, except for the books you read, the people you meet." And but he said this. We were speaking in an event together in Dallas, Texas, where I now live in North Dallas. And anyway, and so he said to me, he asked me a question. He said, "Doc," he said, "why do you think most people are unsuccessful? Why don't they succeed?" And I was like, "Well, you're the mentor. You tell me." And he said, "Because they don't have a plan." And I was like, "Well, that's about what I would have said." He said, "But you know why most people that have a plan, why they don't succeed?" And I was like, "Okay, well, why don't you tell me?" He said, "Because they stick to their plans." I was like, "Okay, Charlie, now you got me a little confused. First you said the reason most people don't succeed is because they don't have a plan. And now you're saying the reason most people that have a plan fails because they stick to their plans." And he said, "That's right." He said, "Because guess what? the world's constantly moving, evolving, changing, shifting. He said, so it's not plans. He said, no, you got to have a plan to start off to be successful, but you can't stick to those same plans. You got to have what's called, here's what he said, adjustable planning. You gotta be adjusting he said it's like an airplane, he said, is off course up to 90% of the time, but the pilot is constantly making the adjustments. So he said, for instance, the travel, he said, when it comes to travel, he said the railroad could have owned all of travel industry, but they didn't want to. They didn't want the airplanes on. No. They said, we're railroad. We do railroad. And they missed out on a huge, huge opportunity. So he said it's flexible planning, or planning that you can adjust. He said, so people aren't successful because they don't have a plan, but then other folks are unsuccessful because they stick to that plan instead of being willing to be flexible and to adjust. And AI, my friend, again, this AI Appreciation Day, you have to adjust. It's an adjustment. But thank God for our former speaker just went before me, 80 years of age. She's learning AI. Listen, you got it. That's why I wrote the book, my friend, the mmebook.com. You got to beat the bullies on your brain. You're a genius and you don't even know it, my friend. You came to this world. I came to this world. We couldn't walk, talk, eat. We could do anything. Guess what? By just observing after a while, after about a year, guess what? We started speaking, right? Hey, and if we were in a Spanish country, we spoke Spanish, even if it didn't matter if we were English, African, whatever. We would speak. Listen, why? Because we watched, we paid attention, we learned, and then we learned. Guess what? We learned how to walk. Now, did it happen overnight? No. And guess what? When we first started stand up, like we have 4 babies that are now all grown, and my wife Nadia had 4 babies that are now all grown. So together we have 8, and thank God they're all grown. But anyway, I remember growing up, they would try to stand up and guess what? Fall down. And stand up again, fall down, right? And guess what? You just let them go. Stand up, fall down. What I found out is the legs are developed the strongest in that process of falling down, getting back up, falling down, getting back up. And that's the way it's going to be with AI. Hey, you're going to fall down, just get up, fall down, get up. But the beautiful thing is when you have mentors, especially connected like with Momentum Tech, and I love that because we're showing you how to leverage technology to create momentum to build whatever you want to build. That's what I love about Momentum Tech. And again, we call it AI times 3. AI times 3, that's artificial intelligence plus your own anointed intelligence will equal astronomical improvements. Now, how many of you want astronomical improvements? Yes. Okay, good. So guess what? So you can't just depend on artificial intelligence, right? You got to have your own anointed intelligence added to that, and then you're going to get astronomical improvements. That's what Momentum Tech is all about. That's what Momentum Tech specializes in helping you. Like me, a guy, 20 years from my first book to an hour and a half, the most recent book. You got to go to the mmabook.com, by the way, check out. It's an ebook and it's an audio book and there's a bunch of bonuses. And even the website, everything was built with AI. I mean, it's crazy what can be done. I want to show you a few examples, by the way. If you don't mind, let's have some fun. You already saw Avatar 2. But anyway, let me show you one of the first ones that we did. Dr. Smiley had on Black History Month. Here's something we made for him. Wow, did I have a great time being part of the Black Hour to Power, being a speaker on that event. I'm telling you, anything that Dr. Smiley does, it's authentic, it's awesome, it's amazing. You definitely want to be part of it. Wow, I enjoyed listening and speaking and participating, being reminded of some great things. Wow. It was a breakthrough event. The Black Hour of Power. Bold leaders of authority, courage, and knowledge. So yeah, that was again created for that event. And then AI again is constantly evolving, it's constantly getting better. And so let me show you something. And again, James helped me with this one, and my wife and I, we're actually developing. We have a challenge called the Breakthrough Love 21-Day Breakthrough Love Challenge, where we give what we call Breakthrough Love Tips, TIPS, to ensure partner success. Anyway, look at what was created. Again, just within a couple of minutes, my friend, notice this. It's Dr. Breakthrough with my lovely wife, Nadia. I call my ABCD, my adorable brown caramel delight. My ABCD, my angelic blessed chocolate delicacy. Now, we practice what's called breakthrough love, and it's a love committed to breaking through any barrier that tries to hinder our relationship. Matter of fact, we got a contest going on to see who could love each other the most. I told Nadia, I said, look, if you ever leave me, I'm leaving with you. She said, big boy, if you ever try to leave me, I'm leaving with you too. So I said, let's make a commitment. She said, what's that? If we leave together. Come on now. Breakthrough love. Keep it kingdom. You see the way she's looking at me with those big old brown eyes. I'm like, yeah, baby, yeah. So listen, and the crazy thing about it is through Momentum Tech, see, a lot of people are now starting to use AI, but they don't know they're really being used by AI. Oh, wait a minute. I said they think they're using AI, but they're being used by AI because AI is collecting all their data, their information. No, with Momentum Tech, your stuff is encrypted. Your stuff is protected, my friend. You own all your intellectual property rights. I mean, it's all yours and it stays yours. It's protected, and I love that. So now let me show you again, my friend, as it keeps, how would you say, evolving, getting better. Let's show you, have some fun here. It's okay to have some fun. Let's have some AI fun.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Breakthrough time. Come on, get ready. Snap back, kickstart. Big spark. One step, new track, new heart. New heart. Clock tick, this click, take charge. Small move, big wave. Hey, it's breakthrough time. Are you ready?
So how many y'all ready? It's breakthrough time. Are you ready? See, you can have fun, my friend, AI, and create stuff and just moments. You know, the avatar thing was going really popular for a while. So we created our avatars, but we made them move. We made them sing. We made them, matter of fact, check this. Vince Baker, thank you again. Help me out with this one. And check this one out, my whole family, all 8 of us. You talking about some fun. We about to have some fun up in here. Watch this.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Breakthrough time. Come on, get ready. Snap back, kickstart. Big spark. One step, new track, new heart. New heart. Clock tick, this click, take charge. Small move, big wave, go large. Hey, it's breakthrough time. Are you ready? Hey. Say yeah, get ready. Hey. It's breakthrough time. Are you ready? Hey. Step in, lean in, get ready. Hey. Deep breath, jump in. No doubt, one word, speak up. Shout out, new day, bright mind, clear sky. Right now, your turn. Let's fly. Breakthrough time. Are you ready? Say yeah, get ready.
Oh my goodness. Are we having fun or what? So I'm telling you, my friend, everybody ought to be involved with AI, especially the way Momentum Tech does it. See, Momentum Tech is not a company trying to get you involved with the company to help them. No, Momentum Tech is situated itself to provide you with the tools, the training, the tips, the techniques, my friend, to help take you, your business, whatever you have, to a whole nother level. Your business, your ministry, whatever it is, my friend, it's absolutely amazing. So again, it exists to show you how to leverage these tools, my friend, to create, again, instead of being leveraged by AI, using AI to become what we say a CLO. Say CLO, what does that stand for? I'm glad you asked. See, Archimedes years ago said, if I had a lever long enough and a prop strong enough, he said, I could single-handedly move the world. Well, guess what, my friend? We have created something. You could be a CLO, Chief Leveraging Officer, my friend, with the tools, my friend, that we give you, and you can create some things. Let me show you most recently what was done just 10 days ago, because I have a breakthrough challenge that's actually we're in the middle of right now, and tomorrow will be the last day. But let's show you a little powerful, practical piece that was just made. Imagine, my friend, a guaranteed breakthrough in 10 days, just 10 minutes a day. That's July 6th through the 17th, Monday through Friday. You got the weekend off. So Monday through Friday, those 2 weeks. And imagine just 10 minutes a day in 10 days getting a breakthrough. Question: would you like to get healthier, wealthier, wiser, or all three? Well, if you said all three, would you like all three sooner or later? If you said sooner, hey, show up for July the 6th. Go ahead and register and get everybody you know to register, my friend. This is a $300 value, absolutely free to you. And oh, by the way, I'm going to give you a complimentary AI certification and a complimentary vacation. That's right, just for attending. Wow, wow, wow. So why wouldn't you want to be a CLO, a chief leveraging officer? Why wouldn't you, my friend, want to be part of a community that's providing you with the tools, my friend, that you can create momentum and do things faster with less effort, with less time. You know, a lot of things that we create around our household. And I'll say to my wife, "Hey man, how'd you do that?" She said, "Oh, my assistant, my assistant." So we each have our own assistant, by the way, and you ought to have yours. Matter of fact, we have several assistants because of the power of AI. So on this AI Appreciation Day, I hope you have an appreciation for AI. If you start leveraging it and start using it, you will be like the rest of us and you will have gratitude for AI, for what it can do. And my friend, how it just keeps getting better and better. And now, my friend, there's a new iteration, a new revolution. Literally, my friend, you want to make sure that you're involved and become more and more involved. This is powerful. This is practical. This is necessary. And I'm reminded of a gentleman because, and again, I'm an evangelist, and we've traveled, we've preached in all 50 states, 28 countries, and I would love to get the gospel out, the good news. And so one young man, elderly man, his son was part of Momentum Tech and showed him one of the videos, and he's like, "Oh, that AI stuff, that's of the devil," literally. Until he saw a couple of videos of Vince Baker spreading the gospel. And after watching that, he's like, "My goodness, this is one of the most amazing things I've ever seen." And guess what, my friend? Now he is involved and now he is using this AI technology. So I want you to use it as well because AI helps the average person create above average results in below average time with below average effort. And when you learn to leverage AI like we're doing, you can also create above average income in below average time with below average efforts. Would that interest you? I mean, wouldn't you love to learn how to create more money in less time with less effort? That, my friend, is one reason why Momentum Tech exists. And that's a reason why you want to be part. So whoever invited you, gave you the information, you want to definitely get with them and you want to get involved. Now, we have members that are saving hundreds of dollars a month because everything's in one membership, one username, one password, and they get access to all this along with the community. Well, we've got a speaker coming up here, Angela Martinez, and she's got a very powerful avatar that she created. Get this now, leveraging AI. And guess what she's going to do? She's going to speak to you here in just a few moments. So I want you to get ready for her because not only was she able to leverage AI in a powerful way, but working with her own daughter, and you're going to hear her story. But Angela is a powerful, she's part of Momentum Tech staff as well, by the way. And she is absolutely a delight, a delight. She's a powerful leader, an amazing trainer, and you're going to hear her. So get ready. Angela Martinez. Okay, I guess we'll have Angela coming up here. Angela, where you at? All righty. I think there might be just a little delay. Let's just
Angela's going to be, they're going to show it here in just a minute, Heather. Okay?
Okay. All righty.
Yeah. It's a clone of Angela.
Yes, exactly. Which was again was created with AI, and That's why we're having AI Appreciation Day. So.
That's right. Absolutely, brother.
All righty. So again, my friend, just to show you again the book that was created. Let me play this little video for you while we're waiting for Angela.
Your biggest fight isn't in the cage. It's in your mind. Fear, doubt, procrastination. The bullies inside your head, waiting to knock you down.
And so that's why we leveraged AI with the help of Ed Garza, James Moneypenny, to write the ebook and also the audio book. Okay, let's stop sharing here for a second. And so again, it's just, folks, it's beyond your imagination. Again, remember, AI times 3, artificial intelligence plus your own anointed intelligence to create astronomical improvements. That's what this day is all about. And that's what we're going to do. Tanisha, I believe you're muted there.
Hey. Thank y'all so much for being patient. And I think we are ready now for Angela.
Angela Martinez, take it away, my AI sister avatar.
Uh-oh.
Technology is great when it works, and sometimes there's a little glitch. So just give us a moment, and we'll get this volume going here. You enjoying the AI story day so far? Still no volume yet. Her mouth is moving. Everything looks amazing. It looks like she's saying something good. I just can't hear.
I don't know why it's not playing.
World, spending over 7 years in prison. Hello, my name is Angela Martinez, and I am coming to you from the heart of Nashville, Tennessee. It is such a pleasure to share a bit of my story with you today. I want you to hear the different chapters of my life, the music, the ministry, and the technology. I am 42 years old, and my world revolves around my incredible 8-year-old daughter. She is my why for everything I do. Can you imagine starting a record label at 15? I did that. I spent years writing songs, chasing country music dreams, and traveling the world to sing for our brave United States military. It was an honor to perform for anyone willing to listen. But life changes, doesn't it? I moved into the nonprofit world, spending over 7 years in prison ministry and fundraising. Today I wear a few different hats. I serve as the Director of Executive Affairs and Strategic Engagement at Spring 2 Life Recovery, and I'm also part of the corporate team at Momentum Tech AI. Now let's talk about the future. People often ask me, Angela, why AI? And my answer is always the same. It's about time. Before I met Ed and discovered Momentum Tech, I was drowning in manual tasks. I was spending hours, sometimes days, on things that now take me minutes. It's been a total transformation. I've built websites, created sales funnels, and even designed book covers. But the most exciting part, it's what I do with my daughter. We've written books together and turned her homework into these amazing creative adventures. It makes me so happy to see her light up like that. You know, some people are afraid of technology. They think it's going to replace us. But I don't see it that way at all. I see it as a partner. It's here to empower us, to help us work smarter, and to push us toward excellence. We shouldn't settle for good enough when we can be impactful. So whether I'm working on a recovery ministry or showcasing the magic of tech, my heart is always the same. I want to encourage you. I want to help you see that the gifts God gave you can be amplified by the tools of today. I look forward to connecting with you. Just remember, never lose that human connection that technology can never replace. Thank you for listening.
Hello, my name is Jeanette Garza. I'm speaking to you today from my beautiful Cabo Rojo, Puerto Rico, although I currently live in Franklin, Tennessee. My journey has always been about service, faith, and finding ways to help others succeed. When I was 18 years old, I left home to become a missionary. That experience taught me resilience, compassion, and purpose, values that continue to guide my life and my work every single day. After completing my missionary service, I felt a deep desire to continue growing in my faith. I decided to pursue theology so I could better understand God's Word, strengthen my relationship with God, and become more effective in serving and teaching others. That season of study helped shape the foundation of my leadership, my ministry, and the way I approach both life and business today. Today, I continue living out that calling by leading a weekly Spanish fellowship where I teach the Word of God entirely in Spanish online. Every week, we gather with Spanish-speaking believers from across Central America, South America, Spain, and in Italy. We are all also blessed to have participants from Germany who join us to study Scripture, pray together, and encourage one another in our walk with Christ. Seeing God bring people together from different countries and cultures through His Word has been one of the greatest blessings of my life. For the past 5 years, I've also been blessed to be married to my husband, Ed Garza. Together, we share a passion for innovation, entrepreneurship, and helping others. Ed is the co-founder of Momentum Tech AI, and we have had the privilege of working side by side to empower individuals, businesses to embrace the future through artificial intelligence. Today, I wear many hats. I am the president of Agape Benefits, where I help companies take care of their employees through employee benefits and insurance solutions. I'm also an international director with Momentum Tech AI and the co-founder of MagicKids.ai. I am also excited to share that a new magazine is coming soon. Together with my co-founder, Angela Martinez, we are launching Born Latina Entrepreneurs, a magazine created to celebrate, inspire, empower Latinas entrepreneurs around the world. And you might ask, how do I manage it all? The answer is simple. I embrace the power of technology. Before I started using AI, I was constantly overwhelmed. I felt like I was wearing every single hat. Researcher, a designer, a writer, a marketer, and a strategist. I had so many ideas, but they often stayed on my vision board because I simply didn't have enough time to bring them to life. Does that sound familiar? It was a constant struggle to keep up with the administrative side of my business while trying to lead a ministry, mentor entrepreneurs, and pursue new opportunities. Then I discovered artificial intelligence. It was like a light bulb turned on. Suddenly, I could complete research in seconds that once took hours. I could brainstorm ideas, create presentations, develop educational programs, write content, and organize projects with incredible speed and efficiency. AI helped me finally complete my book, Lead with Love, Win with Heart. And now I'm working on my newest project, Explore Puerto Rico, 78 municipalities, a travel guide that celebrates the beauty, culture, and hidden treasures of Puerto Rico. It's amazing how much more you can accomplish when you have the right tools. I want to be clear. I don't see AI as a replacement for people, relationships, or faith. Not at all. I see AI as a partner, a tool that helps us multiply the gifts and talents that God has already given us. Whether I'm teaching professionals how to use AI, helping children discover technology through magickids.ai, serving employers through Agape Benefits, or leading Bible studies through Spanish Fellowship, my mission remains the same: to serve with excellence, lead with integrity, and make a positive impact in the life of others. If you'd like to connect with me, you can email me at Jeanette@agapebenefits.com. You can also learn more by visiting momentumtech.ai or SpanishFellowship.org. I truly believe we are living in one of the greatest seasons of opportunity in history. We have the ability to work smarter, dream bigger, and leave a lasting legacy. Think about it for a moment. Imagine increasing your productivity by 50%, 60%, or even 80%. What will you do with that extra time? Would you write a book you always dreamed of? Will you start that business you always wanted to start? Will you spend more time with your family? For me, it means creating more opportunities to serve others, innovate with purpose, and lead with faith. Thank you for listening to my story. And remember, lead with faith, serve with purpose, and innovate with AI. I look forward to connecting with you soon.
I'm James Penny, founder and CEO of Momentum Tech. And I love AI because I have a passion to help real people win. Real people who grew up like me without two nickels to rub together to elevate their lives and experience great success that God has blessed me with. And utilizing AI, I can do that so much easier, so much better than any of the opportunities I've provided to the world in the last 30 years. And I can do it from anywhere. So, for example, I am out here right now in Paris, France, with my daughter touring the beautiful country where she just graduated from a full year of as a student, an exchange student out here in France. And wow, even while I'm out here enjoying the beautiful country and time with my daughter, I can still help real people win. But let me tell you a little bit more about my story and where that passion comes from so you'll be more able to understand why I'm so passionate about what I do. What is happening here? Whoa, that just happened. And well, now here we are in Berlin, our next stop for Bella and I, and we're going to have a great time, I'm sure. But back to the reason for my passion to help real people win, lift real people up in the world. You see, I didn't grow up in wealth. I grew up in poverty. There were 10 of us kids. Dad worked 80 hours a week as a mechanic to just try to feed us and take care of us. And mom, well, her full-time job was trying to wrangle us 10 kids. And she did it with amazing patience and care and love and just with God's grace. And we didn't have much, but we did have family love. But the downside of being so poor is we were different. We looked different. We wore blue jeans with holes and patches in them before they were cool. They're kind of cool now, right? I should have saved them, could have sold and made a lot of money. But back then, if you didn't wear the cool shoes other people were wearing and you wore shabby clothes and things with patches and holes in them and things like that, it made you a target. So we ended up being the kids climbing on the school bus who were being tripped and kicked and spat on and called all kinds of names and hit in the face with books and anything that you might imagine. And I just remember that feeling because we were poor, because we were different, that made us a target. And growing up, I always told myself, I'm not going to be poor the rest of my life. And so God gave me the ambition to work any moment I wasn't in school. I saved half my money. I gave half my money to my parents to help out. And eventually God blessed me with starting my first business and lifted me up out of poverty, and not just poverty, but gave me wealth beyond my greatest imagination. And I spent the next 30 years building, local and international franchise companies. But that became part of the mission that God gave to me, because the only thing God ever asked me to do outside of, carrying his word to as many people as I could was to give back, not to forget how I grew up, to remember how I grew up and remember other people who were growing up and are growing up the same way I did, without two nickels to rub together, without hope, without opportunity, and without any kind of tools for success. And so that is where the mission for Momentum Tech AI comes, is with providing hope, opportunity, and tools to help real people win. And wow, so I've got to tell you a little bit about how we do that, but that's where my passion comes from. It's what God called me to do. It's what gets me up early every morning. It's what keeps me late at night. And it's what drives me every single day. It's my purpose. It's my passion. It's my mission. It's what I'm going to do for the rest of my life. Going on here, I've been here before. Wait a minute. I recognize this place, but look out the window. It looks like we are landing in Prague. How's that possible? That's the next stop for Bella and I to enjoy. Prague. What is going on here? Technology, Batman. Was I just in Doctor Who's time machine? Is that what's happening here? Well, hey, I mean, you never know. With the advancement of technology, and now especially with artificial intelligence, almost anything you can dream is possible, which leads me to the passion that the good Lord gave me to help real people win. You see, I started building franchises because I wanted to give hope, opportunity, and tools to help real people win. Started here in the United States mostly, and then grew internationally. And the great thing about franchising is I could create jobs and reach down to my people who grew up like me and help lift them up, get them good jobs, and give them opportunity. But the downside was it was really hard to get them where my passion was, which is the level of success that God led me to in building international franchise companies. You see, if you wanted to own a franchise, well, even an inexpensive franchise, you have to have $250,000, right? And then you've got to be able to live through just years of trying to break even to the point you could pay yourself. And for people who grew up like me, that just was a big reach. But with Momentum Tech AI, see, Momentum Tech is the great equalizer because we have created a franchise-like business. No, it is not a franchise, but it is a franchise-like business where you have systems, training, support, and the most in-demand technology on the planet in an industry that is growing insurmountable. I truly believe is going to be the greatest transfer of wealth in the history of the world. And we can offer this business in a box for people for as low as less than a dinner or night out for dinner, right? And To me, I believe anybody that has motivation and they really want to make a difference, transitional difference for their family, generational wealth, both in knowledge and income opportunity, I believe they can take this opportunity, run with it, and the opportunity is only going to grow because AI is here. It's not going away. And if you look at the projections, they are massive. This is going to grow like you would not could ever imagine. And just watch this. Oh my goodness, here we are again. And yes, I see it, I recognize it. This is Doctor Who's time machine. How cool. And what's that in the distance? That is London, the fourth country that Bella and I plan to visit here in the region. Oh, this is going to be so much fun. Everyone, I hope that you have enjoyed this AI enactment of the actual journey my daughter and I are on. Best daddy-daughter trip ever. She successfully completed over 10 months educational experience out in France, and then I came out here to celebrate and travel with her and see some of her favorite places, favorite castles, favorite museums, favorite historic site, and her favorite people. And it's just been amazing. But I want to go back to what I stated earlier as far as what I believe AI represents. I truly believe it represents the greatest financial opportunity that can provide a path for just regular people like me and you to really win and win big. And think of it this way, you know, a lot of people you hear them say, gee, I wish I'd have been there at the right time, at the right place, with the right people, and the right opportunity. This is your right time. This is it. There's never going to be the beginning of the AI revolution ever again. It's here now in its infancy. And what we're seeing now is just a trickle going into the stream of what I believe will soon be a tsunami of opportunity for the people who get involved with artificial intelligence now. We've made it so easy for you. And think of this for a minute. As I mentioned, I'll give you I don't want you to just take my word for the incredible opportunity here. Think of the words of Dr. Stuart Russell. You see, Dr. Stuart Russell is the professor of machine learning, UC Berkeley, California, and he's been so involved in the development, the evolution, and now what's becoming the revolution of AI that he was invited by the United States Senate to come out and testify about AI. And in his testimony, and I'll paraphrase, but you can look it up, the exact wording, he said something to the effect of, he believes that this will be a 14 quadrillion dollar cash value business. 14 quadrillion, not million, not billion, not trillion, quadrillion. And having been in global franchising for many years, I've seen big numbers with lots of zeros behind them, but I have to be honest, I did not know what that number meant. It was beyond my imagination. I had to look it up. That is 14,000 trillion dollars. Now let that sink in a little bit. 14,000 trillion dollars. Elon Musk just became the world's first trillionaire. This is an opportunity bigger than most people could ever imagine. It might outstrip Mr. Musk's own imagination. So when do you want to get involved with something like this? In the beginning, now, when it's in its infancy, and you're with the right people, with the right mission, with the right tools, with the right opportunity, the right support, the right direction, and people who truly want to see you win, people who have lived through things that most folks couldn't even imagine, have been blessed to fight their way out of them and climb their way out of them through being good and honest and working hard and doing the right thing and making the right choices. And those are the kind of people you're going to meet at Momentum Tech, people who truly want to help you get to the next level and get to the point to where you can create generational wealth for your family. And yes, generational wealth involves money, but also education. Because if you learn this stuff and you teach it to your children, you give them the knowledge, the wealth of knowledge. It can't be taxed. It can't be taken away. If a government's currency goes kerplunk, and this happens every single year, they still have their knowledge. They have the knowledge they need to pull themselves through and get to that next level. That is what we aspire to do at Momentum Tech, is to help families not only succeed, but succeed greatly, create true generational wealth for our children, our grandchildren, and our grandchildren's grandchildren and beyond. And this is the one opportunity that I firmly believe is the opportunity for those who take advantage of it, jump in and do what other successful consultants in our business are doing, which is get started, take action, take action, take action. And almost anybody can do it. You can get started in this business for less than the price of a evening out at a so-so restaurant, right? So if you're interested in making that leap and really taking action and really taking steps forward to create generational wealth for yourself and your family, get back with the person who invited you to view this information, and they'll help you get started the right way. But however you get started, just get started. We're here to help you, support you. You're in business for yourself, not by yourself. And I firmly believe if you just get in, take action, we will not only see you at the top, we will see you over the top. God bless and have a beautiful day.
Wow, wow, wow. Powerful, 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 powerful. And now we've got another powerful speaker for you live, and that's the amazing Crystal Casey. Now, listen, you're going to hear Crystal with great delight because Crystal, she's a system strategist and she builds AI powered revenue engines for experts. Now, she's a two-time international best-selling author, and she creates the back office that turns your book, your talk, and your audience into revenue that doesn't wait for anyone's permission. So she's got a heart as big as Texas. She knows the facts. She loves to have fun. She loves to make money and loves to empower you to make money. So you're going to hear with great delight, Crystal Casey. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here. I am Crystal Casey. I am a mom of five, two-time international best-selling author and business strategist for authors and speakers. But the title that matters most for what I'm about to say is this one: advocate. I know what it feels like to need a way out and not have one, to feel trapped by financial dependence. So when people ask how I feel about AI, I don't answer as a tech person or as a systems person. I answer as someone who watched a door that used to be locked open, unlock. And because of that, I don't believe that AI's greatest contribution is actually speed or even time. It's access. For most of history, if you wanted to build something real, a business, a movement, a body of work, you needed a team. You needed a budget. You needed permission from someone who had more resources than you. And that meant a lot of brilliant people, especially women, sat on their gifts. And it wasn't because they weren't capable or talented or willing. Plenty were. But they couldn't afford the machine that it took to get their work out into the world. AI changed that. Picture a woman, a single mom, who can't work a 9 to 5 because who picks up the kids, takes them to their appointments, or picks them up when school calls saying that they're sick and they need to get out early. She can't lean on backup. There isn't any. And she can't afford yet to hire the help that would free her. And she can't keep carrying it all alone. That woman can open up a laptop while the kids are at school and build something real without a team, without a budget, without somebody else's permission. The same back office as a company with 50 employees. the systems, the follow up, running for her while she gets to be present for what matters most. She didn't get more hours in the day. She got a way out. And that's not convenience. That's independence. That's freedom. The way I use AI is to take everything that used to trap me, all of the manual work, the constant scrambling, the being the only person who knows how anything runs at home or in business, and being able to hand it to a system instead. Because when you stop being the system and start building one, something changes. The business stops depending on you. It works when you step away to rest, to travel, or just to be present for the people that you love. That's the world I want to build. One where your gift isn't limited by your resources. One where more people get to do the work that only they can do and still be present for their life. Thank you for letting me share this. To everyone watching, to Perfect Publishing, I'm so grateful to have this stage and this opportunity, and I'm so grateful for AI. Someone out there needed to hear this. I want you to take this as the door is open, and I'm inviting you to walk through. Thank you.
Wow, Crystal, you knocked that thing out of the park. Amazing. So clear, so precise, so powerful. Someone may want to contact you. How would they contact you?
Find me on LinkedIn.
Okay.
LinkedIn. And Crystal with a K, Casey with the C.
Awesome, awesome. Casey, Crystal Casey, come on now. Awesome, awesome. Now, how long have you been engaging and leveraging AI and having AI give you access to all these great things?
I would say of a couple of years now, probably 2 to 3 years, but really in the last few months, locking into the power of what it's able to do and actually pulling all of the things that I've been learning together. And it's been just amazing.
Wow. You know, when I think about what some of the things that you said, I mean, I grew up with a single parent mother, right? And unfortunately, she had to work 2 jobs to try to take care of us. But if I'm understanding correctly, through the power of AI, from her computer, from her laptop, she could create more impact and income just through leveraging AI. Then, oh my goodness, this is just this is opening an amazing door of opportunity for people worldwide. So thank you again, Casey. Folks, look her up, contact her, connect with her. And again, you did an awesome, awesome job. Thank you very much. Awesome. Well, we're going to bring back Dr. Smiley. All you can do is smile after that. She did so well. And I think we've got Ed as well, Ed Garza. And Dr. Smiley, where you at? I know you're out there somewhere smiling. And anyway, welcome, welcome. There he is, the man working God's plan, doing everything he can to keep you smiling and leveraging AI.
And learning your edge.
Ooh, come on now.
You know, the back of the shirt says, attitude. You choose the way you want your day to be.
Come on. Hey, you know, people say to me, I hope you have a good day. I'm like, oh, I'm going to on purpose.
Yeah. And you get to every day. It's part of the plan.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I read a book about Abraham Lincoln when I was like 15, 16, somewhere in there. He said, most people are about as happy as they make up their mind to be. And I was like, wait a minute, you mean I got a choice? you mean I get to choose? That's one thing I love about what you do, Dr. Smiley. You're opening people's mind up and heart to the choices, to the opportunities. And that's what I love about Momentum Tech and what we're doing this AI Appreciation Day. So absolutely amazing. So again, thank you, my friend. You're the man.
You know, if you take the L off Lincoln, AI is Abe Incan. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. You know, when people see me happy, they say, "Oh, you're so lucky. You're so lucky. You're happy." And I'm just like any other person. I got my challenges. I got my bills to pay. I got to create a day. You know, if you travel to Paris and you see your daughter, You created that. You didn't have that fall in your lap as, hey, let me give you this present. I don't remember
Right.
any of us giving James that present. He did himself. So, the secret, as you know, I should say to the audience, the secret is find the gratitude. Find the gratitude makes you smile.
Yes,
Gives you the
sir.
smile. Gives you the smile. Doesn't make you. Gives you.
Come on. That's right. And then we got
Hey Ed,
Ed
how are
here.
you?
I'm doing great, brother. Doing great, great. So, we got some great, exciting things coming up next, and we have one of our faithful um, followers, and I like to say she's like the La Reina, definitely of the means a queen of her AI and her space. I love that you're going to learn a little bit about Nancy Wolf here in a minute, but she has picked her niche of what she wants to do, right? And that's the beautiful thing about AI. It's like a blank canvas. You could be the Picasso. What do you want
Come
to
on.
use it for? You could actually,
Right.
if you want to promote your church, you want to promote your passion, your nonprofit, your business, your health business, your storefront office, it's a blank canvas, literally. Do you know, for example, that AI art, we're talking art that people hang in, buildings and stuff like that. AI art has surpassed art sales and
Mm,
revenue.
mm.
Now, the good thing is artists are adopting AI to inspire them to paint something beautiful. They use it, right, as a template, and
Mm-hmm.
how can they make it better, right? So they're purchasing it, they're using it more and more. And that's what's happening. They're learning to leverage it, right, Dr. Breakthrough?
Come
So that's
on.
what I love about this. So, you can imagine the opportunities that it's creating for people, leverage to create income, to do things that are amazing, right? So Nancy has chosen a path. She has come to our live events when we have them. She is she's definitely breaking through in life, and we celebrate her success and what she's doing.
Yes.
And we're excited about having her coming up next. So you want to stay tuned, you want to lock in, and you definitely want to stay here. After that, then we're going to be doing some really exciting stuff that Nancy's going to love, and all of you are going to love. We're going to get together with Dr. Smiley and also Mike Driggers and whoever else wants to participate. We're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to show you how you can write a book with our new platform. We're not talking about generative AI. We're talking about spending a little bit of time putting in 3 basic points and letting AI write the entire book in one click, 50,000 words, and design the cover also for us instantaneously. It'll
What?
take about 15 to 20 minutes to do it, and then we could all go wow and we could talk about it, and then we'll hear from Dr. Smiley with Perfect Publishing, our partner company. We're proud to be here, and we'll have the authority master here, Mike Driggers also. So we're excited about all of this. So
You
Wow.
brought up
that's
that art. You brought up that artwork. We had somebody who loves AI art, and I know that you can build this momentum tech. I'm not sure if all this was, but the point is he is being introduced to momentum tech because of what he's seen us do. And I wanted to show real quickly um, a little taste. This is an artist. His name is David Oz, and he creates just really beautiful artwork. And he would agree with you that the art is coming together because of the AI being. And by the way, he makes this for artists to do better artwork as well. I guess the screen doesn't
Wow.
click as quickly as the in Zoom as it does in real life. So I'll just say that go to David Oz, and you'll see that most beautiful renditions of what is real life infused with AI. That's what's so cool about it.
Wow. Well, you
yes,
know what? That-
amazing pictures you can create. Yeah.
That's
Go
what I
ahead.
love about being Dr. Breakthrough. I always say I can't provide a breakthrough. I just prescribe the breakthrough. But when people follow the breakthrough prescription, God provides it. And AI is the best prescription I can give anybody for a breakthrough in any area.
That's right.
Indeed.
Yeah, the game is changing, guys. So Nancy Wolf is going to be on the leading cuff. I'm excited about her being here to talk a little bit about her life and what she's experienced,
Yes.
and we're gonna amaze you guys this afternoon. So We're gonna leverage AI like it's never been leveraged before. Here's the difference. And then after that, later today, I'm going to show you how you can build a website for free in our platform using Vibe coding. Build a
Wait,
website.
wait, wait. You said
No
for free?
no hosting fees either. Okay.
Wait. For free.
That's right. In our
That's another
platform.
breakthrough.
Yeah. You're not going to pay anything. You get one website per year in our new platform. Let me repeat that. You get one website free per year in our platform when you get a new subscriber. Yep. So and it's going to build it instantaneously, and it's got some other special things I'm going to show you. You guys definitely want to stay tuned. So I think it's my turn to introduce Nancy Wolf here, I guess, or whose turn is that? Is that we're a little early? I know that. So I wanted to introduce her. So Nancy Wolf is she's a great friend, right? She's become an AI guru in her niche. She's helping others leverage AI. She is a licensed agent in insurance. She sells Medicare and helps educate active older adults regarding Medicare. And I think Nancy also is helping them understand AI too, because there's a lot of active older adults who want to learn AI and want to learn how to leverage it. You know, a lot of people say AI is going to derode our mind, Dr. Smiley, but it's not. I mean, it helps you think better. It helps you. You got to get still creative, right, with different things. And that's the beautiful thing about our technology in our home here is you're always injecting your expertise, and that's what Nancy has done. You remember meeting possibly Nancy in Nashville,
I did.
right? And you know of her and what she's done. So she moves fast. She's an
She's a
author.
superstar on the site. She's
She
a
is a
superstar.
superstar, 100%. She is, yes. So we're glad to have her here with us to tell us a little bit about her story. So pay attention, listen up. This is Nancy's story. Nancy Wolf, so honored to have you here. All right.
It's a pleasure to be here, and it was fantastic meeting you both. For years, I called myself computer illiterate, and I remember sitting there watching the cursor blinking and my hands hovering over the keyboard and too afraid to try to do things. Like I didn't even know how to use a laptop. So I closed it and I said, maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow turned into months, and that turned into years. And I felt so embarrassed and behind in technology. It was like a language that everyone else was speaking, but not me. But then I made the decision to change everything. I decided that if I wanted to understand this new world, I was going to have to learn it one step at a time. So I took different courses, starting when I was age 65. So I studied, I practiced, and now I have over 10,000 hours in it. And it wasn't easy. Those nights when I wanted to give up, and there were days when I was the least tech savvy person in the Zoom room, but I kept showing up, program after program, one step at a time. And today, my fifth certification was through Momentum Tech. So I hold 5 of them now. I became a co-author in Lisa Nichols' best-selling book, Unstoppable: Stories of Grit, Determination, and Perseverance. But I didn't do this alone. I invested in coaches, more than 5 of them. And I had Ed and James in the Genius Club who believed in me before I believed in myself. I believe in getting 1% better every day. And every one of them contributed to my confidence and my expertise in prompt layering, because if you put garbage in, you get garbage out. But now I'm able to pay that forward to my workshop attendees and my one-to-one clients. But looking back, I don't think I ever would have gotten there just on willpower alone. It took the right people around me believing in me in the days when I didn't believe in myself. So let me get specific about what AI actually gave me back. Before, I would spend hours, sometimes a whole afternoon, just trying to write a social media post or staring at a blank screen. And then I would write something, delete it, start over. You know, it could take a whole day just trying to write one email or that post. But now I can sit down and in 15 minutes with AI, I have a week's worth of content ready to go. It's done. It's not perfect and I have to tweak it, but it's done. And that's what builds a business. Same thing with my schedule. I used to keep everything in my head, the client appointments, the follow-ups, the workshop planning. It was exhausting. Now AI helps me organize my week in minutes. And I know exactly what's coming next without the mental clutter. And I used to dread doing paperwork. So there were many client forms and appointment confirmations, follow-up notes. AI helps me handle that as well. So things don't slip through the cracks. And here's what surprised me the most. I was able to show up on social media because I didn't want to be on camera. And I was wondering, what do I post? How do I say it? But now I have a system, and AI actually helps me write it so I can show up consistently, which is the only way anyone ever sees you. And add it up. I'm not exaggerating when I say you can get back about 15 hours to your week. Not just more time to work, it's time to breathe, to plan, time to call a friend, time to actually live. And once I felt that shift in my life, I couldn't keep it to myself. I had to teach it. Actually went to college to teach. Let me tell you about a man that I met. He was 80 years old, a retired pastor. And when he came to me, he said, I have a 5-page resume, but I would like to make it into a book. So we sat down together, and using the AI, we were able to turn that 5-page resume into a 6-chapter ebook. And he called it The Goodness of God. It was for his family at the reunion, his children, grandchildren, and generations that he'll never know. But that's when I knew this was not about technology. AI didn't replace his story. It helped him finally tell it, and he was so grateful. I'm not just teaching people to use a tool. I'm helping them to preserve who they are for the people who need them most. And Dr. Jefferson is not just one story. I have a friend who's a hardworking financial advisor. He built a career on this. He came to me wanting to go deeper. He actually wanted to understand the AI, how to use it, and not just talk about it. So together we work through different techniques and platforms using the prompt layering that I learned from Ed and many others, until he produced professional, polished results on his own. Then he took what he learned straight into his new business, the work optional method. Scott didn't need a shortcut. He needed that real skill. And once he had it, he ran with it. Almost every single person that I work with started out by saying some version of, I'm probably too old for this, but I started when I was 65. I'm just not a tech person. I understand that more than they know because I said the same thing about myself. These are the stories that remind me it's not about technology. It's about getting back your time. It's about giving people your time, giving back their confidence, and getting their lives back so they can do more. One second. I am so happy that I got a chance to meet Ed and James and be part of Momentum Tech, because I can't tell you how scared I was to try these things. People ask me why I care so much about this and why didn't I just learn the AI for myself and just move on? Well, the honest answer is I remember exactly what it feels like to be left behind by technology, but they were patient and kind, and I wasn't afraid to ask a question that was going to sound silly. I didn't want the world passing by while I still stayed in the dark ages, not knowing how to get on a Zoom. I never want another adult to feel the way that I did, not at 50, 60, 70, or 80. Every certification that I earned, every hour of those 10,000 hours, I collected the tools so that I could hand them back to someone else. And that's the whole mission in one sentence. I got 1% better so I could help you get 1% better too. Last year, I hosted a summit with 14 other AI experts. My presentation was on writing a legacy story, because every person, I believe, over 50 has a story worth telling. And that's exactly what I do when I work with people. I don't teach you AI tricks. You learn how to build AI as your personal assistant. one that writes and sends emails before you even think to ask them, one that schedules a full month of social media content in a single afternoon so you're not scrambling for what to post, one that helps you create digital products, even short videos that are ready to use across multiple platforms in minutes, not weeks. In fact, it was because of Ed and James and Momentum Tech that I have 2 YouTube channels that I never thought I would ever have. But imagine you can wake up and your inbox already has draft replies waiting for your approval. Imagine your entire month of social media that's already written, scheduled, and done. Or finishing a digital course in an afternoon instead of a year. I know it might sound like a lot if you're just getting started. It isn't, because we build it one piece at a time in order that it makes sense. So you never feel buried. You just feel like lighter each week. And that's the real transformation, not just saving time, but building systems that work for you every single day. So you can show up, stay visible, keep growing without it taking over your life. But here's what I want you to know about working with somebody like me. There's no tech jargon. There's no talking down to you, no judgment about what you don't know yet. Everything I teach is broken down into plain, simple language, same way that it was taught to me back when I was afraid of everything. You'll be in a Zoom room with other adults, just like us, 50, 60, 70, 80 years old, all learning together and getting a little bit better, one step at a time. So when you go step by step, you'll see big buttons, large fonts, plenty of repetition, zero rushing, and things are recorded so you get to watch it over and over and over. And then if you need me to slow down or say something a different way, I'll do that. But by the end, you won't be learning a few AI tricks. You'll have real systems running in the background of your life and business working for you around the clock. More than that, you'll walk out with something you may not have felt for a very long time. Real confidence with technology instead of fearing it. You don't have to be young. You don't have to be techie. You're not too old and you're not too late. AI can help you reclaim your time, organize your life, and be seen on platforms where people are actually looking for you. So once again, I believe in getting 1% better every day. That's all it takes. You take that first step. If I can go from computer illiterate to having all those certifications and help somebody write their legacy story, imagine what AI can help you leave behind. If any part of what I said resonates with you, you can find me on LinkedIn. My name is Nancy Wolf, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for having me as your guest. I believe our next person is coming up now. Great to see you. Have a great day. Enjoy the channel.
Wow, wow, wow. Nancy, thank you so much for what a great story. Love your passion. I love your curiosity, right? To stay curious, to discover, right? You got to love people's curiosity to want to stay ahead, right? Especially, people that are active older adults. I like to say them because all of us in this room right now, we're getting older too, right? So I don't want to be called anything else, but I'm just an active, sharp, smart, active adult. Right? Yeah, exactly.
Humble and good looking too. There you go.
There you go. There you go. Well, you don't have any gray hair, so you won't have any, but I will, and Mike will. But
I already got gray hair. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Yeah, I was
exactly.
gonna say it came off my face this morning when I shaved. So
There you go. There you go. Awesome. Awesome.
before we start this, I just wanted to give Mike a little smile and a laugh.
Oh, no.
What we're doing with this publishing and the AI infusion is kind of like a DJ who is DJing with cassettes or 45s, and a new DJ comes over and says, there's digital right now. There's digital way to do DJing, and you're like, it'll never work. You go ahead and do that digital thing. I'm sticking to the cassette tapes and the vinyl. We got this thing. and prehistoric happens next.
What? There's digital tapes? What digital? I'm still using 8-track. What are you talking about?
Oh my God, I remember those. Yeah, I had a Delta '88 Oldsmobile. We called it the Batmobile. It was black. It had a convertible that had an 8-track. I remember that
Yep.
one. My dad gave
and
that. My
you
dad
always
gave me
knew where
that
the
as my first car. I mean, you could probably fit about at least 3 people in the front seat and about 5 people in the back. It was big. Yeah.
and it was a new way of listening to music. You knew exactly where the track was dropping in the 8-track. You're like, I guess I'm going to hear that little gap until.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Exactly.
Crazy, crazy.
No,
All
they
right,
get.
all right, guys. You guys want to get into it? This is
Yep. Let's do it. Let's go from
let's
eight
do it.
track to AI.
There you go. Let's move out of the 8-track days. Yep, let's get into it. So let me give you guys a little bit of, since you guys are here, I want you to see a couple things. But like you see here, this is like a niche finder, right? So maybe somebody doesn't know what niche they want to go into, right? So that's what this is designed for, right? So this can help them, right? And I'm going to go through some of these so you can understand the process here. So this is the niche finder. I mean, we make it really easy too. On the niche finder, you just put in what are you interested in, what's your experience, what are you good at, and what do you love doing.
I want to thank you for making the niche finder easy to find.
There you go. Thank you. Yeah.
There you go.
Right. And this is a great place for somebody to start. Maybe they don't know where to write a book, how to write a book, what topic, right? I mean, Mike has stories about that. You could write a book about your hobbies or what do you love doing, or there's all reasons why you should write a book. And we'll talk about that as we start writing it. But this is designed to help you find a niche. It's going to help you look at competitors too. It does competitor research on your niche as well. It does deep research. So it's not like just an AI application that we threw together. This is like deep researches that it does. We'll get into the AI website builder later today. And again, we make it real simple, right? What do you want to build? A landing page, a funnel, a website? You want to clone a page? You can clone a page. Just put the URL in there, confirm it's yours, and it clones it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, again, it's simple questions, right? And it takes action, builds it for you. And by the way, no hosting. One per year, you can develop one website, entire website, multiple pages, free in our new platform. So let's go back to here. I'm getting to the book. Now we're at the book studio. So let's go. Also, you can do presentations and decks and write
That's
blogs.
awesome.
Write blogs for your websites. And this is where you can, I call that AI video ed. It edits your podcast and puts it in clips for you with everything. And then this is interesting. This, Mike, you'll like this. This is a dual chat. So a lot of times, you want to know what's going on. So you can actually do both. You want to see what ChatGPT or Claude says? Both. Put in your attached documents and ask them both at the same time.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Just a cool little tool to get some real cool stuff at it. Really awesome stuff. In the image studio, video studio, knowledge base. This is like where you can launch an AEO strategy, humanizer. So let's just come here first, and we're going to start with the AI book studio. We haven't written a book yet, so this is like, man, we're testing this live right here, right? So let's do it. So what should this book be about? All right, so let's put something together here. Let's say a practical guide of how to get started with AI technology, focusing on leveraging tools. A historical book that talks about how leverage has been a part of every major transformation in America, in the world. Okay. Ed Garza. And let's shoot for 50,000 words. So what it's going to do, it's going to do all the research for us. Okay. I could even upload a file, writing style, outline, whatever I want. Okay. And I'm going to choose English. And then I could do like optional stuff. Like I could do like show options. Like for example, title. I could leave that optional. Right? What kind of genre do I want? So I could choose topic. These are the topics. You could say cooking, self-help, how-to, biography, technology, science fiction, romance, children's, young adult, poetry, you name it. Every category you could possibly think of. Okay, so let's just auto detect for simple things. And you can choose your print size. So 6:9 or 5x5 and 8.5. We're going to do 6:9, right? Let's do 6:9 on this one. And then we could optionally, we could choose the tone if we want to. So let's choose the tone. I want this to be conversational and at a 5th grade level. And I also want to make sure that this makes a good audiobook as well. Our target market are entrepreneurs, busy professionals, college students, entrepreneurs. So again, you could put as much as you and spend a lot of time with this, I imagine. You guys probably have a lot of questions, just these two publishers right here. You can give it special instructions too. Here, Mike. So you can put, if you have a framework or formulas that you want to embed in this, right? This is where you start.
Yeah. Can you attach?
Yes. Yes. Yes, you can attach. So there's a button to attach. We went over it up here. So let's go down here. I think there was a place you could do it. And let's just hide that real quick. Yeah, right here. Upload a document.
There you go.
Yeah. So that's optional. Like if you already have research, or you already have a chapter outline, or you already have the book, maybe you have the book, and you want to, maybe you wrote like a small book, you didn't finish it, or portions of it. You want to build on it, right? You can add up to, what's that?
I was going to say, or if you have a good PLR content, for what those that don't know what PLR is, private label rights content, there are writers out there that write content that allow licensing for you to have full rights to it, and you can upload that and have it rewrite it. It'll give the structure and the bones to the book. But that's a great way to take existing content that's already been written and have it rewritten to you and your message, your words.
Yes, indeed. So you can. So you can upload multiple. You can upload your course transcript if you have a course, right, Mike? So if Mike had, Mike teaches that principle. Before AI, he was looking for leveraging tools that you could think of. Talk about that a little bit. How you, real quick, the concept of take it from course to a book and how you did that.
Yeah. So for me, the cliff note is, I'm not much of a writer per se yet. I've written 33 books now, and the thing is I hired an expensive ghostwriter thinking that was the way to go, and during the whole process of him just doing a telephone interview, he was drunk. And I was like, man, I can do this. I can be drunk and do this. Right. So, but then I was like realizing, well, now wait a minute. If I go do a recording, why don't I just do a course? That way I have a product to sell and I have an endless amount of marketing content that by clipping everything up. And if I take the transcripts, I can now take it and modify it, edit it down. 2 hours of recorded content turns into about 60 pages of an 8.5 by 11 single space document. And so you get a 2 hours transcription, you've got a book, you shrink that down to a 5 by 8, and now and enlarge the font. Now you've got a book that's basically about 100 and something pages, right?
Yes.
So have a course, you got a product, then you got a book. Right? Real simple. That's how I've been teaching people to do it.
Great. So I'm going to plan the book. I'm going to click the button, guys. That's enough information.
Let's
I
do
gave
it.
it a little bit. Right. So as this is going through, this usually takes, it's planning your book now. It usually takes 15 to 30 seconds in the process, right? So this is an orchestra, a symphony, choir of AI agents working together to write your book. Now, it runs about 400 for 50,000 credit. It runs about 400 credits, which is not very expensive at all for a ghostwriter. But
you're saying 50,000 words?
Yeah,
Is that what you,
50,000
yeah,
words is what I said, right? Yep.
yeah.
Yep. 100%. So this is, this is like the importance of designing the chapter outline. It's researching the topic and designing the chapter outline, which, that's the first part, right? And, we built this, of course, with human involvement. That's why we give you the ability to upload a document, right? Upload courses, upload transcripts, upload LinkedIn articles and newsletters, right? So, this is part of the process that you're watching. So you could leave it open, and it will happen faster. So that was Hindi. So let's go back. We don't want Hindi. See, but we're going to add different languages. So let's go back. So we don't want it in Hindi. We're adding different languages, right? So let's go back here.
Well, that's cool. You could upload the finished book and then have it rewritten into a language, right?
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So let me open that up again. We don't want it in Hindi. Let's do it in another language. So we didn't choose Hindi. So I'll just do AI Book Studio. So it's going to default to that, right? So I just close that right there. And we just go to AI Book Studio. Give me a second here. There we go. There it is right there. So we can just delete that, right? Because we don't want it in Hindi. So let's do a new book. And we'll just speak in here again. A practical guide on how to get started with AI technology. Ed Garza. 50,000 words. Okay. Optional for PDF. We're going to keep it on English. Let's do the tone here. The genre, we're going to pick that 6x9. Conversational tone. Make sure it's written like for a fifth grader in terms of language. Entrepreneurs, busy professionals and founders, professional executives, and college students graduating from graduate school. You can choose whatever demographic you want, and you can give us special instructions. So that's plan the book. So we're going to move a little bit. The cool thing about this is you can put anything you want in the platform to write the book, right? So after it plans the outline, then it's going to start writing it all. But it guides you through the entire process, right?
So Ed, I want to interject that in part of the planning of the book, and I'm sure Mike would address this later, but don't do a book unless you know what the book's supposed to do for you. If you have a business or you have a course and you want it to make you lead generation opportunities, conversations, and sales, you need to know why you're making the book. And so the mission of the book, the outcome of the book, the result you want to create, you reverse engineer it. The other thing I want to say, and this is kind of an awkward moment, but there's about 1.47 billion Indian people that are not happy that you deleted the Hindi version. So
I know, yes, I know. I wouldn't know how to read it or prove it. Yes, right. Yep. So here we go. Beginner's guide. What is a chapter outline, right? So this just gives me an outline I can go over. What is AI? Really? This chapter explains what artificial intelligence is by using simple words, fun examples. Why now is a perfect time to start, all right? And you could obviously edit here with a little pencil. You guys see that? Okay. The two paths, user or builder. Start with a problem, not a tool. Meet your first AI assistant. Prompt engineering, the new superpower. Better prompt, better results. Free versus paid, all right? Perfect. AI for everyday work task, AI for entrepreneurs, AI for students, from chatting to automation, building without code, There you go. Don't trust, verify, avoid AI mistakes. Using AI the right way. 18 chapters. Staying AI, keep changing. Right. So for demonstration purposes, I want to show this to you. Okay. So we're going to write the book. Let's say you approve it, which we definitely encourage you to approve it. But Dr. Smiley doesn't let his smart entrepreneur young man write a book until he knows enough about the topic, right? And definitely injecting something that he knows that he's passionate about is important. Wouldn't you agree? What about the lady that wrote the book for crocheting, right?
Yep.
Mike? So she was an expert
Got
in
it.
crocheting. So write something about what you're doing. And I would highly encourage you, like if you want to edit this, just edit that, right? What are your chapter names? Do some research ahead of time. Okay? Let's go ahead and write the book.
I think that's the key word that you said is spend a lot of time in the research, right? Not just why you want to do the book, what do you hope to gain from the book? Where do you see the book in 5 years from now? And then who's the audience? What's their pain points? If it's a self-help, if it's a fictional, then what's the storyline? What's the hero's journey, right? So there's different angles, but you got to really know and do that research, because that research is what's going to make the book the best possible book. Especially, this is a tool. A construction worker goes to work to build a house. He has a tool bag and all these tools. Well, that's what Momentum Tech provides, but he still has the knowledge of building that house. And that's important, because you don't want to have it write a book just to write a book and not know what to do with it, and don't even know what you've written. So research is critical, in my opinion. And I'm
Well,
sure Dr. Smiley would agree with me.
well, with them taking the next step to go to authority, Mike, they're going to be a little embarrassed when the media ask them a simple question. They're like, "I'm not sure I remember that in the book."
Right. So, if you do if you upload a document, you do some proper planning, right? And you're an expert in your area, right? Maybe you've written. I'm thinking of like Buddy Liz Hodges' husband. He's written, hundreds of LinkedIn articles, right? Leveraging those for like a book, right? It could
Yep.
be a collection of his articles, right?
Collection of podcasts, blogs, all
That's
that.
right. Right. So those are all great strategies for any kind of books, right? Storytelling is also really powerful. So,
That's why I say you record everything you do. Don't even if you're just talking to a friend, record, because you never know what you say or something that could be something, right?
mm-hmm. Yeah.
Capture it.
Right. So, what do you do at this moment? Once you do the research, you click go.
Well, before you go there, the planet, you have all these assets. Like if you've been working with Mike, you have all these authority assets, and these assets can be carefully placed if you plan them correctly in the book so that they bring them back to life. So there's all kinds
Amen.
of leveraging your past content and it helps regenerate and put a campaign together for you.
Yeah.
I love it. I love that. I love that. So what do you do in this moment? Like I said, you could leave for now and then resume any time, right? Or you could just let it build it. It's already in the third chapter, right? And writing it. So we got some time here to talk about things.
Yeah.
Or we could work out. You can exercise, you can get in better shape while your book's being written. I mean, there's all kinds of things you can do, Ed.
Lord knows I could do that. I need to get rid of this Dunlap disease I have, where I Dunlapped over my belt buckle.
Yeah. So I like this because there's a lot of I'll tell you, like another example is during demonstration times during the AI Breakfast Lab, we've written a lot of little books. We got them started, right? Maybe it's 5,000 words, and we want to expand on it, right? That's a perfect example of how you can upload that document of 5 chapters that you wrote and have it expand on it, have it do research for you, because this is designed to do all the deep research for you.
Yeah.
We pull from the major platforms Obviously, we're using open Claude and whatever else we need to do the research. It's not just one AI large language model. It's multiple language models that are working together to produce this book.
Which I think that's a really good point, because each platform out there has its own uniqueness to it. And being able to, it's like pulling the philosophy from each person in your mastermind, or in your inner circle, your I call it your elite advisory board, right? You have all these great minds that pull, and that's what's so unique about what we're doing with Momentum Tech, is that this is pulling from all those, plus the input from Dr. Smiley and his expertise, and my expertise, and Ed's expertise, and putting it all together to kind of wrap it all up into a pretty package for you, right? That's pretty powerful if you think about it. You're not having to pay for all these multiple apps just to get what you want. I've been doing that. I've been paying for multiple apps to get what I need. Perplexity, Grok, Claude, ChatGPT, like all these start adding up. And here we're pulling from their brains at the enterprise level and
That's
bringing
right.
that knowledge, and then wrapping it up in our know-how, our knowledge base of what to do and how to structure it.
You're talking, Mike, about how easy this is now. And I wish I had this. I mean, it was 30, 40 years. I said, I'm going to do a book someday. I'm going to do it. And it wasn't until my mom passed that I said, well, this is my promise here. And I've had to figure it out the hard way. And very much like your story, the editor might have been drunk. I don't know. They should have been, the way they edited my book. But if there's Michael
Funny,
Gerber.
everybody's an editor.
Yeah. So Michael Gerber talks about the E-Myth, the three pieces.
Yeah.
And what you've identified with what you just said was the three pieces of publishing is you need the AI to help orchestrate, make it efficient, not make it such a conundrum and miserable task of writing a book when you already know all the information. You just need some help constructing it, and some flow. And then you have the marketing, the publishing, the Amazon bestseller, and then you have the authority piece. And if you're missing two of those variables, do the math on almost anything. I don't care if you're making biscuits or you're making coffee. You're missing two variables, you probably don't have what you wanted to get in the end. So
Yeah, let's bring up. I want to introduce you guys to another guy. We want to bring him up. He's in the room. Darsh, can you bring up Darsh?
Yeah, and to that point, while he's bringing them in, the way I look at like the AI is that this is like your dream car, right? So for me, like it's my Ferrari, and I buy this brand new Ferrari, or it could be a Tesla, whatever it is. You buy it brand new, you have to get in and then adjust it to you and how you drive, where the seat is, how far from the steering wheel, where you want the steering wheel, where you want your things. Like everything has to be adjusted, even though it's been built for you. It's now you've got to customize it to you.
Excellent. So Darsh is he's going to be here in just a second. He's already here. I want to bring him up to talk about what we've done here, and then I want you guys to meet him also, and then we'll give him a chance to talk about the technology here. So do we need to go back in the room and let him in and let Tanisha know, or?
No, we don't need to. She's listening to the program. If he's good to go, look, I bet you
Yes,
Darsh is going to be here any second.
There you go. There he is. All right.
Hey
All
guys.
right. Well, welcome, Darsh. I want you to meet two of our power publishers with our company, with Momentum Tech, and they're partnering with us. It's Perfect Publishing. This is Dr. Ken Rashan and known as Dr. Smiley, and then Mike Driggers. They're both publishers. Mike is an authority marketer. He's helped. I could let these guys introduce themselves. But what I want to talk about right now, we're writing the book. Darsh, I want to give you a chance to talk a little bit and talk to these guys from a publisher standpoint. They understand the shift in the market, right? When it comes to publishing, they're on the cutting edge. They want to leverage AI for their authors to get that book written, right? That they want to.
Yeah.
You know, they're 100% in with our company. We're putting their expertise around this.
Awesome. Sure. Thank you. Thanks. Nice to meet you. Hi.
Hi.
So, I was listening to you guys a little bit, and while you were talking, I'm telling you, whatever you were saying is already changed in that much time period itself. Like, so I'll give you an example.
Wow.
So we don't really wait for the product. How we do things is basically we don't really wait for the product or the thing to be perfect. We launch it and then we keep making it better and better and better. And why that's a right strategy is also because the technology is moving so fast that the gap between the understanding of the people and the technology is increasing every single day. So we want to kind of put a pin, we want to leave our mark and launch something as soon as we can, and then we cover that gap. It's a little easier because people will take a little bit of time to come over there, and then we build whatever is the gap and we automate it for that particular app. So when I said that, why things have changed since we launched this app already. The new update is going to be coming in within this week itself. Specifically, I'll talk about formatting itself. So formatting, there are different kind of formattings as well. So when it comes to self-help or personality development kind of books, most of your books are like they're justified, like they don't have sentences ending one unequally. So here this book generator will identify, if you don't really select if it's a self-help book by yourself, it'll still be able to identify from the topic itself as to what kind of book that is. And if it's a self-help book, it's going to justify it. If it's a novel or it's a fiction, then it's not going to justify it. Also, it'll understand, the margins that have to be on the sides of the book for in case if it has to be printed out, right? So on the left page, the right side of the page has to have a higher margin, and the right page has to have a higher margin on the left side, so that when these pages they combine, they join, you should still be able to read the words out of it. Then when it comes to when the page starts, when the page ends, the proper headlines, the font of the headline has to be a little bigger. All of that stuff is going to be automated, all of that stuff. And so it already does format the stuff, but when I'm talking to you about these particular nuances, they're not yet there as of this second, but will be there by the end of the day tomorrow. So all of these things, which you needed a book, if you needed somebody to format the book and all of that stuff, everything will be automated in this particular book itself. So I like to kind of think ourselves as, specifically the engineers that make bridge. So we have people that are trying to get onto this boat called AI, and then there is AI itself, and the more you try to catch it, the further it goes. So we don't want you to struggle, right? You can be whatever you're doing. You don't have to quit your jobs. You don't have to kind of put like 5 extra hours every single day to learn something new to catch this thing. Let this run at whatever speed it's running. We're going to create a bridge between where you are and where this technology is, and we'll automate everything that we can in that entire process. And we're going to make it so simple to use that your learning curve is going to be as little as possible that we can make it, right? And we're going to give you all the options to customize all the stuff. Right now, the book writer that you have, once this book is written, you don't really have an option to rearrange the chapters. By the end of the day tomorrow, you will be able to rearrange the chapters. You will be able to add additional chapters even after the book is written. So all of those features that we understand are needed are not there yet because we wanted to launch the book writer first. It still does a great job, but sometimes people want to customize it a little bit more, which we're going to bring more and more options, more and more features into it by the end of the day tomorrow. But the point that I'm basically trying to make is, if you're feeling anxious for whatever reasons that you're not able to, reach the stage of where the AI is, you don't have to worry about that if you are with us, because we're creating that bridge where you just have to stay here, and we're going to bridge that gap for you, and we're going to give you whatever you need at the stage that you are at. And that's one thing. Second is, when you use these apps, you will see that they are not individual apps that generally what you see in the market. You don't really have an app that writes the book, and then there is another app that formats the book, and then there is another app that generates the book covers for you. It does all of these things in one app itself. So it's like an ecosystem. Similar to this, other apps that are there are also created in form of an ecosystem itself, where everything that you need pertaining to that particular thing are within that app itself. There's another app that we have. It's called VidEd, which is video editing. You put a long form video on it, 1 hour, 1.5 hours. It goes through your entire video, even if there are multiple speakers. For instance, let's say we're recording this call. We're at 4 speakers right now on camera, and any one of us can start talking. It's going to detect who's speaking, and it's also going to detect as to what is a viral content in the entire 1 hour video. And it's going to give you short clips, it's going to create those shorts for you that you can, with the captions. So why I'm talking about all of this is that it's not only going to create shorts for you, it's also going to create captions for you. And then not only captions, it's going to give you an option to edit the captions, because sometimes we pronounce things differently. AI detects those things differently, and it says one word. So if I'm saying there, it could be spelled in 2 different ways, right? Now, if it's spelled it incorrectly, you can go in and edit that and make sure that it's correct. And so all of those things, right, where it's a part of one ecosystem. You don't really have to edit and video, add captions somewhere else, and do other things in some other app. Everything is in just one app. So all of these are like ecosystems. Another app that we have is called AEO Launchpad. What that does is all you got to do is put the name of your business, put the website of your business, and it understands your entire business, not just your business, but it also looks at your competitors that you have. It's right in the middle, AEO Launchpad. Yeah. So what it does is it understands who your competitors are, gives you the list of the competitors, and you validate if that list is correct or not. It also gives you the option to add competitors, remove competitors, or update them if they're not correct for whatever reasons. And then when you process that entire thing, this takes time to give you the results. The reason for that is what this app does is it looks at the industry that your business belongs to, and that is where it brings your competitors from as well. And then it looks at what are the questions that people are asking for that in that industry. It takes those questions and run those questions on multiple LLMs. It goes to ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, Grok, Perplexity, runs those questions, asks those questions from these different LLMs, takes the results in, and then it finds out how many times was your business cited versus your competitors. And it gives you those scores, your visibility scores. While it does that, it also goes onto your website and it looks for the things that are missing on your website that should be there. So right now it does that entire audit end to end. We're going to take it to the next level where it's not only going to give you the recommendations, but if you're able to connect your website with this particular app, it's going to go in and make the changes in the content on your website wherever it is built, keeping the answer engine optimization in mind, right? So that's where we are taking this entire thing to. It already is super, super powerful as it is right now, but we understand what the next steps are, and we're going to put all of those steps in all of those apps that are not there yet. There's another app that we have, which is a website builder app, where you can build landing pages, you can build funnels, you can build websites. All you got to do is just put the name of your brand. Clone a page. Basically, if you have a page somewhere else that you want to clone, you put the URL in, just verify that that's your page, because we don't want you to clone other people's pages. So you verify that, and we record that. So you verified it. So website, basically, you put the brand name, you just put what your business does. That's it. Just two pieces of information that are mandatory. The rest of the pieces are not mandatory. They're optional, but the more information you provide, the better the results are going to be. And it's going to give you at least a 5-page website that is going to talk about your business, all of those things in detail. And not only that, it will be by default AU optimized, which means it will start ranking on ChatGPT by itself over a period of time. Not only that, it's going to put the contact form on your website. And whenever somebody fills a contact form out, that information is going to go into the CRM for that particular project. You don't really have to connect with the CRM either. The CRM is already connected with it. Not only that, you can add tracking pixels onto the website or your funnel or your landing page and see where the traffic is coming from. Not only that, if you want to take this website and connect it with an external CRM, you can do that too. So all of these things are happening, and then once it's built, you get two options, two ways to edit the website. One is you prompt it. If you want to make any changes, you just prompt it and say, hey, I want to change this, and it changes that. Or you can go into a visual editor where you can actually select each and every element and make changes to that element, whatever changes you want to make. So it gives you full control of your entire online presence as well. And these are like just three apps that we've talked about. And,
Yeah.
a lot of
So let me
times
back
people
up.
are,
Let me back up if I can, because I want these guys to understand. It was probably 3 years ago, approximately. Darsh, you and I met, and we met online, right, through AI, an AI community, and I wanted to say something because I've learned a lot from Darsh. I want you guys to know that, right? Like, really, he was one of my personal, mentors to learn from him and what him and his team do. So we're so glad that he's a strategic partner with us with Momentum Tech. You can see his technology background and his expertise and his commitment to consistently improve things, right? So, and anyway, I have to say that, you think I know a little bit about AI? I mean, this guy knows a lot about AI, right? A lot, but together though, that's a team. We get to work together, and we work together really well, right? I mean, Darsh is like he's like a friend that I'm thankful to have, right? And thankful for his knowledge. So, Darsh, I want to thank you first of all for being here and spending time with us. Yes.
thank you, Ed. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Thank you,
inviting
Darsh.
me.
Yes. So, Dr.
Shukriya.
Smiley, you're probably these guys are probly already blown away with your knowledge and what you're saying already, and like,
I'm already creating a checklist of things I want.
yeah. So these guys can bring a lot of great formulas. Like Mike has a lot of background in publishing. I mean, I think it's important for you guys. Maybe they could add some elements to help us with improving the app, the book writing app, as time goes on, right?
Sure.
And they have frameworks that they've used. But that's the beautiful thing about AI. If you could think it, if you could imagine it, if you could visualize it, most of the time we could add to it, right, and make it better,
Yeah.
right?
It'd be cool
Yeah.
to have a tool that was a competitor analysis tool that did the SWOT analysis,
Right.
right? That would be way cool to have too. I was thinking
Yeah.
about that when you were doing the AEO thing, right? To kind of what's their weakness, what's their strengths, right? Blah, blah, blah. What product offers do they have, etc. But yeah, I'm
It's
excited.
that part is done in the niche finder. So there's an app that's called Niche Finder.
Right.
So you just answer 4 questions over there, which is, so if you can open that, which is what are you interested in, what's your experience, what are you good at, and what do you love doing? Just based on these 4 questions only, it's going to give you 4 to 5 different niches that you can pick and choose from, and it's going to rate all of those. I think you should put some information in just for test. Let's go through this. What this does is it basically creates 4 to 5 different niches for you to pick and choose from. And every niche that it presents to you, it gives you parameters as to why this niche is good and why this is not. And it gives you total addressable markets, total serviceable addressable market, serviceable obtainable market, all those sections for that niche for yourself. It also ranks how high is the pain point for the particular niche? Does that niche have money to pay you? Is it a growing or a stagnant niche? It gives you all of those parameters. And then when you decide which niche you want to get into, the next stage that it shows you is the target audience, like what is your target market? And not just that target market, but it also tells you what are your competitors doing in that target market? What are their strengths and what are your weaknesses? What are their weaknesses?
That's awesome.
Then it also tells you what your ideal customer profile should be. Then it also tells you what your offer should look like. It kind of devises an offer for you. And then at the end, it also gives you a go-to-market plan as well, as to, okay, so now you have all of this information. These are your next steps that you need to take.
That's awesome. That is powerful.
Yeah, this is a very powerful app. Like, it's going to take about 2 to 3 minutes to show you the entire.
I mean, you're painting a roadmap for Aunt Betty and Uncle Bob. You're painting a roadmap for them to be able to do something and make money with, and make a living for their family. And that roadmap then takes them to the other tools, right? I always like, I don't know if you heard before you came on, but I always talk about do a course first, because then you can take the transcription and turn that into a book. But with the tools that you have, you can make the course, you can take the book and then turn that in, record your audio of you, and then go make the course of it, and it fits within your roadmap that you just created, and all the tools. I mean, this is just so powerful. Great job.
Are you also doing the analysis or statistics with regard to an Amazon launch? Do you have, is that part of the capability?
No.
Okay.
No.
But that's a to-do list.
It is a to-do list, because if you look at who your competitors are, you can actually track when they're doing launches, or get an idea of what your competition is on Amazon, which makes a big difference that year and how much effort you have to put in.
Right.
Well, and even knowing just the categories to put it in.
Exactly.
That would be huge. I know there's tools out there already, but having that in, that's awesome. Now it'll export a report.
Yeah, no, and this one does not export the report, but it also gives you the sources where it sourced the information from. So it's not hallucinating. A lot of times people don't really understand the difference between real information and information that Chat GPT or any other platform just, gave it to you, and whether you can validate that or not. So all of these things that you're seeing are based on valid sources, and it provides you the sources that it got that information from as well. If you scroll back up, please. Or just stop anywhere. So if you see, you've got those parameters, you've got pain severity, you've got scroll back up a little bit, please.
Back up, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit up. So you see there, there's pain severity, those bars that you see, there's pain severity, willingness to pay, targetability, and what is the margin, what is the growth in that particular sector. So you see all of those parameters as well when it comes to choosing a market. And then it shows you the TAM, which is total addressable market, serviceable addressable market, serviceable obtainable market, so on and so forth. So that's just first step. So when you select the niche that you want, just select any one of these. So now you go to target market, the next step. And when you generate this, you'll see what your target market looks like in detail, and then your competitors, and then your ideal customer profile, and then your offer, and your go-to-market plan, the entire thing. Every page that you will see is going to be as detailed as the first page that you just saw. But now these pages are going to be based on that one specific niche that you picked up. The first was just to let you know these 5-6 niches are there for you to pick from. You pick a niche, and then the rest of the stuff just builds on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Awesome.
Powerful.
Here's the book. It's done. Okay.
Hmm.
Explain this. Explain what it did here, Karsh. So we got
so it basically after it generated the book, it understood what kind of book that was, and it generated the book cover as well. So when you press continue, so that's your book right there. On the left-hand side, you'll see all the chapters. And as I was sharing with you, right now you can't rearrange chapters. You will be able to rearrange. You'll be able to add more chapters and all of that stuff that'll be there by the end of the day tomorrow. So another thing that we noticed was that the gap between how AI writes and how human beings write it's decreasing. It's getting more and more difficult to understand whether that was written by an AI, whether that was written by a human. But you can still find out the difference. In about next 1.5, 2 years, probably you'll not be able to make out a difference. But until then, Direct to Digital is another publisher, right? Yes. They don't allow AI written books. They just reject your books straight out. On Amazon, you can mention that it's an AI written book and you can still publish it. Direct to Digital don't allow you that. You can actually humanize the content as well once it's written, right? So when you click on humanize, it basically humanizes it. And there is a specific humanizer as well. It's going to take some time, so I would not recommend going through the entire thing right now. But it humanizes a chapter for you, which takes that AI language out and makes it more human sounding. So your chances of getting that approved on Direct to Digital go way higher than what they would be if you just take this book out right there and try publishing it, right? So kind of we've thought about all of those things, and they're already here.
Beautiful. So
now you could go, let's say you already have a book, you could upload it and have it humanized. Let's say you used AI. I mean, like me, if you record the course and transcribe it and turn it into a book, it's you anyways, right? But it still puts some AI in there. Unless I want to upload, can I upload straight just for the humanizer part too?
There's an app called Humanizer. So if you
Okay,
go
cool.
out from here, and if you just come out, um, but I'll come on to that. So format for
Yeah,
KDP, basically, it just when you click on that, it takes into consideration all the parameters that KDP asks you for, and then it formats it accordingly, right?
that's
And
that's
so
perfect.
also the cover that you saw, if you don't like it for whatever reason, you can just change the cover by creating a new cover. All right, let's go to the Humanizer. So yeah, so here you can put whatever text you have, up to 3,000 words in one shot, and then it humanizes your text.
Gotcha.
Cool. Awesome. So here's the, let's go back to the book. So I did KDP. Now what do? You just, here's the Kindle book right here.
But outboard. Oh, that's awesome. Lord. You know how much money I mean, just money to not only from a writer or slash editor, but then you've got the graphic design, right? And then you have the formatter, and then somebody that's going to publish it into the different platforms. Will this publish the difference between a hardcover and a soft cover yet?
Yes, yes.
That's awesome. So, I mean, that's the money you'll save just there alone, you know, is amazing. And then if you flip it on the business side, anybody that's interested in having a publishing company now can, because you have the tools at your disposal to help people. Go, right, Dr. Smiley? I mean, you could go
100%.
like you interview tons of people all the time, like that, and you're very good at that. You could go out and interview somebody, have it give you the audience, the roadmap, give you 10 questions to ask, and then get them to answer, then go put it in there and boom, write the book for them, lay it out, format it up, then upload it into their Amazon. I mean, that's huge.
Yeah, it's kind of that situation when you ask somebody, "Hey, how would you describe?" And they say, "I really don't know what to say," but if you had the right question, it takes it and turns it into what you want to say.
Exactly.
Yes,
So
beautiful.
it's a 115-page book at a 6x9, right?
Yeah, it's 6x9. You also have an option to generate it in 5.5 by 8.5.
Oh, yeah. Now, let's say I want to download and I want to add images to it. Can I then upload it back in to have it turn it into a Kindle? So let's say in a paragraph, I have a particular image I want in that paragraph, right? Or a QR code.
You can download the Word version, and then you
Uh-huh.
can upload the images, but that's the only format that you will have. You can't upload the book back into the app.
Okay, so it wouldn't be able to create the KDP if you wanted to put QR codes inside there as a lead gen, because that's one of the things that I teach, to use the book as a tool.
Exactly.
Right. So
that's a great feature to have, actually. Let me get that inbuilt into the book itself, in the book generator itself.
I'll give you a list if you want.
Yeah. So
sure. Yeah. Send it over.
I will tell you, it's one of our leading boot camps because of our demographic. I mean, Darsh, I don't know if you saw, we had an educator who's very articulate, retired, 80 years old, learning AI, and she's actually consulting people that are active older adults, 70 and 80 years old. Sharp lady, right? So our demographic, like Nancy Wolf, she was just here. She's in her 60s, but she's teaching AI to seniors, and they all want. And she helped a grandpa write a book to leave for his family, right? So we get a lot of book writers, and that's why we bring in these two guys in, and we have this is the power team here, guys. I mean, Darsh can make we know that book writing is a hot topic, and we plan on going on tours with these two guys, taking them across the world, doing book masterminds, not just getting the book published, right? Their vision is taking beyond that because we believe that's only 1% of being successful. You write the book and publish it. You got to have an impact and you got to have build authority, and that's what these guys
Yeah.
are specialized in.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, please share whatever feedback or improvements that you think should be
Yeah.
there. I'm happy to. Yeah.
What languages do you
I'll
speak,
connect
Darsh?
them, and yeah. So what you guys can do is and Darsh is good at doing the research and say yes, that's a good like he'll say if it's a good feature, he'll know. I
Mhm.
trust him. He's super ingenious. He has a good pace on what the AI world is happening, and he keeps us ahead of the game. And that's what I love about Darsh is we can do that together, right? So
Super.
anything
Darsh, do you
else you
speak
want to
other
add,
languages?
Darsh, or any other?
I just wanted to
No.
ask if you spoke any other languages.
Sorry.
What other languages do you speak?
I speak 4 languages in total. So
Was Hindi one of them?
Hindi one of them, Punjabi is another one,
Hmm.
and a little bit of Albanian.
Oh, Albanian.
Yeah.
Albanian. Have you been to Albania?
My wife is Albanian.
Ah, there you go. Because they say this is no and this is yes. That's pretty
Yeah.
good. And because
Yeah.
I said Shukriya earlier as a thank you for all you're doing with this technology, and
Yeah.
I guess
Thank you.
you were probably pretty sad when Ed deleted the Hindi version of the book we were writing.
Yeah. I had no idea how to read it.
Well, I lived in New Delhi for a year, so I look forward to having a
Okay.
conversation with you. Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Sure. Yeah.
Mhm.
Let's talk about it. Experience someday.
4 languages.
Yeah.
That's amazing. I barely speak English. My first language is hillbilly knees.
Yeah. We had Dr. Smiley has a show that's pretty influential. And I'm sure he would love to interview you on that to create your
Sure,
life
anytime.
story. Your life story. It'd be a great conversation.
Sure,
Yeah,
Something to
especially
have.
for the AI book.
What's that?
Anytime.
Especially for the AI book.
Oh,
Yeah.
100%. Yeah, we want
Where
you,
do you
Darsh, to
live,
be in the
Darsh?
AI. Yeah, we want you
I,
we definitely want you in the AI allegory. So the vision between doing this day, Darsh, and I'll let Dr. Smiley tell you what we're going to do with it. But our vision is to publish a book, and he'll tell you the style of book we're going to be doing.
Yeah,
okay.
every time we do an event where there's all these wonderful experts, we just get all the transcripts and then we feed them in AI, as you know,
Yeah.
and then we turn them into a product. What I love is that it can be almost seamless. We give them
Mm-hmm.
to the AI machine, which is what you're helping develop, and it kicks back within a week, reader approved and ready for format and ready for
Yeah.
Amazon. And you have an Amazon bestseller within 2 weeks of a show. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
Where do you live?
Toronto, Canada.
Toronto? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I was hoping you were going to say somewhere near Agra because I've been to every one of the world except for the Taj Mahal. It's embarrassing.
That's
I've been
real.
to every one of them. So you're going to help us coordinate, though. We're gonna do a world tour.
Anytime.
All
Anytime.
right.
Most of the time I'm on the move. Like most of the time I'm on the move. I've already been to Europe twice this year. The third time I'm going to be there in September, October, because there is a university there. They caught a wind of what I was doing over here, and they wanted to collaborate. So I'm kind of helping them in terms of creating a curriculum for their students, so whatever their students should be learning. So helping them out to create their curriculum, and then sometimes we'll be going out there for guest lectures and stuff. They've got a really good, very, very powerful team as well. So
Super.
over there, in terms of they want to pioneer in the AI. Europe is not it's not adapting AI at the same pace as US, Canada, this part of the world is. They are a little laid back. So, but this particular university wants to take a lead. So working with them on that front as well. So yeah, I'm most of the time in the move. I consider myself 1/4 American because for a week every month I'm in the US. I'll be coming to Ohio next week again. I'll be there for about a week. So yeah, most of the time
That's
on the
awesome.
move.
Well, the only way I could convince Mike to be a partner with Perfect Publishing is if we're going to see the world. So, Mike, I'm keeping my
Anytime.
promise.
I'd love that.
There you go, man. I'm
Love
ready.
that.
Let's
Yeah,
go.
and we got
Would
world
love it.
connections. We got world connections too, right, Dr. Smiley? So
Yes, we do.
we're it's called relationships, and we got relationships. We just had someone on. We got a beautiful resort in Mexico that it's a private place. There's not even electricity there. It's just, they use solar, right? But we could do a internet there and everything, but it's like so private, right? So we could do a custom event there with Blaney Teal. Her and her husband own that resort, right? Beautiful remote island in Mexico, right? It's just you could probably throw a stone to the next country if you were that close. But it's beautiful. We're talking about beautiful countries. Puerto Rico, my wife is there right now. Cabo Rojo. We're going to do events there as well. Beautiful places around the world. I mean, other places too, in Europe and wherever you suggest. We want to go, Dr. Smiley. So yeah,
Yeah, well, you got the triple B here. You got Mike and I are the book brothers, and then you got
Okay.
the second part, which is book a trip. So the book brothers
Okay.
book a trip.
Okay. Got it.
yeah,
So
Where
I
are you
sent you my
actually?
number. I sent
So
you my
if you,
number,
hey,
Darsh.
if you're gonna play on that, then we should say the author of authority, the first
Right.
6 words, and then it, and then the Y is you. So author it yourself, right? So that's authority.
Yeah.
yes,
Awesome. That's awesome. Awesome. Awesome.
yeah, yeah. And
Where
of
are you
course, if you
guys
have a book in
located?
you, if you have a book in you, I know Dr. Smiley would love to get it published, and
Yes.
our community can help you get to the bestseller fast because he's built a unique concept around this as well. So there's, you guys get authors like ranked number one super fast
Yep.
because of the community. It's the community that pulls the power of it, right? That
Yeah,
we've
and as
built.
the community becomes bigger with the AI community, we're going to have an AI book drop and literally become an Amazon bestseller the day it drops. I mean, it's because everyone's buying the book on their own IP accounts, and then they're reviewing the book, the next day or something like that. So it gets tremendous amount of social, and then they're posting. So it's a lot of ninja moves you make. You don't just buy a book; you buy it,
Yeah.
write a review, you share the review, you give the author all these amazing reviews, you put it through AI and say, clean these reviews, find the most influential reviews, and boom, you got 2 pages, one for the back of the cover, and then you got one to start the book off.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
even the simple
Awesome.
task of you got to read the first 15 pages on
Right.
Kindle. They track that, right?
Yeah.
So
Awesome.
Well, you asked where we lived, Darsh. I
Yes.
live in the DC, Maryland area, and Mike, you're in California. What part?
California, I'm in the San Francisco Bay Area.
And we decided to move far
Come
apart so we
on
cover the
down.
US. Come on down.
I
Yes.
love California. I love the weather down there. Always good weather.
Oh, it
One
is.
thing
It
I'm
is.
jealous of.
Yeah, I know. I went there for what, Mike, just about 4 days. I wish I'd have stayed longer. It's beautiful there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right there in San Diego, or excuse me, LA. Yeah,
Yeah, LA, Marina Del Rey, and yeah, that was a beautiful area. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, beautiful. So
Well, awesome.
yeah, so we got a lot of events planned, and everything that we're doing. But yeah, that's so we finished the book, right?
Yeah,
And that's
let's
just
see it again. Let's see the book
let's see it again.
again.
Let's see,
Yeah,
yeah,
let's
yeah,
go into. I want to kind of see what it did, and
yes. So let's get the here. I downloaded here's the PDF, right? So
right.
right, so you can see the formatting of it. I'll make that a little bit bigger so you guys can. I did a good job, Darsh, of formatting it. I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Will
yeah,
it create the table of content? I know you did
Yeah,
this
it
for
does. It
yeah
does.
for the KDP, right? So yeah.
So I think that you downloaded the EPUB version as well.
yes, I did. See here. Let
So
me see here. Yeah, here
Yeah,
it
just
is.
some things that will enhance what Mike was talking about earlier is that call to action and the ways to connect with the
yeah,
author, with all the socials, the dedication page, the preface page, the acknowledgement are, I think, are great tools for
yes,
connecting people to the book.
sure, yeah. So yeah, so there was a table of contents in the beginning, and then the rest of the book.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay.
So what is AI really? I mean, isn't that the question?
It's my brother from
Exactly.
another mother.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Exciting times. Really,
I'll tell you.
we're living in exciting times for our young children, right? I don't know what kind of world they're going to live in, but it's that's I'm thankful that we're your son, Dr. Smiley. How old is he, and
Yeah.
how many books has he published?
13, and he's got 14 books. The new thing I think we can say is AI is my BAI. AI is my brother from another intelligence. How about
There
that?
you go. BAI.
Yeah. Yeah, so he helps his son, and he has a policy with his son before he writes a book too, Darsh, which is really good
uh-huh.
as a publisher, and he makes sure he studies the topic, right? He's got to know
Yeah.
something about it, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
He has to
No,
know
I
half
think
the book.
yeah,
I think one of the side effects of AI that's a really strong benefit is, and nobody really talks about it, but you become smarter in the process. of doing it, because how you have to communicate to it in a prompt to get
Right.
what you want.
Yeah.
Then when it produces what you want, you have to go read it, and you're reading
Critique it.
now
Yes.
and
Yeah.
critique it, right? So you're developing skills and improving upon your skills.
Well, Mike, you're
You know,
also learning to be more polite when you say please to AI and thank you.
yeah,
It gives you better stuff.
exactly,
Well,
right?
let's talk. We have a little bit of time. Can we talk about the future of prompting and all these? You know,
Yeah,
there's even universities that are saying, "Oh, come be a certified prompt engineer now," and they're teaching all these prompting stuff, and it's going to become
And
so.
I think we should vote on this, whether you can do this or not. So I'm going to vote yes. Darsh, would you like to vote?
yeah, I'll
Mike?
vote yes. I'm good.
We're all voting yes,
What's the
Ed. We want you to.
Well, I don't think so. I think Darsh would say, you know what? It's actually going away.
It's going away. It's
Is
going
it
away.
prompting?
Elaborate a little bit more on that for these guys. Yeah.
It's going away. Like, for instance, let's take an example of the book writing app itself. Nobody's giving any kind of prompt into it, right? See, prompts already engineered into it. That's what needs to be done. Over a period of time, you will see the AI engines are going to keep getting better and better in understanding your intent. You can already see. So if you ask a question from ChatGPT, and if you have a history of 2.5 years, it already understands what your profile is. It already understands what my profile is. You ask the same question, I ask the same question, the results are going to be different. The answers are going to be different based on how we've interacted in the past, which means we are not prompting ChatGPT to give an answer that'll satisfy my requirements, because it's kind of engineering that prompt in the back end by itself, based on understanding of your history of how you've interacted with it. That's going to keep getting more and more powerful in terms of how you're interacting, not just with one LLM, but how you're interacting with the entire internet. So when you're asking for something, and if you're a marketer and if you want to create an image, it'll understand that you're trying to create an image for an ad. So it's going to add the components of what an ad would look like if it's an image for an ad, how it would look like, versus how, if somebody who's an artist and wants to create an image for inspiration, and how the image should be looking out for them. So you won't really have to prompt that going forward. So your Google already tracks what you do on YouTube, your emails, what are the things that you've bookmarked on your Chrome browser, and based on that and where you're located, obviously, what are the queries that you've asked from Google in the past. It looks at all of these things. What are the things that you've saved on your Google Drive? It looks at all of these things, and then it gives you the answer. So it's a highly customized answers that you're getting, even at this stage, but it's going to keep getting more and more personalized, where prompting would no longer be required by the people, because they will get the answers, because these systems are getting way more smarter and smarter with times in terms of understanding you. And the whole point that they're trying to make is that we'll know about you better than you do, and the answers that you'll get are going to be satisfactory to your needs. Now, there's a flip side to it. It's going to keep you in your comfort zone, because it'll understand what you like, and it's going to give you that. If you want to come out of your comfort zone, there'll be a responsibility on yourself in understanding how do you really want to learn or do, what are the things that you want to do with AI, that the responses that it gives you are not the ones that you like. Even today, you go in and you ask a question, hey, I've got this idea, what do you think about it? It's going to be like, hey, it's a brilliant idea. And you say, I'm going to give you an idea. Tell me all the holes that are there in this idea. And then it's going to tell you all the holes. So it changes the personality based on how you ask that question from it. And if you ask that question multiple times, I'm going to give you an idea, tell me the holes that are there in this idea. If you ask it enough number of times, next time you give an idea, hey, what do you think about this idea? It's going to give you the holes in the idea, and it's not going to be agreeing to you. So from that perspective, because it's going to learn more and more about you, the prompting part is going to go out over a period of time.
Yeah.
Now, so let's say because like I work with multiple clients. One is a pet agent, right? And she teaches how to be a pet agent. And then I got the real estate investor. Will it allow me to build a knowledge base for each one of them to be able to do what I need to do, right?
Yeah. Yeah, even today on the platform that we have, you have an app called Knowledge Base, and you can upload and you can create different knowledge bases. and you can upload information for a specific niche in different knowledge bases, and you can connect those knowledge bases with different apps. And when you use that particular app connected to that knowledge base, it's going to give you a response output based on that.
That's awesome. That's huge
So,
right there.
so there's a knowledge base app, yeah, right there. So
See,
just
so
press escape. Yeah.
I'll tell you what I like about this, Dr. Smiley, right? Any training that you go through, every training you've ever bought, you could create a knowledge base around that and be able to pull from it.
Yep.
Right. I mean, so you take the transcriptions of that training and the books, the workbooks, the ebooks, you put it in there, and now it builds a knowledge base and of this particular training that you like or the style that you like. And now it builds that knowledge base. And now you can refer to it to be able to do what you want to do.
Yeah, it makes sense about the prompts too. If you were to have AI learn everything you're doing, you say, what is the best prompt I should be giving in order to optimize? And then
Yeah.
finally say, you know, that prompt that I don't want to say anymore, that's the one I want.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, this is brilliant. What a great conversation. Darsh, thank you for your time. But I think we have another speaker
Yeah.
coming up, right?
We have a couple more speakers, Ed. I mean, we have a flurry of them.
I know,
Thank you.
right? We do. Yeah, we even have
Yeah.
some AI clones of people, right? Yeah, so
That's right. That's right.
yeah.
Yeah,
So thank
I'm
you for your
excited to
time.
see
Hey, you know
mine.
what? One thing you don't know about Darsh, and he may share it with you if I ask him. He's very avid in this, but I love what he does. You ever seen what's that television the movie that came out about race cars? What's it called? Fast and Furious, right?
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, we've seen that, right? So Darsh is fast and furious, obviously with AI, right?
Yes.
But he's
Yes.
also fast and furious when it comes to driving cars. So he can share a little bit about it. But that's one of his little fun things, a fun fact to know about Darsh, right? So he loves doing. I'll let him explain it briefly.
Yeah, it's basically car drifting. So that's why I'm going to Ohio
Drifting?
next week again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
got a few cars, so we just take them out. We just try killing them. If they don't die.
That's awesome, isn't it? Yeah. Can you take a passenger in a drifting car?
You can. Yeah.
You can?
Yeah.
Wow. Have you ever
Yeah.
taken your wife or friends in there, or what do they think when they are with you?
She's not brave enough, so she's never been in a car with me. But yeah, friends have been.
Good. I bet you Dr. Smiley would love to do that. He's definitely adventurous. Yeah.
My miles per hour would go here and then it all of a sudden divert that way.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, Darsh, thank you for being here. We appreciate
Yeah,
your
Darsh,
time.
it's a pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, very much a pleasure, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks for inviting.
Take care.
You bet.
Same here. Thank you. Thanks for inviting. Thanks. Take care.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You
Bye
too.
bye.
Bye.
All right,
All right,
Dr.
so
Smiley. All
I
right.
think
So
we have I think it's maybe your wife is assisting with the next group of people, but is it Dr. Stan is up again? Yes, I think it's Dr. Stan.
okay.
So Dr. Stan Harris, last time I wasn't able to be heard quite as well, but if you're there, come on up. We're eager to hug you. And I'm sorry, I see these are PRs, these are pre-records. So Tanisha is ready, so we can all exit, and she's going to do a pre-record for Dr. Stan Harris, and she has several of them. All right. Nice to meet you, Darsh. I texted you.
Hello, I am Dennis Parent. I am 70 years young, calling in from beautiful Southern California. You know, most of my life.
Hello, I'm Dr. Stan Harris, but most people know me as Dr. Breakthrough. They call me that because I don't just talk about change. I prescribe the breakthrough. Now pay attention, because what I'm about to tell you is a total game changer. For years, I was doing things the hard way. My very first book took me 20 years to write. But imagine taking that, boiling it down, instead of 2 decades of effort, the breakthrough came when I was able to do it in just 1 hour. So discover the power of leverage through artificial intelligence. My most recent book, as I mentioned, didn't take me 20 years. It didn't even take 20 days. It took a little over an hour. That's the power of redeeming the time. I remember standing on a stage in front of 5,000 people at an AI conference. I told the organizer, I'm not even involved in AI. And they told me, Dr. Breakthrough, when you empower people with the right mentality, our job of teaching them the tech becomes easy. That hit me like a ton of bricks. I realized I was being a dinosaur. I was archaic. So I decided right then and there to become what I call a CLO, a Chief Leveraging Officer. Archimedes said if I had a lever long enough and a prop strong enough, I could single-handedly move the world. So I started asking myself, how can I help the average person get above average results? The answer is what I call AI times three. That's artificial intelligence plus your own anointed intelligence, and that will create astronomical improvements. Can you imagine that? Shouldn't everyone want to have that? So we're talking about sweatless, sudden, supernatural breakthrough and favor. See, I've seen it happen for my students. Steve and Sandy, they had a $18,000 issue with their motorhome, and through the principles I teach in the 21-day breakthrough challenge, it was taken care of. That's right. It's amazing what happens when you stop working harder and you start working smarter. Today, I use AI to create caricatures that talk, to study the Word of God without needing 100 heavy books, and to lead nearly 37,000 members worldwide on our Breakthrough Bible Dream Team through Momentum Tech. So if you want to reach me, it's simple. You just dial 717-275-3508. Or you can visit drbreakthrough.com. That's drbreak, B-R-E-A-K, through THROUGH.com. And remember, we may not have it all together, but together, through the power of AI and faith, we have it all. So I'm praying for you for your increase in every area, in every aspect, in every arena of your life. So let's get your breakthrough started today. Wouldn't you agree? Isn't it time? Imagine going from breakthrough to bigger breakthrough to bolder breakthrough. And all of this is possible through the power of AI. So it's the start that stops most people. Don't let the start stop you. Get started now. You'll be glad you did, and we will be glad to have you.
Hello, I am Dennis Parent. I am 70 years young, calling in from beautiful Southern California. You know, most of my life was spent in the automotive industry. I was a tire and wheel specialist. I loved working with dealers to customize vehicles, making something unique for every customer. But even back then, I had a secret love for computers. Do you remember the old IBM punch cards? I do. I remember punching those cards on a manual machine and handing them to an operator. It feels like a lifetime ago. Then came the CRT terminals, the first PCs, and eventually the internet. I have watched every single wave of technology. Every time something new comes, people say, "No, I don't want that." Then they get curious. Then they get educated. And finally, they can't live without it. That is exactly where we are with AI right now at the beginning of the trend. It is moving fast, faster than anything I have ever seen. 5 years ago, my life changed when I got COVID. It was a tough battle. And when I got out of the hospital, I just wasn't the same. I had this brain fog that wouldn't lift. I had to retire early because I couldn't keep up the pace. But then I found AI. At first, I hit a dead end with some basic tools. But when I found the team at Momentum Tech, everything clicked. The training from Ed, Jeanette, and James gave me my clarity back. It was therapeutic, really. It forced me to focus. Now I am sharing Momentum Tech to help others. I want to show my friends and family that they can have a professional website and a digital presence without spending a fortune. If you are feeling overwhelmed by technology, don't worry. I have been there. My phone number is 949-533-9395. You can find me at followthemomentum.com or on YouTube at Dennis Parent Momentum. I usually prefer a text to start the conversation, but I am here to help. We are part of something big here, something that is going to change the world. Are you ready to jump on the bandwagon? Because this train is moving fast, and I don't want you to be left behind. Let's get to work and see what we can build together.
Hello, my name is Bill Hoffman. I'm the Director of WindStar Solutions here in beautiful, sunny Fort Myers, Florida. Today, I want to talk to you about something that has completely changed the way I look at business and life. You know, for a long time, I felt like I was constantly racing against the clock. Have you ever felt that way? Like there just aren't enough hours in the day to get everything done? I was handling the FICA tip tax credits for restaurants, working in the travel industry, and trying to manage every single little detail myself. It was exhausting. But then everything shifted. I discovered how to truly leverage artificial intelligence. Now, I want to be clear. I think we've been using AI for years without even knowing it. But thanks to some great folks like James Penny and Ed Garza, it has finally become user-friendly for everyone. My wife Julie and I have seen the impact firsthand. She runs a fitness center, and we built her website using AI so it is fully searchable and efficient. It is just amazing. I remember when creating a world-class business solution would cost me hundreds, if not thousands, of dollars. Now it costs pennies, just pennies. It is a total game changer. Today, I'm redesigning websites and answering complex questions in a fraction of the time it used to take. I am doing more with less effort, and that gives me the freedom to focus on my family. We have 5 grown children who we are so proud of. I truly believe that AI is going to help billions of people, yes, billions with a B, become business owners. It removes the barriers. It gives us our time back. If you want to reach me, you can email me at Bill Hoffman, that's 2 F's and 2 N's, at gmail.com, or call me at 419-466-6399. I genuinely love helping people reach their goals. So let me ask you, what could you achieve if you had more time? What would your business look like if your cost dropped by 90%? It is a very exciting time to be an entrepreneur. I am more productive, more efficient, and more excited about the future than ever before. Let's get to work and make great things happen today.
Hello, my name is Sandy Axelrod, and I am the owner and publisher of the Traveling Locavores. For years, I lived in the kitchen. As a chef and cookbook author, my days were filled with the smell of sautéing onions and the heat of the oven. But here's the thing. I was so busy cooking for photo shoots that I barely had any time to actually write. It was frustrating. Have you ever felt like the chores of your job were keeping you from your true passion? I certainly did. Then everything shifted. I started noticing AI everywhere, in Siri, in Alexa, and eventually in tools that could create art. I remember thinking, could this really work for me? The answer was a resounding yes. Now, instead of spending 8 hours at the stove for one single photo, I can tell the AI exactly how I want a dish to look. The results are incredible. I can now include a photo for every single recipe in my cookbooks. Can you imagine the time that saves? It's a total transformation. It's amazing how these digital tools have allowed me to build a substantial living. I'm even making videos for a YouTube channel now. Sometimes I feel so excited about these tools that my voice goes up an octave, but it's just so liberating. But other times, I like to be more reflective. I think about my home on wheels and how peaceful it is to be an artist and a writer in so many beautiful places. AI hasn't replaced my creativity. It has amplified it. It has given me the freedom to do more of what I love. Because if a retired chef like me can master these tools, anyone can.
My name is Vincent Baker, and I am the owner of Vince Baker Ministries based in Folsom, California. I am an author, content creator, and minister passionate about sharing powerful messages with the world. For years, writing books was my calling, but the process was slow and exhausting. Every project demanded enormous time and energy. Getting my message out often felt like pushing a boulder uphill, and I knew there had to be a better way. The biggest obstacles I faced were the amount of time and effort it took to create quality content. Writing took forever, and producing content consistently felt overwhelming. I wanted to reach more people, but the workload was limiting the impact I knew I was capable of making. I first started hearing about artificial intelligence from people around me and through things I was watching online. As I began working on my next books, I started exploring AI tools on my own. Later, when I decided to launch a YouTube channel, I connected with one of the owners at Momentum Tech, who personally showed me how to use some incredibly powerful AI tools. That changed everything. With AI by my side, I wrote 13 books in just 6 months. Then I turned my attention to YouTube. In less than 28 days, my channel generated more than 3 million views and attracted over 18,000 subscribers. AI helped me with script writing, video editing, and content strategy. It is like having a genius working alongside you every step of the way. Everything I create becomes better, faster, and smarter with AI. Today I use AI throughout every part of my ministry and business. Whether I am writing books, answering questions, developing scripts, or producing videos, AI has become my constant assistant. Whenever I see an opportunity to use it, I do. It has become an essential part of how I work, serve others, and continue to grow. My advice is simple. Do not be afraid to get started. You do not have to understand everything on day one. Begin exploring the tools available to you, and if you can find someone willing to teach you, even better. AI does not replace your voice or your vision, it amplifies both. I would love to connect with you. You can visit my website at vincebakerministries.com, email me at vincewbaker@gmail.com, or call me at 916-519-0078. I am always happy to share what I have learned along the way. The possibilities ahead are truly limitless, and I believe the best is yet to come. My name is Vincent Baker, and I am excited about the future of AI.
Hello, I'm Lucy Rosa Staggi, and I want to tell you a story about how curiosity can change everything. For over 35 years, I was an educator. It was my life's work. But eventually, I decided it was time to reinvent myself. I became an entrepreneur and started the Launch Lab Academy. I even launched my own podcast called Lucy's Inspiring Stories. But I'll be honest with you, the technology side of things was a real struggle at first. Have you ever sat in front of a blank screen for hours, knowing exactly what you want to say, but just unable to find the right words? That was me. I felt like I was falling behind. Then about 2 years ago, I started hearing about artificial intelligence. At 80 years young, I thought, is this really for me? Or is it just for the younger generation? Well, I decided to try it anyway. I started with simple questions. Can you help me organize this idea? Can you make this email sound clearer? And suddenly, click, it all made sense. AI was not replacing my voice, it was amplifying it. Now I use AI every single day. I use it for my newsletters, my podcast prep, and even my business strategy. It is amazing how much time I save. Instead of spending 5 hours on a presentation, I can do it in a fraction of the time. This gives me more space to do what I truly love, which is mentoring and storytelling. People often ask me, Lucy, why are you still working so hard at 80? And I tell them, I'm not slowing down. Why should I? Life is about learning. It's about growing. Whether I'm talking to a fellow entrepreneur on LinkedIn or recording a new episode for YouTube, I feel empowered. If you are feeling overwhelmed by technology, I want you to know that you can do this too. It is never too late to learn something new. My email is rosastagilucy@gmail.com, and I love hearing from people who are curious about what is possible. Let's think about the numbers for a second. I have 35 years of teaching experience, and now I'm 80 years young. And I am using the most cutting-edge technology on the planet. Isn't that wonderful? It just goes to show you that age is just a number. But impact is forever. I'm so excited to see what we can create together next. Thank you for listening to my story. And remember, stay curious.
Hello, my name is Jeanette Garza. I'm speaking to you today from my beautiful Cabo Rojo, Puerto Rico, although I currently live in Franklin, Tennessee. My journey has always been about service, faith, and finding ways to help others succeed. When I was 18 years old, I left home to become a missionary. That experience taught me resilience, compassion, and purpose. Values that continue to guide my life and my work every single day. After completing my missionary service, I felt a deep desire to continue growing in my faith. I decided to pursue theology so I could better understand God's Word, strengthen my relationship with God, and become more effective in serving and teaching others. That season of study helped shape the foundation of my leadership, my ministry, and the way I approach both life and business today. Today, I continue living out that calling by leading a weekly Spanish fellowship where I teach the Word of God entirely in Spanish online. Every week, we gather with Spanish-speaking believers from across Central America, South America, Spain, and in Italy. We are all also blessed to have participants from Germany who join us to study Scripture, pray together, and encourage one another in our walk with Christ. Seeing God bring people together from different countries and cultures through His Word has been one of the greatest blessings of my life. For the past 5 years, I've also been blessed to be married to my husband, Ed Garza. Together, we share a passion for innovation, entrepreneurship, and helping others. Ed is the co-founder of Momentum Tech AI, and we have had the privilege of working side by side to empower individuals, businesses to embrace the future through artificial intelligence. Today, I wear many hats. I am the president of Agape Benefits, where I help companies take care of their employees through employee benefits and insurance solutions. I'm also an international director with Momentum Tech AI and the co-founder of MagicKids.ai. I am also excited to share that a new magazine is coming soon. Together with my co-founder, Angela Martinez, we are launching Born Latina Entrepreneurs, a magazine created to celebrate, inspire, empower Latinas entrepreneurs around the world. And you might ask, how do I manage it all? The answer is simple. I embrace the power of technology. Before I started using AI, I was constantly overwhelmed. I felt like I was wearing every single hat. Researcher, a designer, a writer, a marketer, and a strategist. I had so many ideas, but they often stayed on my vision board because I simply didn't have enough time to bring them to life. Does that sound familiar? It was a constant struggle to keep up with the administrative side of my business while trying to lead a ministry, mentor entrepreneurs, and pursue new opportunities. Then I discovered artificial intelligence. It was like a light bulb turned on. Suddenly, I could complete research in seconds that once took hours. I could brainstorm ideas, create presentations, develop educational programs, write content, and organize projects with incredible speed and efficiency. AI helped me finally complete my book, Lead with Love, Win with Heart. And now I'm working on my newest project, Explore Puerto Rico, 78 municipalities, a travel guide that celebrates the beauty, culture, and hidden treasures of Puerto Rico. It's amazing how much more you can accomplish when you have the right tools. I want to be clear. I don't see AI as a replacement for people, relationships, or faith. Not at all. I see AI as a partner, a tool that helps us multiply the gifts and talents that God has already given us. Whether I'm teaching professionals how to use AI, helping children discover technology through MagicKids.ai, serving employers through Agape Benefits, or leading Bible studies through Spanish Fellowship, my mission remains the same: to serve with excellence, lead with integrity, and make a positive impact in the life of others. If you'd like to connect with me, you can email me at Jeanette@agapebenefits.com. You can also learn more by visiting momentumtech.ai or SpanishFellowship.org. I truly believe we are living in one of the greatest seasons of opportunity in history. We have the ability to work smarter, dream bigger, and leave a lasting legacy. Think about it for a moment. Imagine increasing your productivity by 50%, 60%, or even 80%. What would you do with that extra time? Would you write a book you always dreamed of? Will you start that business you always wanted to start? Will you spend more time with your family? For me, it means creating more opportunities to serve others, innovate with purpose, and lead with faith. Thank you for listening to my story. And remember, lead with faith, serve with purpose, and innovate with AI. I look forward to connecting with you soon.
Hello, my name is Angela Martinez, and I am coming to you from the heart of Nashville, Tennessee. It is such a pleasure to share a bit of my story with you today. I want you to hear the different chapters of my life, the music, the ministry, and the technology. I am 42 years old, and my world revolves around my incredible 8-year-old daughter. She is my why for everything I do. Can you imagine starting a record label at 15? I did that. I spent years writing songs, chasing country music dreams, and traveling the world to sing for our brave United States military. It was an honor to perform for anyone willing to listen. But life changes, doesn't it? I moved into the nonprofit world, spending over 7 years in prison ministry and fundraising. Today I wear a few different hats. I serve as the Director of Executive Affairs and Strategic Engagement at Spring 2 Life Recovery, and I'm also part of the corporate team at Momentum Tech AI. Now let's talk about the future. People often ask me, Angela, why AI? And my answer is always the same. It's about time. Before I met Ed and discovered Momentum Tech, I was drowning in manual tasks. I was spending hours, sometimes days, on things that now take me minutes. It's been a total transformation. I've built websites, created sales funnels, and even designed book covers. But the most exciting part, it's what I do with my daughter. We've written books together and turned her homework into these amazing creative adventures. It makes me so happy to see her light up like that. You know, some people are afraid of technology. They think it's going to replace us. But I don't see it that way at all. I see it as a partner. It's here to empower us, to help us work smarter, and to push us toward excellence. We shouldn't settle for good enough when we can be impactful. So whether I'm working on a recovery ministry or showcasing the magic of tech, my heart is always the same. I want to encourage you. I want to help you see that the gifts God gave you can be amplified by the tools of today. I look forward to connecting with you. Just remember, never lose that human connection that technology can never replace. Thank you for listening.
Guys, I hope got it. Well, hey guys, well I hope you guys are enjoying AI Appreciation Day. What we'd like to do is show you some of our platform tools, and literally, this is for any podcasters out there. So you can create podcasts with AI using AI voices. You can even clone your voice. So we'd like to demonstrate instead of tell you about it. It's always better to just to show it so you can hear it. Plus, you get to learn too a little bit about AI technology. All right, that's the most powerful part about this. So let's go ahead and share the first episode.
Welcome to the podcast, Coffee Talk About AI.
The future of work isn't just coming, it's already here, fundamentally reshaping how businesses operate and individuals create. Today, we're diving into how AI is becoming the ultimate co-pilot for entrepreneurs, because the tools available now are truly transformative.
You know, it's interesting because for many, the sheer pace of AI innovation can feel incredibly overwhelming, almost like a constant state of future shock. It's a lot to keep up with. And for business owners, it often raises immediate questions about cost, learning curves, and whether these tools will actually deliver tangible value.
That's a very common sentiment, and it highlights a significant barrier to adoption for many. However, what makes this particular collection of AI tools so compelling is its structured approach. It's not just a random list of shiny new gadgets. It's presented as a clear pathway for integrating AI into core business functions like writing books, creating courses, and building authority.
That's a crucial distinction. What immediately caught my eye was the emphasis on starting with the absolute basics. They offer articles like, "What is AI and how can it help your business?" And "Your First Week with AI, a Practical Roadmap." That foundational knowledge is essential because without understanding the fundamentals, the more advanced tools just become noise.
Exactly. It's like being given the keys to a high-performance sports car without ever having learned to drive. From those foundational pieces, they quickly move into practical, skill-based guides, such as Understanding GPTs and Custom AI Assistants, and AI Prompting 101. Prompting, that's becoming the new literacy.
It really is a distinct skill. Many people get frustrated with AI because they try it once, get a generic answer, and then dismiss it. But it's more like learning to communicate effectively with a very powerful, very literal assistant. You have to learn its language, or at least how to phrase things precisely to get truly useful output.
That's a great point. It signals a thoughtful, user-centric approach. Once those foundational skills are established, we then get to the actual tools, broken down into categories. What jumps out immediately is the strong focus on book writing, with 8 dedicated tools, and expert agents, with 7. This suggests a deliberate emphasis on content creation and leveraging specialized knowledge for business growth.
Yes, the expert agents section is particularly fascinating and quite innovative. While they include a general assistant, Wow GPT, they then introduce these incredibly specific AI agents named after historical figures. Ask Ed, Ask Leo, Ask Zig, Ask Napoleon, and Ask Jim. It's a truly bold and intriguing move to channel their wisdom.
It truly is. It raises questions about whether it's genuinely channeling their unique perspective or simply a sophisticated knowledge base trained on their published works. For instance, Leo Burnett created iconic brand characters. Can an AI replicate that creative genius? Or is it more about extracting the principles behind that genius?
I tend to believe it's more the latter, and even that, I think, is incredibly valuable. Imagine having a digital mentor who has absorbed all the writings and strategies of someone like Napoleon Hill. You're getting their accumulated wisdom distilled and applied to your specific questions. It's like having an interactive library of their entire body of work.
Revolutionary, yes, but also a little uncanny. There's a certain gravitas around these historical figures. To distill them into an Ask bot almost feels like demystifying them. But if it helps people access and apply their timeless principles more effectively, perhaps that's a net positive. It's a trade-off between spontaneous insight and structured knowledge.
It certainly is a trade-off, and it makes me curious about the training data for these agents. Is it solely their published works, or does it incorporate broader analyses of their impact? Even if it's primarily their published works, that's still a massive amount of curated knowledge, offering a highly efficient shortcut to understanding their core tenets.
A shortcut, but hopefully not a complete substitute for deep engagement with the original material. It feels more like a tool for synthesis and application, rather than pure creation of new wisdom. Then we move to the Write Your Book suite, which is quite extensive, with 8 distinct tools. This is clearly a major focus, suggesting a strong belief in authorship for business growth.
It certainly does. The book research tool, for example, uses AI for personalized market analysis, trend insights, and even legal originality checks. That last part is incredibly crucial for nonfiction authors. Imagine the time saved, avoiding potential copyright issues, and identifying market gaps quickly.
That's a game changer. It's like having a team of research assistants at your fingertips. Then, the Book Clarity Coach helps you uncover the perfect topic, ensuring it reflects your genius and fuels your purpose. This is often where many aspiring authors get stuck, facing the daunting blank page. Having an AI to help refine that initial concept sounds incredibly valuable.
It's like a brainstorming partner that has processed millions of books and articles. And then, Book 360 sounds like a comprehensive planning tool, designed to dig deep based on your input. This really underscores that the quality of the AI's output is directly tied to the quality of the user's input, reinforcing the importance of prompting 101.
Absolutely. It's the classic garbage in, garbage out principle, even with advanced AI. But then we get to the ghostwriter tool. This is where the discussion gets really interesting, and for some, perhaps a little controversial. An AI that transforms book ideas into polished manuscripts. This is actively doing the writing.
It certainly is, and I think this is precisely where the conversation around authenticity and authorship really heats up. If an AI writes your book, is it truly your book? I tend to lean towards it being a powerful tool, much like a word processor that you leverage to express your ideas. The core ideas and expertise still originate from the human author.
But what about the voice? The subtle nuances, the personal anecdotes, the stylistic choices that make a book uniquely yours. Can an AI truly replicate that? Or does it produce something technically proficient, but ultimately sterile? This is precisely where the humanizer tool, which we'll discuss, becomes incredibly relevant.
That's a very astute observation. The ghostwriter is likely best for getting a solid first draft, for overcoming writer's block or structuring complex information. But then the human author absolutely comes in to infuse it with their unique voice, their personal stories, and their emotional resonance. It's a collaborative process.
And then there's the Authority Book Ghostwriter Coach, which specifically focuses on crafting a client-generating authority book. This isn't just about writing a book. It's about strategically leveraging that book for business growth, positioning yourself as the go-to expert, and attracting ideal clients. It's a very strategic application.
Which aligns perfectly with the overall mission, driving business growth. A well-written, authoritative book is an incredibly powerful marketing tool. If AI can help you produce that tool more efficiently, then it directly contributes to that growth, democratizing the process of becoming a published author and thought leader.
Following that, we have Fact Checker, which allows you to upload your full manuscript to automatically identify and verify every factual claim, historical dates, statistics, scientific assertions, with source-backed corrections. This feature, to me, is absolutely huge, especially in an age where misinformation can erode trust.
I completely agree. It's like having an army of dedicated research assistants meticulously cross-referencing every single detail. The time savings alone would be immense, and the peace of mind knowing your facts are solid is truly invaluable. This tool directly addresses a critical pain point for authors and publishers.
And then there's Book Critic, which promises professional-level feedback tailored to your genre, writing goals, and draft stage. Can an AI truly provide nuanced, insightful feedback on subjective elements like plot development or emotional impact? Or is it more about structural analysis and identifying repetitive phrases?
I think it's probably a very powerful blend of both. It can certainly identify structural issues, pacing problems, and suggest improvements based on genre conventions. It acts as an incredibly diligent early reader, catching things a human editor might miss. However, for deeper, more subjective aspects, a human critic is still essential.
So, once again, we see AI positioned as a co-pilot, a highly efficient assistant, rather than the sole pilot. And finally, to complete the package, there's create a book cover, using AI to design stunning professional covers effortlessly. This is a very visual and immediate application of AI that makes perfect sense for modern authors.
It absolutely does. For independent authors, cover design can be a significant expense and a huge creative hurdle. A poorly designed cover can unfortunately sink a good book. If AI can help create eye-catching, professional covers quickly and affordably, that's a massive benefit to the indie publishing community.
So, when you look at that entire book writing process, from ideation and research to drafting, fact-checking, critical feedback, and even cover design, it appears that every single step can now be significantly augmented or even driven by AI. It truly presents an end-to-end solution for authors, democratizing publishing in a way we haven't seen before.
It truly does. And the application of AI extends beyond just books. They also feature audio and content tools. The Create Your Audiobook tool, for example, transforms words into captivating audiobooks with lifelike voices. This represents another huge accessibility win, allowing authors to tap into the rapidly growing audiobook market without expensive voice actors.
And then, the Humanizer tool. This one, to me, is incredibly telling, and perhaps one of the most insightful inclusions. It transforms AI-generated text into authentic, human-like writing, with natural flow and subtle imperfections. The very fact that this tool exists acknowledges a current limitation of raw AI output, that it can often sound sterile.
It's an absolutely crucial tool, actually, because if your AI-generated content sounds overtly like it was written by an AI, it risks losing credibility and genuine engagement. The phrase subtle imperfections is key here. Humans aren't perfect writers. We have unique cadences that make our writing distinct and relatable.
It's almost like AI learning to act human, beyond just generating human-like text. It's about generating text that feels human, with all the inherent messiness, personality, and emotional resonance that implies. It's a fascinating and rather sophisticated layer of development in AI's capabilities.
And it demonstrates a deeper understanding of what truly makes content resonate with an audience. It's not just about conveying information, it's fundamentally about building connection and trust. Moving on to Design Your Course, they outline a clear two-step process. Course Genius Agent for planning and Course Designer for structuring and scripting.
Absolutely. Course creation can be an incredibly daunting task for many, even for seasoned experts. Taking your deep expertise and structuring it into a coherent, engaging, and marketable course is a distinct skill. The Course Genius Agent sounds like it helps with those big-picture ideas, turning raw expertise into powerful courses.
And then the Course Designer takes it a crucial step further, suggesting specific ideas, structuring modules, and crafting polished scripts. This is where the rubber truly meets the road for course creators. Many experts have the knowledge but struggle profoundly with the pedagogy, with how to effectively teach and present that knowledge.
It's really about leveraging expertise without necessarily needing to be an expert instructional designer yourself. It democratizes the creation of high-quality educational content, much in the same way the book writing tools democratize publishing. And finally, to round out their offerings for business growth, they feature social media AI tools, specifically highlighting a social selling coach.
Yes, the Social Selling Coach. This tool focuses on building authority, growing your audience, and mastering social selling techniques for business growth. It's not just about generating a few posts, it's about developing a cohesive strategy. Social media is often the very first point of contact for potential clients.
It's interesting that it's framed as a coach, rather than just a content generator. That distinction implies a more strategic, long-term approach to social media engagement, rather than just churning out daily posts. It's about building a sustainable presence and driving measurable business outcomes.
Exactly. So, when you consider this entire collection, from the foundational articles to the expert agents, the comprehensive book writing suite, the content enhancement tools, and the course and social media design aids, it paints a very clear picture of AI as an incredibly versatile and powerful partner for any entrepreneur.
It really is. It's about taking those tasks that are either incredibly time-consuming, require highly specialized skills, or are just plain daunting, and making them significantly more accessible and efficient. The underlying promise here isn't merely to do things faster, but to empower individuals to achieve things they might never have been able to achieve before.
And that, I think, is the real transformative power of these tools. It's the empowerment of the individual entrepreneur. It allows a solopreneur to operate with the capabilities and output of a much larger agency, bringing their ideas to fruition, whether that manifests as a published book or a robust social media presence.
But it also consistently underscores the absolutely critical importance of the human in the loop. These tools are explicitly there to help you, to augment your abilities, not to replace you entirely. The very existence of the humanizer tool is a powerful testament to that philosophy, acknowledging that the ultimate goal is to create content that genuinely connects with other humans.
And the strong emphasis on Prompting 101 means that the human operator needs to be skilled, knowledgeable, and thoughtful. It's not a magic wand. It's a highly sophisticated instrument that requires a skilled hand and clear intention to wield effectively. The better you understand how to communicate with it, the more precise results you'll get.
So, for anyone feeling overwhelmed by the sheer volume of AI tools or unsure how to even begin, this structured, step-by-step approach seems like an incredibly sensible and practical starting point. It thoughtfully moves from understanding the fundamentals to applying specific tools for achieving tangible business outcomes.
It really is an essential guide. And the idea of learning every weekday at 10 a.m. CT, as they mention in their call to action, suggests a strong commitment to ongoing education. Because this isn't a static field, it's constantly evolving, so continuous learning and adaptation are absolutely key to staying ahead.
It's truly a journey, not a fixed destination. And these tools, these carefully curated resources, they are designed to make that journey a little less daunting, a lot more productive, and ultimately far more rewarding. It's about harnessing the immense power of AI not just for novelty, but for genuine, measurable, and sustainable business growth.
Which, at the end of the day, is precisely what every entrepreneur and business professional is striving for. To grow, to expand their reach, to connect with more people, and to do it all as effectively and efficiently as possible. These tools seem to offer a very compelling and practical path to achieve just that.
Indeed, it's a powerful reminder that while the underlying technology can be incredibly complex, its application can be remarkably practical and profoundly transformative for individuals and businesses alike. The future isn't just coming, it's already here, and it's ready to help you write that book you've always dreamed of, or finally launch that course you've been planning for years.
And that, I think, is a future that is not only worth embracing, but actively engaging with.
Awesome. So that podcast's entirety was designed in our platform. It evaluated a page on our website with the AI Breakfast Lab where we do training every day, Monday through Friday. Yes, we do. Today is AI Day, so we didn't have any AI Breakfast Lab. This was our training for today. So hope you guys are enjoying AI Appreciation Day. I'm Ed Garza, co-founder of Momentum Tech. Along with Perfect Publishing, we're proud to be here. And that podcast was brought to you by our AI technology. Pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool stuff. So let's see here. Next, I think I got more episode 2 if you guys would like to see it, or unless you guys have other things you want to show. Do we have any speakers coming up? Any more stories? Or do we want to play some more educational pieces? Entirely up to you guys. I'll leave it up to you. I think the educational material gets us a little bit more conversation. So that was episode 1, I believe, that we just played. Just double check here. Yep. Okay. I got another one here we can play. So if you missed the book writing exercise showing our new platform, let me show you that real quick. And then we'll show you another podcast that I think is very interesting that I think you would enjoy. It's one of the ones that we did. And let's see here. There we go. Let's just go to... Okay, perfect. Let me pull this one up. And let me show you the book that we did. And if you missed that, let's go ahead and show you that. That was earlier today with Mike Driggers, Dr. Smiley, and our new AI tech team. So here is the AI book studio. If you missed it, this was where we wrote the book, AI Made Simple. So it put together the entire book. You have the book cover. You publish it right to KDP. Here's the PDF version of it. So you can see here it all is right here. So it wrote the entire book, 50,000 words. Here's the chapters right here. So here's chapter 1, there's chapter 2, chapter 3, the entire chapters, all the way to chapter 17. There you go. And you can download the entire Word doc here and do your own editing as well. So it did a lot of stuff. You definitely want to read it before you publish it, right? So it's got 18 total chapters, right? So you can see here it just continues to amaze me what AI can do, right? It's did everything for you. So matter of fact, if you want to, let's just show you guys what is AI really, right? So I'll show you. You want to see how it sounds? Let's see what it wrote. So let's just take all this just for fun. All right. Let's just listen to the first section, not the entire first chapter. Let's just listen to a little bit of it. And I'm going to use our platform here and show you what it sounded like. And you guys can let me know backstage if we have a speaker coming up. Okay. Log in here. And I want to listen to this book with you. So I copied it, and we're just going to come over here to our audio tool, and let's just listen to it. Because I want to hear what it's writing, and I want you to hear it. This is the book that it wrote, 50,000 words, right? So this is the beginning of the book. I'm going to use our audio tools here to create that real quick. Audio voiceover. Do a custom one, and let's just listen to it here. Yeah, I'm gonna make it. Let's choose a custom voice here. Let's use my book writing voice, and let's use story time. And let's listen to the first section of this. I didn't do the whole chapter 1, but just a portion of it. And let's listen and see what we think of the style in which it was written. So I told it when I put it in the platform to write the book. It wrote the entire thing in one shot, 50,000 words. Okay? That's our new platform. It even designed the cover. And here's the PDF file right here. So I download that PDF file. Okay. Here it is right here, right? So it literally is 115 pages, 6 by 9, right? So it wrote it all out. So we're listening to the first portion of it as it generates the audio, and we're listening to it. So beautiful, beautiful the way it did it. It wrote the entire book. All the books that you write will be here. You want to write another book, you can enter in all the information you want. Now, if you missed it, this writes different types of books. So, you choose your genre: business leadership, self-help, how-to guide, memoir, biography, history, technology, cooking, travel, literary fiction, science fiction, fantasy, poetry, young adult children's book, historical fiction, mystery thrillers, travel, you name it. It'll write anything you want. Right? And that's what it did. It wrote a nonfiction book for us, right? On the book studio, AI Made Simple. Yeah, and you can humanize each chapter if you want to. It takes a little bit of time to do it. And that uses credits, of course, but it's pennies on the dollar to have someone humanize your entire book. And it does a great job of humanizing the copy. Right. So let's listen to the first voiceover. It's already done. Let's listen to it. We'll listen to it a little bit. They're not going to. It's 17 minutes, so we're not going to listen to all of it. Let's just listen to a little bit here.
Let's start with a question that sounds simple but trips up almost everyone. What actually is artificial intelligence? If you ask 10 people on the street, you'd probably get 10 different answers. Some might mention robots taking over the world. Others might picture a super genius computer that knows everything. A few might just shrug and say, it's that chatbot thing, right? Here's the truth, and it's much less scary than the movies make it seem. Artificial intelligence, AI, is simply a computer program that has learned to spot patterns and make decisions based on huge amounts of information it has studied. That's it. No glowing red eyes. No secret plan to take over your house. Just a very good pattern finder. Let's break that down even further because pattern finder might still sound a little abstract. AI is just a very fast learner. Think about how you learned to recognize a dog when you were little. Nobody sat you down and explained the exact mathematical shape of a dog's ears or the precise ratio of leg length to body length. Instead, someone probably pointed at a dog and said, dog. Then you saw another dog, a different color, a different size, and someone said, dog again. After seeing enough dogs, your brain built its own internal definition of dog, even though you couldn't write that definition down in words. AI learns in a strikingly similar way. Instead of being told a strict rule book, it's shown thousands, sometimes billions of examples, and it slowly builds its own internal sense of patterns. Show an AI program millions of pictures labeled cat, and it will eventually get shockingly good at picking out cats in photos it has never seen before. Show it millions of sentences and how people naturally respond to each other, and it gets shockingly good at writing sentences that sound human. That's really the whole secret. AI isn't magic. It's pattern recognition done at a scale no human could ever manage by hand.
There you go. That is the tone it's writing in, right? Which I told it to write it for like an audiobook. those are kind of funny, examples, but it's true, right? That's true. AI is nothing but math, right? Math algorithms. In order for us to build that platform, the book writing tool, as an example, it wrote the entire book, right? Chapter 1, 2, 3. We watched it. 4, 5, 18 chapters in one shoot. Like you're drinking a cup of coffee. We were talking, and before you know it, it was done. We inputted information. Now you could upload a lot of information, your PDF, your frameworks, your knowledge right here, right? And it can write the book that you want in any genre. 50, 60, 70, 80,000 words. Okay? What I want you to realize is in the background, though, it's just math configuration and organization and structure. Think of it like if you want to build a house, you need a strong foundation and you need a lot of different elements, whether you're using steel, to build a building or a home, or using wood. What are you using? What materials, right? So logically, it's broken down when you build an application like this that writes the book or builds the website, which we're going to go over in just a moment. It's a no-code website builder. It just, boom, it builds it just like that. The good news is when you are part of our community celebrating AI Appreciation Day, right, our platform will let you build one website for free and host it for free on our platform. Yeah, you heard that right. And it does a lot of things. It doesn't just build a website. It makes it AI ready. It comes with a CRM. It comes with a blog engine. It's a game changer. But in order for this to happen, you understand, after listening to that podcast, it inspired some thoughts and explanation. AI is nothing but math. It's a tool that we can leverage, right? It's math algorithms that our programmers in developing these apps know how to structure them together, knows how to construct the team. Who is perfect to bat fourth? Who needs to bat first? Who needs to bat second? Talking about baseball, going back to that analogy, right? What AIs need to work together? Who needs to talk to each other? What agents in the platform to build this book to make sure that each chapter is unique and concise and thorough? The right tone, the right structure. See, it's not just one AI agent, it's multiple agents working together, and it's math when it comes to putting it together. Yes. So let's go ahead and get the website demo. I have time for that now. So you can be a part of the book and have AI build it for you, right? That's the beautiful thing in our platform. So let's just take a look. That was the audiobook. Sounded great, right? No doubt. So this was the book that it wrote right here. So let's go back in the platform. This is not the only thing the platform does, right? I can come up here and I say I want to build a website. So let's just go back. Here it is, AEO Website Builder. So I click on the AI Website Builder and I can start a new project. I could build a landing page, which that's what I'll probably do. You can do a funnel. You can add an upsell, right? You can do a website. You could clone a page if you want to, put a website in and it clones it for you. You have to probably put your own, you got to swap your own photos, right? You got to swap your own buttons and, you know, the links. You got to link your links and videos. Okay. So they may need a little touch up, depending on how complex it is. Still beta, we're still working on it, but this, what a great start for a landing page. Is perfect, right? To clone a landing page. So let's just go, like, you can do funnels or you can do landing page. We're going to do a landing page, and I'm just going to go through the process. So after you go through answering these questions, it's going to draft your copy in sections, right? Then you could edit and reorder them before building your website. So let's do this. Yeah, let's do it. So what kind of website do we want to build? This is our new website builder, no hosting. When you join our community, if you're watching us on YouTube on AI Appreciation Day, when you join our community and join our new platform, which will be available real soon. This is a brand new platform. It's like the pro platform, right? An advanced version of from our old platform. Right? It's got tools in it that we didn't have before. This will build a website right before our eyes. No design skills needed. The only skills you need is to be able to know what kind of website you have. What is your business? What's your brand name? Yeah? So I'm thinking right now what I want to build. So I think I have an idea of what I want to build. So this is all impromptu. So nothing is prompted here. Nothing is planned. I'm just going to show you what you can do. So the business or brand name, let's choose a simple brand name here. Handyman service in Puerto Rico. We do everything handyman around the house with the exception of HVAC and advanced plumbing. From hanging flat screen TVs to changing out appliances, fixing locks, the things around the house that you would normally call your honeydews. Our call to action is to call, to book a call, to call our number at 615-531-2970. That's not a real number. How should I feel? We want our customers to feel like they can trust us because we're dealing with people that perhaps have been burned in the past by handyman that have basically robbed them. Brand colors is optional. We could choose, let's just choose some colors here. And I'll tell you what, let's not choose colors. Who's this for? Busy homeowners, specifically active older adults that need help around the house. I want to focus on areas such as Cabo Rojo and old towns like San German. Here's some key facts you could validate. There's a lack of real loyalty and trustworthiness in this market for handyman that really can help these communities. We guarantee that we show up at the scheduled time every time. If I have any, let's say, serving the community for over 10 years, and I could obviously put our logo, right? I could upload a logo or a photo, or I could just, use as a style reference, or I could not do it. I could just draft my copy first. So let's just draft my copy. So now what it's going to do is going to draft our copy, right? This is a no-code developer. It's not like Code Mojo where you got to learn how to prompt it and put your website together. You're going to draft your copy before you launch it. So you'll be able to edit this and rearrange it. It takes a few seconds to draft your copy. No hosting fees. Integrated into a CRM automatically builds your site for AI readiness. So you get found by AI. So if it builds a form on the website, it automatically connects to the CRM. So here we go. The handyman who shows up when he says he will. Serving Cabo Rojo, San Juan, and the surrounding towns for over 10 years, moving from mounting your new flat screen to fixing the lock that's been sticking for months. We handle the honeydew list so you don't have to climb a ladder or chase down a contractor who never calls back. Okay? Perfect. And then these are bullet points, right? That message is strong enough, right? So let's just keep going down. Call the number, call to action, right? So one-time guarantee. So you can come in here and you could edit any of these things, right? That you want to, how it works, button call to action, bullet points. These are like FAQ questions. Stop waiting on the handyman to call you back, etc., etc. Let's say we approve it all for demonstration purposes, but you can actually edit any of this. Okay. Now we just click on build the page. So now it's going to start building the page. Okay. Okay. So let's see this. Hang on a second. Let's try that one more time. Builder. That did not work. So let's just try this again and demonstrate this. Yeah, it should work here. Let me see here. Get that done. Let me contact our tech team and they can fix it. Give me 1 second here.
Hey, Ed, you're muted somehow.
Okay. Sorry about that. No worries. Thank you. Yeah. I was just talking to the platform. So give it a second here. We're drafting our copy. Okay. Let's try this one more time. Okay. All right, let me get with our team here real quick. Stop sharing. And then we'll get that. This is a live demonstration, so this happens. So I'll give me a second here. Probably just got to release a security feature. And I want to show you guys what this does. Give me a second here. We have Dr. Smiley here too as well. Can you hear me? Okay. Give me a second here, and we'll get that fixed. We're going to take a little educational break here.
Hello everyone, I'm Mike, your AI compadre, and welcome back to another exciting episode brought to you by AI Breakfast Lab and the Radical AI Tech Squad. Today, we're breaking down a question that's on many minds. AI is going to take everyone's jobs? Rather than dive into doom and gloom, I'm here to share the top 5 surprising insights that reveal how AI is actually transforming jobs for the better. So sit back, relax, and let's count them down. Number 1. The magic broomstick effect. Let's begin with a story. Imagine a small town where everyone spent their days sweeping the streets. One day, a clever inventor introduced a magic broomstick that swept faster and better than any human. Naturally, panic ensued. But here's the twist. Rather than stripping away jobs, the broomstick freed up everyone's time, allowing them to explore new talents. They became painters, builders, musicians, and more. This story perfectly illustrates how AI today isn't here to steal jobs. It's here to change tasks, allowing us to focus on creativity, innovation, and the work that truly matters. Number 2, augmenting human capabilities. Next up is how AI amplifies our natural strengths. When a doctor uses AI to analyze an X-ray, the technology doesn't replace the doctor. It streamlines the diagnostic process so that the doctor can spend more time with patients. Similarly, a teacher can use AI to track student progress and provide personalized attention. It's clear that the real power of AI lies in its ability to take on repetitive tasks, leaving the uniquely human skills, empathy, critical thinking, and creativity untouched and even enhanced. Number 3. New job opportunities on the horizon. While some traditional roles may fade away, new opportunities are springing up every day. Think about roles such as social media strategists, drone operators, and AI trainers, jobs that barely existed a decade ago. In our ever-evolving landscape, AI is acting as a catalyst for innovation, not as a job stealer. By automating routine tasks, AI frees up space for fresh roles that can drive business growth, creativity, and competitive advantage. For entrepreneurs, coaches, and business owners, this transformation is an invitation to reskill and seize new opportunities. Number 4. The human touch is irreplaceable. Imagine a robot teacher who can recite every fact from textbooks but lacks the ability to comfort a saddened student. This brings us to our 4th insight. The irreplaceable value of human connection. While AI is a fantastic tool for efficiency, it cannot replicate the warmth, intuition, and adaptability of human emotion. In fields ranging from healthcare to education, the personal touch remains paramount. It's this very human element, your leadership, creativity, and empathy, that separates you from the machine. Number 5. Embracing change for a brighter future. Finally, the last insight is about embracing change. Every technological leap brings about concerns, but history shows us that Over the menial parts of our work, it gives us the gift of time, a chance to reimagine our roles, explore new ideas, and drive transformative business practices. For small to mid-sized companies, entrepreneurs, and sales professionals, this means you have the tools to not only survive, but thrive in an ever-changing market landscape. As we wrap up these 5 insights, I hope you've discovered that AI is less a job thief and more a liberator, a tool that helps us focus on our strengths and hone the uniquely human qualities that machines will never replace. Before you go, here's a reminder. Meet the Radical AI Tech Squad, Monday through Friday at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Register for free at aibreakfastlab.com. Thank you for joining me today. Stay tuned for the next AI myth as we explore how technology can empower your professional journey. Our next myth we bust is, can AI think and feel like a person? Tune in to our next myth now. I'm Mike, your AI compadre, and until next time, keep innovating and stay curious.
Okay, working on the tool right now, so give us a second here. I'll play the second one. This is one of the books that we put together, so might as well listen and enjoy. You're learning a little bit here, especially if you're being exposed to AI on AI Appreciation Day, right? So this is Understanding AI, one myth at a time.
Top 5 surprising truths. Can AI think and feel like a person? Hello and welcome back to Understanding AI, one myth at a time. I'm Mike, your AI compadre, and today we're counting down the top 5 surprising truths about the question on everyone's mind. Can AI think and feel like a person? Let's jump right in. The illusion of empathy. Picture this. You're at a lively birthday party with balloons floating and music in the background. Amidst the celebration, a robot named Luma wishes you happy birthday and even cracks a cake joke. But when a playful puppy enters the scene, instead of laughing at the unexpected hilarity, Luma simply offers another canned joke. This isn't a failure of humor. It's a perfect demonstration of how AI operates. It doesn't truly feel amusement or empathy. It's simply programmed to respond based on keywords. The emotion you perceive is an illusion created by sophisticated coding, not a genuine experience. Data over emotion. The second truth is that AI at its core is a master of data. When interacting with an AI assistant, be it on your smartphone or in customer support, what seems like a caring response is nothing more than a retrieval from an immense database of possibilities. If you say, "I'm feeling down today," the AI might reply with a sympathetic phrase, but it isn't experiencing sorrow. It's matching your input with a high probability response. In business, this means while AI can turbocharge efficiency, its understanding is purely mechanical. The painter analogy. Here's a creative twist. Imagine 2 painters. One is a human artist who captures emotion memories and personal experiences on canvas. Every stroke is imbued with a story, a mix of joy, pain, and passion. Now meet the AI painter who produces art by analyzing thousands of images and blending popular trends. The AI's creation might be technically impressive, but it lacks that soul-touching narrative. This contrast reminds us that while AI can excel at pattern recognition and synthesis, it has no personal narratives or heartfelt inspiration driving its creations. AI's strength, practical tools, and insights. Despite its lack of genuine feelings, AI excels in areas where human limitations can slow us down. Think rapid language translation organization of massive datasets, or even generating creative prompts for your next marketing campaign. For small to mid-sized companies and entrepreneurs, AI serves as a formidable ally. It processes information at lightning speed and offers solutions that might take humans much longer to generate. However, when it comes to building foundational relationships or delivering heartfelt customer service, that's where human intuition and emotional depth play the pivotal role. The human advantage. The final truth is perhaps the most important: the irreplaceable power of human emotion. We are wired to connect on a deeper level, sharing experiences, expressing empathy, and forging bonds that go beyond data. Whether you're a coach inspiring your clients or a sales professional closing a deal, it's your ability to feel and genuinely connect that sets you apart. AI, for all its advanced functions, remains a tool built to support, not replace, the human touch. Before we wrap up, let's reflect on these insights. While AI can simulate aspects of human interaction, its responses are rooted in patterns and probabilities, not genuine emotions. The next time you interact with a chatbot or use an AI-powered tool, remember these 5 truths and use them to strike the perfect balance in your business strategy. I'm Mike, your AI compadre, and thank you for tuning in to our ongoing series on understanding AI one myth at a time. Thank you for tuning in to our series. In our next episode, we talk about, is AI completely unbiased and neutral?
Awesome. This whole series was put together by AI. Yeah? Incredible. Incredible. Well, I'm going to play the third one since we're already here. Might as well listen to it. If we need to bring a speaker up, let me know. I am going to work on the website where our team is working on it right now to get that little simple bug fixed, and it'll be fixed so I can demonstrate the platform for you. All right?
Episode 3. AI can think and feel like a person. The pretend friend at the birthday party. Imagine you're at your birthday party. Balloons are floating, music is playing, and your friends are gathered around. One of your guests is a robot named Luma. Luma smiles, says, "Happy birthday," and even tells a joke about cake that makes everyone laugh. But then something strange happens. Your puppy runs in with a silly hat on its head. Everyone laughs and cheers, except Luma. She just keeps saying, "Would you like to hear another birthday joke?" Why? Because Luma doesn't get the joke. She doesn't know the puppy is funny. She doesn't even understand what a birthday is. She's just repeating words she was programmed to say when she hears things like cake or birthday. This is a great way to understand what AI really is. It's not a person, it's a pattern detector. It doesn't think or feel, it reacts. It doesn't understand, it responds. Even when it sounds smart or friendly, it's just doing math behind the scenes. What AI really does. Data, not feelings. When you talk to an AI chatbot or voice assistant like Siri or Alexa, it might seem like it's having a conversation with you, but it's actually just pulling from a giant stack of possible responses based on what you said. Think of it like flipping through millions of flashcards and picking the most likely next one. If you say, "I'm feeling sad today," it might reply, "I'm sorry to hear that. Want to talk about it?" But it's not actually sorry. It doesn't know what sad feels like. It's just trained to respond to the word sad with something that sounds caring. Would you trust a microwave to comfort you when you're upset? Or expect a calculator to cheer you up after a bad day? Of course not. And while AI can use human-sounding words, it doesn't have a heart. It doesn't care, because it can't. A tale of 2 painters. Let's meet 2 painters. One is human, and one is an AI. The human painter stands in front of a blank canvas. She remembers a dream she had last night about flying over mountains. She dips her brush into deep blues and fiery oranges, thinking about her grandmother who used to love watching the sunset. Each stroke has meaning. Her painting tells a story, one that comes from inside her heart. Now let's look at AI. It's fed hundreds of photos of sunsets artwork from other people and keywords like mountains, sunset, and emotion. It uses this data to generate a new image that looks amazing. But here's the difference. The AI didn't feel anything while making it. There's no memory, no inspiration, no personal connection. It's like the difference between a real handwritten letter and a copy of one typed by a machine. The copy might be perfect, but the feeling lives in the original. The power of human emotion. There's a reason we connect to movies, music, stories, and art. They speak to something inside us. They come from real people who have loved, lost, laughed, and cried. That's why a simple drawing from a child can mean more than a perfectly rendered AI image. It's filled with heart. Even in serious situations like caregiving or therapy, emotions matter. Imagine a hospital robot saying, "I hope you feel better soon." Nice words, but would that make you feel cared for? Now imagine a nurse holding your hand saying the same words with kindness in her voice and empathy in her eyes. Big difference. We as humans understand each other. We can look into someone's eyes and know they're not okay, even if they say they are. AI can't do that. It doesn't read between the lines. It doesn't sense the mood. It sees patterns, not people. So, what is AI good at? Now that doesn't mean AI isn't helpful. It's great at things like translating languages quickly, generating ideas for writing or design, helping organize huge amounts of information, playing strategy games like chess. But let's be clear, it's a tool, not a teammate with feelings. AI can assist, but it can't truly connect. That's still our job. The human advantage. So here's your superpower. You can feel. You can be curious, inspired, afraid, hopeful, kind, and bold. You can create from experience, love with your whole heart, and make decisions based on more than just logic. These are things no machine, no matter how advanced, will ever fully understand. As AI continues to grow and change the world, it will be important for us to remember this. Just because something sounds human doesn't mean it is. So keep being you, feeling deeply, dreaming wildly, and showing up with heart. Because in a world full of machines, your humanity is your greatest strength. I'm Mike, your AI compadre, and thank you for tuning in to our series on understanding AI one myth at a time. In our next episode, we talk about, is AI as completely unbiased and neutral?
Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So incredible that entire book, podcast series was done with AI, right? Incredible. But it does address an important topic, whether it's agentic AI or synthetic intelligence that's building something, right? Your genius, your intellectual property, your knowledge is important to embed in what you're building. So, John Chinney is up next. Yes, okay. Is somebody supposed to be hosting? I'll go ahead and the website tool is being worked on. I want to demonstrate that later, and we'll build that website live. So, who is the host for this hour? I've been sort of filling in with some other details. Do we have a host? All right. We have John here. Welcome, John.
How are you doing it?
I'm doing great, buddy. Doing great. Great to have you here. So, yes. So tell me, how did you? Who referred you here? By the way, for the
Colin Egglesfield.
Okay, fantastic. So Dr. Smiley you're part of Dr. Smiley's community?
I'm not.
No? Okay, fantastic. All right. Well, excellent. Well, welcome. Thank you very much for being here. Tell me where you're located at.
I'm in Utah.
Utah. Fantastic. Have you been using our platform, Momentum Tech? Or you?
I haven't. No. I've just been connected into this group and they invited me to come here and talk. I'm the founder of the General AI Proficiency Institute. And so I work with companies all around the world and speak on stages about AI all the time.
Well, that's great. Fantastic. Well, yeah, so we a little bit about us. I don't know if anybody told you about us, but we well, I'm going to let you talk a little bit about AI. We are we're community, a global community. We have AI consultants all across the world, and we built an AI. We have two AI platforms, and they're based. Think of them as AI operating systems. So they have a whole ecosystem in them. From websites to book writing, agentic AI, synthetic intelligence. Just all in one house, one login, right? So that's the pain point we solve. The tool sprawl, everything that people are, you got to buy Opus, you got to get this, you got to get that, all these different tools. We put them all in one house. So we have obviously tools like, Opus, and we have tools like cinematic videos, spokesperson, clone your voice, website building, vibe coding, write your entire book, writes the entire book, agentic synthetic intelligence, writing your entire book, one click to KDP, just everything under one house. So that's what we've been demonstrating today. But I'd love to hear your perspective and your story about AI. It's certainly advancing fast with speed, and we'd like to hear different perspectives. So I'm going to give you the floor. So welcome, John.
Yeah. So, well, thank you so much. I mean, really quickly, my background is I'm a tech entrepreneur, right? Back in 2016, Founded my first, I would call it big company, raised $13 million for that, took it up to over $100 million and sold it in 2023. And, I had to raise much money because I'm not a developer and I had tech ideas, right? I had things that I wanted to build and put in front of people. And so I, had to go do that. I had to go raise money and had a huge team and all kinds of investors. And man, that is a stressful, big ride. And so anyway, sold out in 2023 and started jumping into AI a lot because I'm just fascinated by new technology. My previous startup was related to augmented reality, and we did that for some of the biggest companies in the world: Google, Meta, Walmart, Snap, Lego, Nestle, lots of wonderful companies. But anyway, came out of that and said, okay, I really want to help companies figure out AI because I had been using it just a ton and I knew I was way ahead. And so I founded the General AI Proficiency Institute, and I was able to build all of the software and launch the whole thing and have my first customer literally in one weekend with zero investment, right? Took me about $400, right? I was able to vibe code, the whole website, all the offerings, everything we were doing, automated testing and courses and all these different things that would help businesses with AI. And now, our company has grown substantially since then. We have 28 employees now, and we help companies all over the world implement AI in their business in a way that really works, right? We embed a fractional chief AI officer into their company, and we also have a system called Jenna, which would be a competitor to something like OpenClaw or Hermes, but built for businesses with permissions, and just really amazing how that's fueling our growth. But ultimately, none of what I did would have been possible at the speed or the cost that I did. I've been able to completely bootstrap this thing, and my company today is valued at about $40 million, and that's 18 months after founding it officially. And I've raised zero money. I've been able to do that all completely on my own. And so, this is, appreciation day around AI. I love it. I love AI. I love the tools. I love what's possible. I love how easy it is for anybody to just be able to get in and build anything they can imagine. And so yeah, my mission is to help as many people as possible in the world figure out AI and get it implemented in their business in a way that really works. You still there, Ed? I didn't lose you. There we go.
Hey, sorry, I wanted to give you a time to talk a little bit about what you did, but I understand you. So tell me a little bit more about your experience. I mean, raising money like that because you weren't a programmer. That's a lot of people are doing that now, and and that's the space in the AI world is becoming very interesting. I don't know if you're seeing that now. Anybody thinks they could program something and build an app, right? Because of all the vibe coding out there, right? And we see that, but what they don't understand, I tell people in this example, I think John, you'll realize this is important, but it's like, okay, now that it's going to get worse, right? It's just like, if I want to build a house, let's just say AI could build a house as an example, right? And let's say now it's become available to build a house with AI, yeah, the blueprints and everything. And you and I wanted our first house built for our retirement.
Yeah.
And we had a choice. We could pick two. You had two guys that retired or worked at Chick-fil-A, and they learned how to do it with vibe coding, or an architect and a builder that are partners. Who would we choose? Probably the
Well,
architect and the builder. Yeah, right. Because they know the intricate details.
I'm going to disagree with you on that,
Yeah.
only because I think your point is valid a year ago.
Yes.
And I think today vibe coding is starting to get to the point, the systems that where you can vibe code, whether it's Claude Code or Replit or Base 44 or Lovable, whatever, pick your poison, right? The models are now so incredibly smart that they can build that house better than the person that's been building it for 20 years, right?
Possibly.
And
Possibly. I
I
would say
think it,
SOC 1 and SOC 2 security and other stuff is things they don't consider because they don't have the knowledge of building that, and nor will Lovable or any other platform build that into it unless you have the
I think they
knowledge
do.
to be able to vibe code it. Yeah.
I think they do. If you sit there and you ask ChatGPT right now, tell me everything that I have to do to a website to make it SOC 2 compliant. It knows and it can do it. It can implement it. I really believe that AI is getting to the point where it legitimately can replace those people. Now, does that mean that AI replaces people? No, no, it doesn't. Do I have developers on my team? Absolutely, I do. I've got great, fantastic developers on my team. They have their place, but AI is now getting to the point where it can legitimately write all the code. The top Anthropic engineers say that 100% of their code is written by AI. Now, do they watch it and take care of it and make sure it's, are they guiding it? Totally, right? But actually writing the code, making it happen, the AI is getting to the point where it's doing it. And that's AI today, right? Give it a year, 2, 3, 5. There is not going to be a developer on planet Earth that can write at the speed, consistency, and quality, security, everything. It's going to be able to do everything. And that's where we're headed.
Yeah, I hear you. I do 100%, and I believe that 100%. We could build anything with Vibe Code. We built our entire community from November 8th to over
Yeah.
40,000 members worldwide with AI. We've AI
Amazing.
built our entire ecosystem.
Yep.
Now, did we have developers? Yes, we had developers at the high end, but I got to eliminate the middle developers, right?
Big
Yeah, I
time.
get to where I had an agency with, an agency that managed millions of dollars on ad spend prior, speaking on stage with Google executives in Dallas in the healthcare market. I mean, we were a Google All-Star and we spoke on stage. We drove profit. We had profit-driven marketing. I had 100 people working for us, right? Now I could do with 10 people or even 5 people or even 3 people what I used to be able to do with 100 people in the back
100%.
end. Because all I need is high-end programmers that understand how to program in Python or React code, and they know how to edit that stuff.
Architect.
I agree with you, but at the same time, understand that what goes into the vibe code, you see a lot of platforms out there. We built some of the best vibe coding platforms in the market.
Yeah.
Our platform, Code Mojo, for example, can build any mobile app. It can build any native app from end to end. You're right, it can, 100%.
Yep.
And if you put me in front of Lovable and we go on national TV and we say who develops the best one, ours will win all the time because we built it as a Lamborghini, as a Aston Martin machine, not a Ford or Toyota, right?
Yeah.
So that's Code Mojo built all of our platform, all right?
AI
So,
is becoming capable. It's becoming capable of doing that.
oh my
And
God, it's
it's
incredible,
amazing. We can build our own platforms that build for us. To put it in perspective, my 9-year-old has built
right?
his own vibe coding platform as well. He vibe
Yeah.
coded a vibe coding platform and it works. And does it do, crazy security bank stuff? No. He's building video games. He built a system that lets him build video games and like add levels and do different things like that.
Yeah.
Amazing, right? But anyone can do it. That's the point. If my 9-year-old can do it, anyone can do it.
Right,
So
it's going to become more democratized. We definitely see that. Yeah, but again, there's a lot of knowledge that I think you're still going to have to feed into AI technology. Someone has to police over it. In other words,
totally.
yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
You
And I
gotta stay
think
in
the
line.
best part, a high end developer that knows how to do that, and when you need to make a tweak. Or there's no way to know that. Okay, when you get to 50 or 100 users, is it going to break,
What's gonna
right?
happen? Yeah,
And
totally.
managing the cost of AI. A lot of
Yep.
companies just understanding that.
Yeah, that's
They
exactly why we offer our fractional chief AI officer service, right? We come in and we provide that guidance. We help people know what is possible, what is the right move here. Do we need to hire a developer? Can that secretary actually manage changing a button, And so, figuring out what is the right way to figure out AI at scale in a company. That's what we do. So
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, it's a pleasure having you here, John. And if we could ever be of assistance to you, I mean, we have. If you want access to our no code builder, you'll love it. It builds faster and better.
I'd love
And
to see it. I'd love to see it.
it built our entire platform. I mean, I could show you like a little bit of the back end of it. Of what this is more of our high end coder, but
Yeah.
we got some time here, I think, to talk about it. So I could just show you in the back end of our platform. This is a kind of a this built everything that we have today. It's Code Mojo. So, for example, I could build any website. I could build a mobile app. I could build a crypto app. I could add images. I could put in a prompt in here, right? And I could develop anything
Get
that
it.
you could imagine. And it comes, for example, let's take a look at this platform here, for example. So when you build like this was an AI app, so it builds everything for you internally. So a built-in CRM, a built-in database, so it doesn't use Superbase. Everything is
Yep.
internal, and all the
Mhm.
buckets, all the secrets, all the edge functions, all the logs, all the exports. The entire database, imports, everything is managed inside. I don't use any outside platform at all.
I love it.
So
Well,
it
thanks
builds,
so much for showing. I'll have to check it out a little bit more, Ed. I
yeah,
really appreciate it.
yeah. So thank you for being here. We appreciate you, and thank you for your insights, John. All right,
Absolutely.
you bet.
Thanks.
You bet. All right, guys. AI is here, 100%. So excellent. Dr. Smiley, you still here? Why don't you, if you can come up a little bit, I need a little bit of break to work with our tech team. And unless I'm scheduled to be here, I'm not sure somebody else is scheduled to host. All right, guys. So thank you guys for being here for AI Day. And um, okay. All right. Well, see, interesting. We're talking about AI, right? So there's a lot of AI models in the marketplace. So let's say, for example, we were just talking about building how Claude, everybody's using Claude build, right? We're just talking about that. So let me give you a live update. Yeah. So right now on Claude, don't you hear me? Everybody that's building stuff on Claude, right? Claude is currently down. All AI systems are impacted. Again, knowledge, right? All down. Okay? Our systems, Code Mojo, this platform, not affected. This is a builder, right? Dashboard, as an example. Photo images, use myself, right? I want to get creative. I'm using myself and my wife. Let's make ourselves superheroes. Let's put us on a mountain summit. Let's do a retro film photograph. Let's do 16:9. Let's create that image. See, this is built on our unique platform. So sorry, Claude. Love you guys. It's great. You build on Claude, you do everything, but it's down right now. All systems are impacted. Not Momentum Tech. Right? Not Momentum Tech. There you go. Boom. Yeah. What else you want to be? You want to be there's a superhero. Let's check out being an astronaut. And let's make us a magazine. Let's do a cinematic photorealism. Okay. Let's create that image. Yeah. 9:16:11. Yeah. Put text on the image if you want to. The journey begins. How awesome is that? Yeah, that's the power of our platform, Code Mojo. Yeah, that's our platform. It's not Claude built, it's Code Mojo built. Yeah, still relevant. This is like for Code Mojo is our platform that we built. All right, you can build the future of the internet. What do you want to build? At the speed of thought. Yeah. See, we didn't build something off of Claude. We built something after our technology. So to say that you could have people from Chick-fil-A, build an app for you, go ahead and try to build it on Claude and see what happens. It's down right now. I'm going to use that. Yeah, 100%.
They said it couldn't be done. They called us dreamers. But we saw the future.
Mojo magic, don't wait too long. Feel the rhythm, it's strong, strong, strong. No more stalling, no more fear. Say it loud, Mojo Magic's here. Yeah, get your mojo on, it's time to rise. No more shadows, no more disguise. Dreams are calling like a neon glow. Let's build it up with Code Mojo.
Yep, that is what we built. Right? 100%. So it builds. It built our entire company. Code Mojo did. Because we built it to do that. See, it doesn't just build landing pages. It's not a landing page builder. It's built for building web applications, chatbots, crypto applications from end to end. Yeah? And it's built, we have software engineers that are coming to us and they're able to build faster, less expensive than Claude. Yeah. So all systems are impacted. Yeah. Happens. Yeah. So I could add another image. Let's add, just for fun, let's add James. Let's add another one. See if I can find Dr. Smiley here. Ken. On my desktop. There he is. Okay. 4 photos. Let's make us into a, how about superheroes? How about a fantasy warriors? And let's put us on an epic battlefield ridge. And let's make us cyberpunks. Code Mojo built that platform I'm showing you right now entirely. It built our entire company. Everything. Yeah. Many of you actually created AI stories. This was our website that built it for our National AI Appreciation Day. Right? This is where people registered. Code Mojo built it. Right? It's got its own CRM here also built into it. Right? There you go. Already built into it. Okay, we also built in, for example, let's look at something else I'd recently built. Yeah, look at this one. I built this. This is a news website, Tennessee Spotlight. It has an AI news feed that automatically feeds in news articles. What's going on with AI in Middle Tennessee? Yeah. It pulls a live feed. This was 2 days ago. This was 9 hours ago, right here. This was 20 hours ago. Right? This is 2 days ago. Senator Blackburn campaigns draw donations from AI and data centers employees from Nashville, Tennessee. AI news. We got articles here. Yeah, about AI. This is eventually going to become an AI newsletter. Tennessee Spotlight. People can register for news right here. And we're going to build this up, right? I think this is the future for anybody. And Code Mojo has a news feed where it can automatically feed in news about any topic worldwide. That was built. Yeah. Pretty cool stuff. So let's see, what was the image that we were generating? Let's look at the image here. Where was that? There it is. No? Is that it? No, here. There we go. There's our image of us. All four of us. Boom. Yeah. Not all four of us. But there's Jeanette and there's Dr. Smiley. Yeah. How cool is that? Yep. Awesome. Yep. So that's what we can build. So anyway, just some lessons. Do we have somebody here? Bill Hoffman's here, I think. So let's bring Bill Hoffman up. He's going to manage the show here now. Please. That would be great. All right.
Okay, we're gonna play. So you were I stepped away for a minute.
That's okay. It's okay.
So I was trying to get Dr. Smiley back.
Okay.
To just have some conversation and
I think Bill is here. Bill Hoffman. Dr. Smiley is not here either. So
yeah, so Bill is no, he's not here.
yeah, he is. He's Bill
Oh,
Hoffman
I
is here.
see he's down there. Okay. Um, and he is gonna start hosting at 4.
Okay.
We're a little early because we did a few things a little bit early. But did you want to have a little bit of conversation with Bill before he goes into hosting mode?
No, I think we just let him talk a little bit about it. He's more than capable of talking and getting some shots of him. Yeah.
Okay, great. And that's what we'll do. I'll bring it.
All right, guys. So AI is very interesting, right? You know, Momentum Tech has faced in the past. James and I have been through what are called DOS attacks, denial of service, which is a cyber attack against our company, and that's happened a couple of times, right? And we survived all of that. So we build everything in the platform to be able to battle test everything. That's what Code Mojo's built on, right? High-end security. I would not trust anybody that does not have software skills in the future. AI is a big black box, guys. It's going to be tougher and tougher to be able to trust somebody, to really build something of quality, right? Literally. Look, let's just take the website process when the World Wide Web became available, right? There are people that have built they build websites, and some people that don't build websites very good, or they don't deliver. Yeah, you understand? So there's always going to be some dirt in an industry. So I think AI is creating a lot of creators, and I think it's become more difficult to be able to validate and trust the builders. Do they have the ability and the skill set to be able to actually build something from ground up? Yeah. So building on top of systems. Yeah. Depending upon other sources, outside sources to build, things can break fast. When we first launched Code Mojo, we were using Superbase, SUPA. It's a database system to create databases. Okay, so we saw a lot of errors happening because of that. Code Mojo, by the way, can build just about anything as part of our ecosystem. It built our entire company. It built websites. It builds apps. I just showed you an app it built. Right? It does not, when Code Mojo builds, it does not rely upon third party. That's how we built it. It wasn't the first build, but we constantly improved it. So now it builds its own database internally. Everything lives in house. What we've learned very quickly is when you rely upon anything like, to be able to connect this and that and this and that and connect all these outside sources, which most people that are using Claude Build are doing, right? That's when you increase your potential error issue. We've already learned that. We understand that, right? We understand that. So it's important who you're going to trust in the future for building. That's going to be more and more important if you're looking to build an AI company, right? There's going to be a lot of money that's thrown at AI, and there's going to be some people that aren't happy with the return on investment because they don't know how to evaluate something that's built. Okay, so Catherine is next up to speak, Catherine Knabb. So you could bring her up here. Just talking about AI in general and how you should be alert and aware, right, of what's going on in the entire industry. Okay? We're here to be the patriarch and matriarch of the industry. So, Catherine, welcome. So, I'm excited to hear you. I'm excited to hear your conversation. We're getting into deep conversations now because, Claude is down for everybody that's built anything on Claude right now for everybody. And, we've learned in the past what to build on, right? And we understand that, the AI is like a black box. Who can you trust and what can you build? And, I think what we're building here is a community, like to be the matriarch or patriarch of the industry, to be the guardian to help people understand and navigate. We've been attacked. We've seen down systems, right? We know how to fix them. We build SOC 1, SOC 2, and we constantly develop security features to protect against DOS attacks and everything like all of that's important to understand, right? Somebody that is just new to AI, oh, I can build on Claude and I build a platform. How do you know it's going to be able to survive those things? That's the concern I bring up in the industry, and I think it's a concern for everybody, right?
From a technical background myself, having spent 30 years in doing projects across 4 major industries, including enterprise-wide changes for some of those companies. So I always look at things from a security perspective myself. So as I've tested different AI tools, the first thing I did, well, the first thing I did was to create a separate Gmail account with a clean Chrome environment to go and ask, what do I need to know about the security of this tool? And so I don't give it any more files than I want it to have, that sort of thing. But I've tested a lot of the tools, and security is first, but also what of my data is it going to keep? What liabilities might I have to answer for at some point? Because I deal with a lot of small businesses. Some of those might come under lawsuit someday. You know, that happens in business. What can happen in those situations?
Well, that's
So I have
great.
to
Well,
kind of be ready.
I'm going to let you talk about that and talk
Sure.
about your background. Make sure people know what you do and and how has AI assisted you in your business. We'd love to hear your story. I'm going to give you some time to talk, okay?
You bet.
All
So
right.
my name is Catherine Knapp. I'm a business ownership architect. I'm a certified franchise consultant. So I did work in the corporate world for 30 years, helping them create a lot of change. And when I jumped ship and joined the small business world, I became that franchise consultant and bought into a networking organization called Network in Action. So when people ask what I do, I tell them I help people build the structures they need to have in order to create, grow, and scale business for themselves and their lives. And I want them to be successful as a business and in their life as well. So I've always been an early adopter of technology. I spoke about the security aspect of things. So when I help people adopt new systems, and that's what I find that I have to do because many small businesses haven't tried all the AI tools. Certainly, a lot of corporations have not. I just talked with a university earlier this week in the medical education space, and they were not using AI hardly at all. So there's lots of people who have not learned AI, and I think that it's important for people to understand the technologies that are out there because when it comes and crashes in on them, they need to be ready. That medical school hasn't had a lot of changes at the faculty and staff yet, but it's going to happen. So they need a trustworthy way to get to know technology. And that's one of the things I've been impressed with about Momentum Tech is you've built a lot of things. You've built an integrity framework of stuff for people to learn, and they can learn bit by bit and master it and then grow as they like. So I love seeing how the pieces of technology and the pieces of change get put together. And so when somebody has lots of ideas, I find that using AI can help them not only get more things done faster, but also develop the ideas. If they can think critically and constructively, they can ask very good questions and get some great feedback that's going to help them build some amazing solutions for themselves and others. Before 2023, I didn't know a lot about AI. I was aware of it. Siri is an AI tool. The Google version, which I don't say the words because I don't activate that on my phone, that I knew all that was there. I knew people had fun with it and all that kind of thing. But again, being security minded, I just had not delved into it. But when it became such a big deal in 2023 and everybody was talking about OpenAI and all that it could do, I had to try it because I had to get out there in front of my networking members and before in front of my small business clients and make sure I understood how those tools work so that I can answer their questions. So I dove in and I started testing, I started building, and I created some automations for myself. One of the more recent ones I created, this was as a result of hearing several people over probably the new November to January timeframe. Had three different people from late 20s to mid 30s tell me they didn't know what their purpose was. And when you're in small business, how do you choose to go forward? What direction do you choose to go forward in if you don't understand your purpose? So we have personality tools and things like that, but I framed up 25 questions around the areas of purpose, values, mission, vision, and goals. And to get people to answer those questions and then tell me if they already had a disc result or something like that. And I put together an analytical tool to objectively analyze the answers. It doesn't provide solutions necessarily, but it provides observations for people to reflect on and maybe to give them focus as to where to go forward. So when I see people expressing common things like that, then I think of what can I build in AI to address that particular question. So that's one of the ways I do it. I also analyze a lot of franchise related information in AI and problem solve for small business in AI. I mean, I'm growing a larger and larger bandwidth of materials that I can share to people in my consulting and coaching capacity. So I like AI. I still research the security and the optimization of it. I have a set of questions that I ask pretty much on a monthly basis across a lot of different tools because I know the technology is changing constantly. So I want to see, what does it tell me about the technology and about the algorithms and about the rules month over month over month, because it changes. And it tells me the updates. It tells me what tools are moving at a faster pace, what tools are going backwards or slowing down. And so I am trying to stay aware of what tools to use for what purpose. But as far as a single tool set to give over to somebody who's not as experimental as I am, I'm really enjoying kicking the tires on Momentum Tech and beginning to share that to some small businesses as I come across them to see if that's going to provide the solutions that they need to do the things that they need to do in their business. So I know I'm more inquisitive than a lot of people about some of the tools, but I try to do my best to provide solutions not only for myself, my franchise clients, my Network in Action networking members, but also other people who might need to be solving a problem to scale their business, add a new revenue stream, or just solve some problems they've got. So that's what I'm all about. You can reach out to me at 662-910-7999. You can also find me at NAB Consulting. That's KNABB consulting.com. And I'm happy to meet with anybody and talk through what you want to achieve for your life and for any small business that you want to run. So I see that as a way to give people as much choice as possible for themselves, their families, and communities. And that's what I'm all about.
Well, I love the Network in Action franchise. I went to high school around the same time Scott did in
Oh, wow.
Texas. So Scott, I know Scott, the franchise owner at Houston, Texas. So
He's a good
and
guy.
and Moose, I know Moose as well, very well. So
Yeah.
yeah. So where is your franchise located? Your Network in Action franchise located?
Memphis, Tennessee. I've
Memphis,
got two
Tennessee.
units in Memphis and one online because there's a lot of business out there that can serve clients anywhere. So I try
Wonderful.
to give them an avenue. Plus, also, as I talk to franchise brands and they've got franchisees that might be struggling for something, then I want those franchisees to feel welcome to be a guest, and maybe they can find some solution providers.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So how did you hear about Momentum Tech and the technology?
There's a guy that I'm friends with in the Atlanta, Georgia area, Kevin Vaughn, and uh, he and I have been talking with each other for a long time and just sharing information back and forth. And he started showing me videos and materials that he created through Momentum Tech,
Oh,
and I know he's always trying things. He's working in one direction. I'm working in a slightly different direction, but it hit my radar, and I got to talk to Christine as well, and
Teen.
so that was two impressive people. Yes, two impressive people who were both using Momentum Tech. So I went back to Kevin because he was the first one. He brought it up to me and had a more extensive conversation. And so now I'm just kind of methodically going through and just beginning to kick all the tires and to see what it's all about before I start really just handing it off to everybody and say, this is a tool. If you're not using something, here's a good place to start.
Fantastic. That's great. Yeah, it's a network in action is certainly a great platform. So I would love to learn more about your virtual event, and if I can support you in any way with that, as a founder, I'm here to support you. Okay, whatever you need, you just tell me.
Absolutely. And I'm happy to brainstorm because I just have to park ideas. I have so many ideas for different companies. It's easier for me to come up with ideas for other companies than it is for myself. So I get these grand ideas that sometimes I just have to park, but you've got a platform that can possibly put some of those to life.
Fantastic. Yep. And we're here to support you. And I love networking is a very important part of our AI consulting business. And we certainly have the tools for any type of business that's looking to get AI ready. I think that's the most important message, right? Is get your content AI ready. Speaking of that, I think we have someone. You could stay here for just a second, and then we'll put you back in the backstage. But next up, he's going to come and speak a little bit. I want him to talk a little bit. That's our executive vice president of sales for Momentum Tech, and that's the one and only Bill Hoffman. Bill Hoffman has multiple businesses. Him and his wife run a studio in Southwest Florida. It's a fitness studio for active older adults above 50, and they're using AI technology to build on their franchise. They have owners of that franchise. It's called EP Fitness. So Bill Hoffman's coming up now. Let's bring him up to the stage and let's let him talk a little bit about his AI story. He did a clone version of it, but I think it's good to hear him live up here as well. So can you bring Bill up, please, and bring him up to the stage? And Catherine and I will stay here for a moment, and it's fantastic. So Memphis is just a stone throw away. I'm in Franklin, Tennessee, by the way. So.
Oh, well, I'll have to come over for a coffee one day.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. You're welcome to do that. We do a lot of local events here, maybe some AI weekends and learning and just some fun stuff. But whatever you need, you tell
You
me.
know what I do on a drive, right?
What do you do?
I'm talking to an AI agent and usually framing out the requirements for some sort of build.
That's awesome. Good for you. I love it. I love it. I love it. You and I could probably tech out all day, so that's great. Let's go ahead. Can we bring Bill up here, please? And we'll bring him up and we'll introduce Bill Hoffman to the group here. So, no, Catherine, it's a pleasure talking with you. And Christine is fantastic, and she's part of our corporate team, and we're glad to have her, and we're glad to have you as well, Catherine. So. Welcome to Momentum Tech, and thank you for telling your story. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bring Mr. Bill Hoffman up here live from Southwest Florida. And I thought you would have the beaches behind you on this beautiful day, but it's okay.
I decided just to have the Momentum Tech behind me.
There you go. There you go. Great. Well, we're going to give you the stage to talk. What does AI mean to you and your wife? How does it change things? You got 10 minutes, brother. Let's let it rip, tater chip, and you can talk about whatever you want when that's important to you, that you think people need to hear about AI. All right.
All right. Well, listen, welcome everybody. This has been one heck of an event so far, starting early this morning and going till late this evening. My name is Bill Hoffman, as Ed said. I've been working with Momentum Tech. And why did I do that, right? Because I'm still not Mr. Technology, right? I'm not. That just isn't my, probably more of less, it has more to do with just that it probably is more of maybe a slight apprehension to it. And then when I got introduced, because I've been in the direct sales world for 40 years, when James Penny introduced me to it, and they said, "Why don't you come on board as the vice president of global sales and growth and so on and so on. And by the way, Catherine, amazing story, amazing, just absolutely amazing story. So I mean, just great. It's so neat, all these people that have been coming on here. But I said, I got a chance to learn something here, and getting on the breakfast labs and all the different trainings they've done. And I've really learned an awful lot. And one, I'm not afraid of it anymore. I love how Catherine talked about she's talking into one of her agents, and it does that. My wife owns a fitness studio designed for people 50 and over. It's semi-private, so there's never more than 4 to 6 people in the gym, and you get coaching that's tailored to you. And I think our average age, because I live in here in Southwest Florida, is around 72 years old, right? We've got some 80-year-olds, which is fantastic. They come here because they don't feel comfortable going to the big gyms where everybody's sitting there with their cameras taking pictures of each other and stuff like that. They want to go someplace. Maybe they haven't been to a gym for a long time. But the reason, and this isn't about the gym as much as about the website. We had somebody build our website. We spent thousands of dollars. And we were kind of embarrassed to send it out to people. I mean, it wasn't functional. Every time we wanted to make a change, it might take 2 to 3 weeks. And here comes Momentum Tech. And I said, Ed was talking about building websites using the AI. Well, we got together with Ed and my wife, Julie. She and him built this website, fully functional. She's able to do blogs on it. She's able to change things on herself doing it, right? Now the other thing is we're AI searchable. So when somebody goes to their phone and says, I'm looking for a gym that I can feel comfortable in, that's clean, and there isn't, 20-year-olds taking pictures of themselves and playing loud music and and on and on and on, we come up. If I'm looking for a gym that I've not been to, working out wise, for 30 years, I need something that's safe, that understands me and my body, and our gym just pops up. We get so many leads because of that. And we love our website, and it just keeps getting better and better and better on the searchability side of it. Julie's becoming quite the authority in the fitness arena in Southwest Florida. I mean, it's really great and fantastic. So that's how AI's changed one of our businesses. On my other businesses, we use it constantly for things. I'm always talking into my AI agents and saying, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? Could you do this? It saves me a lot of time versus the old way was Googling. I'd have to Google it, keep it, send that information over to my email, then go out and Google some more stuff. Now I can just talk to it and say this, like I'm working right now heavily in the restaurant and bar business. Now, what I'm doing is not supplying them with food or credit card processing, which has been something I've done for 25 years. There's a thing called the FICA tip tax credit, and less than 70,000 restaurants and bars throughout the United States since 1993, out of over 1 million restaurants, have ever taken advantage of this tax credit. And I just was at a restaurant just down the street, a Hispanic restaurant. They've got like $79,000 coming back, right? A good chunk of it in tax credit, the rest of it in a refund because they overpaid. And I say, well, I thought my accountant did it. No, your accountant just takes the information you give them and then they file. You need a specialized tax credit company, and we will work alongside the owner of the business and their accountant. And then we hand them an audit proof package, and then they refile and get it. We stand by our work. We've done over 22 billion in tax credits for over 25,000 companies. But now we're focused on all the restaurants. It's amazing. There's about $20 billion sitting out there just for this last year for restaurants. And they don't know about it. They all think they do. They all say we do. And then I just pull up, I do my AI and I say, pull up the irs.gov and tell me where that the laws are about their getting the refund or tax credit on the FICA tip tax. They say, oh, this law was signed in by Bill Clinton back in 1993, and it was affirmed by the Supreme Court in 2002 when somebody took it to courts, and the Supreme Court said, no, you're allowed to do that. And then, of course, when the big, beautiful bill last year highlighted that now the employees don't have to pay the tax on the FICA tax on their wages. But we're talking about for the businesses. So if you know anybody that owns any restaurants, or you know anybody that wants to go and call on restaurants, or they can always get a hold of me at, I'll give you my email and my phone number. It's Bill Hoffman, as the name is on there. So that's 2 F's and 2 N's. So Bill Hoffman at gmail.com. If you know of anybody, want to send them my way, I'll help them. It's an amazing thing. We're doing something. I walk into these restaurants and I say, I'm not selling you anything. And then, of course, because we're in the AI world, I say, do you currently, with your website, I noticed that it's not AI searchable. You know, everything's going to AI. And so it offers a chance that we can actually redesign their website with AI. I'm not creative, but AI is. It's fantastic. It's amazing what it does. And, you know, it just opens the door. You might as well, as long as, and we're just there to help them. And of course, I'm sure Ed's talked about that because I saw the Code Mojo up there. And the bottom line is, you could go out there and just talk to all the businesses you know and offer them the opportunity to have their website be AI searchable. And, you know, charge what you want. It's up to you. I don't remember your worth though, because like 95% of businesses, 95% are not AI searchable. And according to Google, SEO is dead. It's dead. You can't get high enough on the ranks. You can't spend enough money to do it. AI searchability is the key. And the only way they can do that is if they have an AI searchable website. So, I mean, my son's been doing it up in Ohio, my youngest one, and that's all he's doing is building websites for people using AI. Before you'd have to go to a programmer and a graphic artist and all these other things. Now he takes their old site, puts it in there, copies it, and then tweaks it with the AI. And it's amazing what's going on there, right? So what I would say is, I'm going to use this as an example. If you're sitting there like me, I'm 64 years old, you're going, oh, I don't know about this AI stuff. I just don't know if I want to. I mean, it's kind of scary. It's kind of this, kind of that. Well, you know, I remember going into the bank and talking to a teller to pull money out. Then they put ATMs outside their doors. We could just go there. Well, I adapted to that. I stopped going into the banks. As we see, there's less and less tellers at banks now because people can do their banking that way. They can do their online banking. My mother, who's 87 years old, she said, I'll never do that. I'm only going to talk to somebody at the bank. Now I ask her, when's the last time you've been to the bank? She goes, oh, I don't even remember the last time. Because she can Zelle money. She can pay all her bills online. She wants to get cash. She can go to an ATM. She can do all these different things. At her age, she is totally adapted to it. So what I would tell you is we're in those early stages of AI. We are. And it's growing like crazy. And you have a chance to come in get involved, learn about this business, and actually start. You could, one, just enhance your life, make your life simpler, easier, better, right? You want to know, I'm trying to lose 5 pounds. I'm not, but let's say you were. What's the best diet for someone that's, willing to do walks twice a day? And what kind of foods should I eat and stuff like. It'll pull it all up for you. Oh, I'm thinking of going on a vacation. Well, let's use AI to bring up all the different things that are in there. Tell it what you like to do when you go on vacation, where you're planning on going. It'll pull up all the highlights. That if you're going out to someplace and you've heard they have hot water springs, pull it up. It'll pull it all up there and say, you can get it this way, you can do it this way, you can do it that, on and on and on. It will give you the answers that you're searching. Not a list of 20 of them, the answer. That's the key that AI does. So it's just absolutely amazing. But you also have a chance, because of what Momentum Tech is doing, they'll actually allow you to come involved very inexpensive, learn, and who knows, you could start building a business. Maybe it's a blog you always want to do. Maybe it's your book you always want to write. Maybe you wanted to be able to teach a certain class. Maybe it's cooking, or you've got a business that you like to share with you how to do those. I saw those dad hacks, right? In other words, how to do things that a lot of people call on their dad to do, right? Well, there's all kinds of things that you can do, and we all have a special talent or a special gift, like Vince. I mean, he reaches out to more people about his faith than anybody I've ever heard of. And he's using AI to build his shorts, stories all about God, and makes them fun and exciting and grasping people's attention and so on and so on. There's all kinds of things. And I've met Vince. He is one heck of a unbelievable, can quote the Bible and do all those things. But the truth is, his talent lies in the AI tools he's using. Now, and I'm not taking away he's a talented guy, but he wasn't a graphic artist. He wasn't this guy that, knows everything on technology, but he uses AI to make the gifts that God gave him even better and faster and quicker. I think that he's written over 20 books now, I think. And the first one took like 4 years. I'm butchering up the numbers, but the bottom line is, and now with AI, he can put these books out like crazy. It's amazing what you can do. I was able to put a draft together for my book, right? And I go back and I can tweak it and add little things that, so on and so on. But I probably would have never sat down and actually wrote the book. I think people that do that are very gifted. That wouldn't be my gift. I'm a little bit too ADD. So now I can just talk into it. It'll take my life experiences, assemble it in there, and then I can look at it and go, well, actually, I think this would add this to it. Or let's focus more on what came out of that experience, and so on and so on. And it does it for me in my words, in my flavor, in my character. It's really, really powerful. So I'd say that this is probably going to be the most fundamental change in our lifetime. I was talking to a lady. I went up to a funeral up in Columbus, Ohio. A good friend of mine had passed away, and it was a beautiful memorial. But on the plane, I was sitting next to a 98-year-old lady. I said, man, you've seen a lot of changes. And she started talking, and she's talking because she had hearing issues and even a little bit of speech problems, right? But she's traveling all by herself. As she talked, it came up on her phone. As I spoke, it came up on her phone and she could read it, right? So we were able to communicate very well. I said, is this ever really neat, right? And powerful, right? Technology, the things that have changed. And I'm thinking to myself, Imagine what we're going to see, the changes we're going to see with AI. It's going to, 10 years from now, you're going to go, I can remember when I was on this Thursday, AI Appreciation Day. And now, you know, I, my entire budget, my entire planning for my vacation, my this, my that, it won't take 10 years, but I'm just saying you'll be able to go back and go, all these things that are done for me because my own personal AI agent that is a clone of you that learns you is doing all those mundane things. Then you can hang out with your grandkids or your children or your friends, and you can get back to the human touch because you're not so busy doing the things that really are just time consuming. Now you can have AI do it, and it'll do it as you. That's the powerful story behind AI, I believe. It does it. When I see in a blog that my wife Julie does, and I read it, it is her personality, her character, her wisdom that AI just took it and took what would have made it taken her 2, 3 hours to write and does it in a matter of minutes. So that's where I think you're going to see some great benefits. And then some of you are going to go out there and make a fortune with it. And I'm going to high five you on that stuff. So I don't want to go past my time. I could talk and talk and talk. When we went up to the funeral, my good friend, he's been a friend for over 40 years. I just talked to him on Saturday, or texted him on Saturday and wished him a happy 4th of July. That was the Saturday ago. So, and he came back and said, what are you running for president or senator? And I said, no, I'm just excited. We're 250 years old. This experiment is working. And I said, but Antoine, how are you doing? And he wrote back in his typical thing. Now, remember, he's been very ill. He's been on dialysis for 12 years. So most people don't make it 12 years, right? And he goes, spectacular, but I promise to get better. That was at 7:42 p.m. Sunday night. I got a phone call the next morning at 8 p.m. He had a massive heart attack going into the shower and died. And I'm thinking, man, I had to go up for the memorial. Something Julie and I didn't plan on doing, but I got up there and they said, after the family had all spoke, they said, does any friends want to do it? Well, I'm not shy, as you can tell. I got up there and they go, oh, and Antoine happened to be a black man. And they go, oh, here's his brother from another mother, right? That was our common little thing that we always joked about in all the businesses we built together, right? And I get up there and then I started getting emotional. I thanked everybody. I told some stories about him. I just love that man. He was like a brother to me. My kids called him Uncle Twan, right? So he was a part of the family, and I was a part of his family. I sat down, and my wife goes, "Thank goodness you got emotional, because you'd have kept us here till late in the evening, right?" So I like to talk, and I know Ed just popped back in here. Ed, AI is going to change billions of people's lives. And we have an opportunity to play a small role in that, or a big role.
That's
And
right.
what
100%.
you
I love what you and Julie did. And you guys invested time. Remember, we were in Melbourne Beach. Remember?
Yes, we were.
It was Jeanette's, my wife's birthday, and we
Yeah.
invited both Julie and Bill up, and they drove up. It was a couple hours, right?
Yeah.
And the trip, and boy, we had an experience. There she is. Yeah, we had an incredible experience. Yeah, there she is. She's coming in and out. There you go.
She is.
There
There
I
you go.
am.
There you
There
are.
she
We just have
is.
to be really
Yes.
close.
There you go.
Yeah. And I
I'm
said,
married up.
remember, I set a computer next to Julie. I said, okay, answer this question and speak in the microphone. And she just spoke, right? And it's incredible. Let me show you guys what happened here. Let me show you we were playing with the website tool earlier, so I put in information. I said, build me a law website, right? And it built it. So let's look at it, right? So this is like, entire structure. Let's open it up. All right. So here it is right here. So this is the editor. All right. So it built the law website because we didn't give it much information. Okay. We just told it to build it, right? And you can see what it did. I mean, it's building it. Let's go ahead and look at it, open it live so we can see it, right? So this is what it built. Yeah. Built the entire website. And we didn't give it much. You understand? Just gave it a basic information. It's a defense law group, very professional. Look at the imagery and everything, right? So you can customize a lot of this. FAQ questions. This form is already connected to the CRM. Right here. Right here. Here's the CRM. Yeah? All the orders, exports, archived, right? Stats. Free hosting is the most important thing to know. Free hosting. Domains, connect your domain. Settings, right? This is where you set up descriptions and everything. So you can see here, this is the build right here. So if I open it, right, I can edit visually right here. So I click on that editor right there, and it opens up the editor for me. So, you could edit it visually if you want to. It's loading the editor right now. Okay, 3 things and you are ready. Click any text to rewrite it. Double click on any image to swap it. Drag a section from the left and it arrives already wearing your colors and fonts. Say, okay, got it. Right? So look at that. I can just change that text right there. Yeah, right in here. I can change that text. Isn't that amazing?
That is.
Look, everything can be changed right here. Edit on the editor. Every section, right? Every section. Yeah. Beautiful. So you can see, like, here's all the sections that you could add, right? Spacers, category. If I want to change this image, obviously, all I got to do is put in the extra image right here. So we make it really easy to be able to edit this. Either AI, you could have AI do it, right? Or you can edit it yourself if you want to, right? Then you just click save when you make the changes, right? There you go. If that's what you want. And then, of course, it gives you, here's a tablet view, right? There's the mobile view, right? You could just say, hey, redo it if you wanted to redo it. It'll redo it for you. Just make sure you save the changes. All right, so let's go back. And, of course, let's go back here. We don't need to save anything. Let's go back to projects. So there it is. Yeah. So that is the website builder. Works really easy. All right. And Bill, you finally write your book. Look, we wrote this book today really fast. Almost 50,000 words. Look at this. But you want to talk about, it wrote this entire book. AI made simple.
Wow.
We put in some basic information and it built everything. And this is the book that it wrote right here. I have it in Word here. Okay. It's formatted already, but if you want to see how many words it wrote, 47,000 words in one swap, one setting. Yeah. This is the new platform. You can publish it directly to KDP. You want to see something really cool? There's the book already. You just click on publish to KDP and you click on the Kindle book. And then there it is. Here's the Kindle book. Look at this. Look at this. There it is. There's the cover for the Kindle book. Here's the Kindle already done for you, ready to publish. Look at that. You just click on this, it goes right to it. People can read it now anywhere. It's already ready for Kindle, the entire book. 47,000 words. Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. Everything written for you. Yeah. And here's the all the way to AI Made Simple, a beginner's guide to starting with artificial intelligence. Pretty cool, right?
It's amazing.
Right. So that's the KDP version of it, right? And you can see these are the books. You can see these are the ones that it designed. So really cool stuff. So it writes ready for that. You you could, if I want to change the cover, right? All you got to do is hit continue, and then just if you want to humanize the chapters, you can humanize each chapter, regenerate the chapters, humanize the copy on each chapter, right? So this will write the entire book. Like if I want to write another book, let me show you how the process was. So if I want to write a book, right? Like you put in what should the book be about? What's the author's name? What kind of length do you want? Right? You can do 80,000 words. You can do a children's book, with maybe 25,000 words or less. It could be like a teenager book, for kids. But point of being, you can do 50,000, you can do 70,000, you can do whatever you want. Entirely up to you. You choose. You can upload documents about what you want. English, or right now you got different options where you can put like an optional title. What kind of genre do you want? Business, leadership, memoirs, biographies, cooking, travel, fantasy, mystery, thriller, poetry, whatever. How-to guide. You could choose that, like a business leadership book.
Mm-hmm.
And you can even choose like your print size, like you can do 6:9, which is optional, or 5:5. Choose your tone. What's your tone? What's your target market? Specific instructions. And you can give it more information you give it, right? The more it's going to be about you. It does all the research. It plans your book, and then it creates the outline, and then it writes the book, chapter by chapter. Once you approve the outline. Once you approve the outline, it'll write the entire book for you. Go fishing, come back, and it's done. Go for a jog, go for a workout, go play some pickleball, come back, and it's done. Leave your computer open, and it'll complete the entire book for you, ready to go.
Amazing.
That's the new platform. And you see the web platform. This niche finder, we talked about this earlier. Like I could say, what area am I interested in? I could say, I'm interested in fitness for people over 50 years old. I am a certified trainer, and I have a group of team here with me that can do training. We're good at personal training and group coaching to build engagement and confidence. We love teaching and helping people become stronger, to build strength for everyday activities. So this is like a niche finder. So you just click on niche finder, and it does research in the live market. It's going to research current market signals, ranking opportunities, and you could even give it specific locations. So the niche finder is a powerful tool in the platform. This alone is just incredible. It does a lot of detailed digging for you and will help you find the current niche. It'll do competitor analysis and everything for you. This is real research, right? It's not something that is hallucinations. It gives you all the links and everything that you need right here. This niche finder is incredible. It takes a little bit to analyze and rank the niche, but it starts with your basic idea, right? So it's searching current market signals and ranking opportunities, like what kind of gaps can you serve, etc. Trust me, it's a niche finder. It seems like that was just real simple, but this is going to open up a plethora of knowledge for you when you see what it produces. So this is designed to help somebody find their niche in their market, right? To become better than their competitors. Yeah? So that's, you can see here it is, right? This person's combination of certified personal training, expertise, and coaching team. So you can put your information in here, right? It gives you like a score over here, like, you know, what the pain point is, you know, who pays, gives you a score, marketing channels, Facebook, YouTube, referral partnerships, working at community centers, 55 and older, right? Pain severity, it gives you score, like willingness to pay, targetability, margin, growth, right? So I could look at all this data. That's number one. Hybrid strength and longevity after 50, small group coaching. That's one niche, right? Number one. Number two, Medicare health systems linked preventative fitness for 55 plus. Growing market gives you, like, for example, scores here as well, like pain, severity, who pays, right? Pain points. That's number two. Here's number three. Women 45, strength, menopause, GLP-1, muscle preservation and coaching. Tells you the total market size, the serviceable size, obtainable size, right? It gives you like their pain, who pays, and it gives you like some stats, right? Women's health podcasts and community groups, right? So you can build that go-to-market strategy. GTM stands for go-to-market, right? Here's another one, virtual small strengthening. So it gives you options like go-to-market, and these are the real sources. Okay, it's not like fake. It's not hallucinating, right? It did deep research, like the sources for everything, to put together your go-to-market strategy. So this right here, this tool alone is incredible. So let's just say I like number one, right? I think that's really good in longevity for the small group coaching, right? So I can just click right here and let's say let's build the full go-to-market stack for this niche. So you click on that. Now it's going to build the entire target market. Okay, I want you to see what it goes through here. The target market, the competitor research, your unique customer profile, your offer, and your go-to-market plan. This baby will build all of that. You just 100%. Yeah, your niche, your target market. So you can generate the free niche, one of one, segment size, trends, and where to enter, right? Your target market. So you click on that. It does the researching and analyze. You can look at competitors. Obviously, it's right now it's not built to do it, but it does all this. Competitors, unique ISP. So this is all going to be available for us, but you can see this is a huge opportunity right here. Go-to-market strategy, right? A really amazing tool, and you're going to be able to dig deep into your research in this. So, but here's the website that it built. Yeah, here I'll put that in the chat. We can put that on YouTube too if people want to see it. Put that on the YouTube chat. I'll just put that there. That's the preview of what our platform just built. Yep. There you go. Here's the FAQ questions. Yeah, about the law firm. Get a free case review. Enter in the name and email. Here, let's put it in there. Let's just test it. Let's say, get my case review. Right there, it sends it. And thank you. We have your details. We'll get back to you shortly, right? So back to site. You can customize that thank you page a little bit better, right? There it is. All right, so Bill, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you. Everybody give Bill a hand. Thank you, sir, for being here. We appreciate you, buddy. All right, let me hand this off to Bill. Bill is going to be our new host for the hour. So, Bill, it's all you. You can handle the next person coming in.
Next person coming in.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry about that. Sorry. I took a little bathroom break, but I'm right here right now. Okay, the next person that we're bringing on here is the direct sales marketing diva. She works with us at Momentum Tech, is knowledgeable like there's no tomorrow when it comes to this stuff. I've got to not only work with her, but then, of course, got to get to know her when we were in Nashville. And she brings so much resources and marketing knowledge to us. Christine Dean, how is AI, you know, I know you use it a lot, but how's it helped your business and what you do?
Oh, I love AI. I use it every day. It's like if I don't use it, I'm like, oh my goodness, I miss my best friend. I mean, I don't know about you, but it seems like it's in part of all of my life now. At first, I would just use it to brainstorm, and then I would just move from there. And now I use it for personal. I use it for professional. You know, I need to go on a trip. Can you give me a suggestion on what I need to pack? I mean, it's absolutely insane how much I use it now. And the funny thing is I used to be so afraid of it. And Bill, I'm going to admit. I actually made my first avatar. I
Ooh.
know it's been going on. Y'all have been doing it for a while, but I've been nervous about it. I was like, what if it does something that's not me? What if, right? And I'm going to tell you, it was really easy to do. It was so much fun, right? So I just chose the photo that I wanted, and I put that in there and I had done the voice script already. I'd already used the AI to create the script and then I did a voice of it, right? Recorded myself and I uploaded that and it put it together. I mean, oh my goodness, is this mind blowing or what? Have you played with it yet, Bill?
A little bit, but
A little bit.
nothing like that yet. Because I was going to use one that had more hair on me back then, or something like that. But really fool people. But
Yeah. So I've never done it. So I need an opinion. You guys can tell me what you think, but I'm going to share my
ooh,
avatar with you. What do you think?
okay, yes.
If I can get it to do what it's supposed to do. Can you hear it?
No, but that
Oh,
just means
no, it's
what?
probably me. I will figure this out. Let's see. There's probably, oh, share sound. Hold on. I got this. All right. Ready?
Yep.
We're totally going to do this because I figured this out and I was so proud of myself.
Hey y'all, I'm Christine Dean, though many of you know me as the Networking Diva and the EVP of Strategic Partnerships at Momentum Tech AI. I am speaking to you from the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex in Texas. Today, I want to talk to you about the journey of a mission-driven leader. Have you ever felt like your vision was moving faster than your ability to execute it? For a long time, that was the reality for me and many of my clients. We would spend hours on a single lead magnet or weeks or months on a website. It felt like we were wading through deep water just to get to the starting line. Then everything changed. I remember the first time I heard about artificial intelligence. To be honest, I was scared. I didn't know what it was, and I certainly didn't know how it could fit into a faith-fueled business like mine. But my colleagues kept insisting it was a game changer, so I took a breath and dipped my toes in. First, it was just for brainstorming. Then I tried writing. Then I moved into image and video generation, and wow, I realized I was only looking at the tip of the iceberg. Now, AI is like a business partner that never sleeps. I can sit down with a client like a local church or a naturopathic doctor, and we can use AI to take notes, organize goals, design a brand voice, all in one sitting. Now, we've gone from spending 5 to 10 hours creating slide deck presentations to creating and editing a slide deck in less than an hour. 20 minutes to create an email campaign. It's incredible. It's like having a business in a box because everything comes together so quickly now. It brings me so much joy to see a client clone their image for a professional photo or launch a website in a single afternoon. It isn't about being perfect. It's about partnering with technology to amplify our human experience. Whether I'm acting as a fractional chief strategy officer or a marketing coach, my goal is always the same: to help you achieve legacy making impact. And with the AI, we can do it faster. If you want to reach me, you can find me at thenetworkingdiva.com or just shoot me a text at 209-636-3975. And text usually is best because I'm likely in a meeting helping someone scale their dream. Let's think about that for a second. What could you accomplish if you had those extra hours back each week? The possibilities are truly unstoppable. I am so excited to see where this journey takes us next. With all the revolutions in AI and the constant changes, the possibilities really are endless. And I am so excited to see where it goes. Let's bring some sparkle to your strategy and get to work.
That's powerful.
How fun is that, right? And I gotta say, as a woman, I love this because if I don't feel like doing my hair or my makeup today, guess what? My avatar always has perfect hair and always has perfect makeup. I'm just saying.
I
Gives me
love it.
something to look forward to. So if you haven't cloned yourself and played with this technology, you're not going to break it, right? I mean, the worst case scenario, if it turns out like you don't want it to, don't use it, right? Have some fun. Don't be afraid of it. I was afraid. I'm not anymore. Dive in deep and have a blast with it, y'all.
That is powerful. You've done an incredible job. I see how that's going to work like crazy out there. And I love that. Even if you're having like a bad day, you can let that do it, and it's always on, just like you want to be, always on. So that is fantastic. Wow, Christina, powerful.
Fun, way fun. Just saying.
All righty. Well, um, so it's changing your life as we speak, isn't it?
My life, my client's life, it's absolutely amazing. But I know I'm not the only one with big stories here, so I don't want to steal anybody else's thunder because I think we've got Olga in the wings.
We do. We have Alexa. No, Olga Alexeva is coming up now. Olga Alexei. I hope I'm pronouncing her name wrong. I'm sorry.
You can ask her when she gets here.
There you go. Fantastic.
Say, Olga, come on board, and I'm out of here. Thanks, Bill, for hosting.
Would be great.
Yes. I'm sorry. I'm trying to do two things at once. I needed my avatar going. Well, I don't know. Is there she is. Hi, how are you? Hi.
Hi, guys.
Good. Olga, how do I say your last name so I say it correctly?
Alexeyeva.
Alexieva, just like it looks. There you go. Fantastic. Well, you are an author, a coach, you teach people, businesses, and the owners and their teams how to do better, how to really grow their businesses and work together. You're well known out there in the industry for that. How has AI helped you in your business?
Everybody talking about AI now. And I will be talking about other sides of AI, a human side, because we have artificial intelligence and we have human intelligence. So AI doing wonderful job, just solving problems and fast and amazing. And I think it's the greatest opportunity in our time. But there's a question I don't hear enough. Every powerful technology comes with instructions. AI has tutorials, software has user guide, even a coffee maker coming with a manual. But no one hands us a manual for operating our own mind and body under pressure. What would you say?
Yes, I agree with you.
So there you go. No one teaches us what to do when stress floods our body, our system, how to calm our nervous system, how to calm under the pressure that AI actually bringing to the marketplace. So I'm teaching how to get back to clear thinking when everything feels overwhelming. So that's exactly the skill we need most in the age of AI. So recent research shows many workers worried about how AI will change their jobs. The issue is not AI itself. The issue is that change creates stress when people don't have the tools to manage that stress. And so people don't burn out overnight. It's one deadline, one meeting, one notification, and just a kind of one step at a time until the body sends the bill. The answer is not to slow down AI. The answer is straighten the people using it. That's why I created the Human Energy Reset. It's human operating manual we never received. A live, interactive experience that teaches practical skill to reset our brain, calm the body, and stay creative under pressure. I actually teach one skill most of us were never taught: how to move your brain out of stress and back into creativity on demand. Boom. Because the fastest way to calm the mind is through the body. We don't have to wait for life to calm down before we feel better. I am teaching practical body practices that you can do at your desk, before a meeting, or any time when stress shows up. So no complicated techniques, just practical tools that makes a sense about a minute. So, and instead of reacting to stress, you respond with a clarity, you think clearly, you communicate calmly, you make better decisions. You bring your best self to work. And so that's the way how people can stay energized, creative, and resilient while working with AI. Because the future belongs to organizations that invest in two kinds of intelligence I already mentioned: artificial intelligence and human intelligence. And if anybody is curious how to bring that human energy reset to your team, I'd love to continue the conversation. I would love you to book a 20 minutes, complimentary 20 minutes strategy call, chatwitholga.com, and we can explore the options, how your team can work better under the stress. Thank you.
Thank you, Olga. Thank you so much. It's always great to hear how other people approach it. And really, like you said, it's working side by side. It's the human and the AI, right? AI makes life a little bit easier, but without the human element, right? It's we don't want robots and automatons.
Exactly.
Right? So
Exactly.
absolutely, bringing both sides is so essential, because really I look at AI as an opportunity to help me build those human relationships, right? When I have it help me with marketing and outreach and all that, right? It's the whole idea is I want to build those human connections. So it's so important.
Exactly. But you see, right now in our time, people so unclear and about the future. And so they create that it's a man-made stress that we need to break. AI is not going anywhere. AI is going to be faster and better. What we need to do, we need to keep our humanity up. We have to be proud that we're human, because AI will never replace our love, our empathy, our human elements. So that's
absolutely really
where
what you're
I'm
seeing. Yeah, it's the authenticity, right? The authenticity that comes with being human and combining that with the technology side, right, just makes life a little bit easier for us. And what a great combination. Thank you so much, Olga, for coming in and having fun with us today and being part of our AI Appreciation Day. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Well, let's see who is next on our list today. I'm sure we have more wonderful speakers coming up because AI is everywhere, right? No matter where you look, there's AI happening, and it's amazing to see what you can do with it. I know I started out scared, and I've come to where I am now. And look at this! Look, we have more people sharing. Hi, Dino Klein, welcome.
How are you? How are you? I love that smile. Perfect for the Smile Channel.
Exactly. We're in the right place. I'm thinking you brought an AI story with you too.
Yeah, well, I've got several different things that I want to touch on. Should I go ahead and just roll with it? So,
Yeah,
yeah.
roll with it. Tell
Okay.
us.
So there's a very good friend of mine, very dear friend of mine for many years. And this guy is always ahead of the game. Matter of fact, on a totally unrelated subject, which I'll probably bounce around to, there was several years back, he said, I know you're doing a lot of traveling. He said, just promise me something. You're not going to get on a 737. And then about 4 months or so later, then they had all those problems with the 737s, right? About 4 years ago, he said, Dino, he says, I'm not really sure what all you're doing in business. He said, but if you're not using AI, you're going to just get left behind. And when who that came from, I'm not going to drop his name or what have you, but I strongly respect him. AI is the answer for just about everything. Now, most people have a lot of different fears with AI. They're just like, it's going to replace me, it's going to replace my job, it's going to replace this. We are actually, I'm working with Ed and James and a lot of the guys over at Momentum Tech, and we are one of the areas that they wanted me to get involved in, or Dr. Smiley actually is in the film world. And there's all this scuttlebutt about AI replacing screenwriters, AI replacing all these other people. And I brought some people in, and I would just share with you their experiences of it, because with AI we can create a book, we can create a screenplay, we can create just about anything, but it's not going to replace you. So here's one of the biggest misnomers is that I'm gonna put it into wow GTP or whatever Perplexity or whatever somebody might be using, and it's not going to be me, it's not going to be my emotions, it's not going to be my feelings, it's not going to resonate with me. And that's just totally not true, because one of the first things that when you're working with AI, it's kind of like a parent. A parent has a child, and they're constantly, as the child's growing, they're teaching them. Now, it's not going to take 18 years, but it's just like a working out or anything else. It's like utilizing a muscle. So the more that you're feeding into AI, the more that it becomes you, it becomes your personality. I was listening to a good friend of mine talking the other day, and he said, I think AI knows me better than my wife, and I've been married for 25 years. And so whatever he's trying to create, whatever he's trying to do, whatever's happening is actually him. It's actually him. It's his personalities, what have you. But it just speeds up the whole process. So if you're an author, it can help you get those thoughts out. It can help you prepare a book much faster. We talk about writing a book in 10 minutes. Well, to really create your work, it's going to take a little bit longer than that, but it's going to be your flavor. AI doesn't replace you, it replaces time. So if you're a small business, like I'm from the old school of sales, I'm from the digital marketing days, and I remember back in the early 2000s, one of the things that I would say to people is, your customers are on the internet, can they find you? And now it's even much more important, much more dramatic, because whether you're searching on Google or you're using one of the GPTs or what have you, I'll just go back to Google. So when you're searching on Google, you'll ask a question, and usually Google came up with the answer, but now their AI bots are answering that question for you. So depending what your business is, a web presence is important. It doesn't mean that you're e-commerce or anything else like that, but your web presence is important. So, for example, let's just use a HVAC company or any other company. I want to search for a best local HVAC company near me. Well, if you're not utilizing AI, if you're not AEO ready, answer engine optimization, I'm sure Ed talked about that heavily, and many of the other speakers, then what you're not going to be found, because what you'll have an explanation, or if you ask it a question, I've got a torn rotator cuff, what can I do for that? It'll give me suggestions, but then it'll also give me recommendations of who AI has found are some of the leading people. So you have to be answer engine optimization ready. And there's a variety of tools that you can do. You can find out if you're answer engine optimization ready. And then, so going back down to Google, so they're going to answer the question, then they're going to give some suggestions. Then you're going to have, depending, you might have the maps, but then you're definitely going to have 3 paid ads. And then if you're the best in the world at SEO, you're still down at the very bottom of the page. And so people are not going to be able to find you. So I've recently, they said, what, talking about a story. So, I had, plans to launch the Dino Show and the Dino Show Adventure. So what I utilized AI for is I said, give me I want a 6-month launch for this, and I said I want to have a minimum of 10,000 subscribers. And so what are the first steps that I do? And then you just slowly feed it in. You just slowly, put out the process. It'll lay out what all the all the different channels that you need to be doing. It'll lay out your marketing plans. It'll lay out your strategies. I recently did this for a good friend who's putting on a big event in November. And I said, okay, how many people do you want at the event? What type of people do you want at the event? Obviously where it was going to be. I'm not going to divulge that right now. But this person was actually looking at bringing in C-suite individuals. He had an all-star panel, and he wanted to bring in these C-suite individuals, people that are looking to become on boards, and actually not just on a board, but a paid board position, also networking opportunities. And so we fed that into AI. We used a variety of the GPTs, in Momentum Tech, and it actually laid out the whole process. It laid out, what are your targets? What are your hooks? What are your rehooks? How to market? What are your KPIs? Everything that you need to do. So whatever that you're thinking about doing, AI can lay it out for you. It's, there's also, when I was at an event recently and I was talking to somebody, and I said, what's your biggest frustration? I'm so busy, I can't keep up with everything. I said, brother, we need to sit down and talk, because AI can handle a lot of that. The biggest problem is that people are not, it's not that there's, the most successful person now, or the most successful business now isn't the business that's spending the most on marketing. It's the business A that can be found, and then B doesn't let anything fall through the cracks. We've all talked. I several months ago was talking to a company, and I said, listen, I want to buy your service. Give me a call, mid-June, somewhere right around the 15th, and then we'll go ahead. I've just got too many other things right now. Do you know what? I didn't get the call. I went with somebody else. So AI can make sure that we don't have anything fall through the cracks. AI can also make sure, a lot of the follow up. If with the agentics, with the bots, with everything else, it can take care of everything for you. The biggest thing is how do we lower our costs in our operation, and how do we increase our revenues? So when somebody is going to work with an AI agency or work with AI, if their thinking is that it's going to cost me, it doesn't cost you. It costs you if you don't, because you can either change with it, and there is a window, and the window is right now. Now, 4 years ago, I wasn't ready, and I don't know, and I just didn't have the connections for with the right companies, with the right tools and the right procedures. Now I do. It makes life so much easier. It absolutely makes life so much easier. And so, if you can look at just about a lot of the menial tasks that we do, it can do for you. And I mean, AI is moving so fast. I mean, with bots, with sales agents, with customer service agents. A good friend of mine opened a travel club, and he built it all out this time all with AI, and it was AEO ready, everything else was ready. And then initially he wasn't utilizing some of the agents, and they were taking 200 to 300 calls and requests and everything else a day. Now, because most of those things can be pre-programmed to handle them, they're now down from 200 to 300 customer service inquiries to less than 10, and all of them get handled that same day. So if you think about it, if AI is handling 200 to 300 and you're just handling 10, how much time does that free you up? Now, the biggest problem for most people, especially as we get a little bit older, you know, uh, with the loss of hair and what have you, is change. So change is difficult at first. But if you just do it like whether it's a workout program or anything else, where you're just taking it a little piece at a time, a little piece at a time, and just spend, a lot, so much a day to get your AI agent, to get AI to understand you, all of the products, all of the services, everything you're going to be doing in the future is going to be so much better. It's going to be so much easier. You're not going to lose business. You're going to eliminate bottlenecks in your business. You're going to be able to attract new customers, nurture new customers, and grow your revenue and actually enjoy life. Most people are married, they have two marriages. They have a marriage to their business, and then they have a marriage to their spouse. And what happens is one of them will get in, and back in the days when I was building businesses, one would constantly get a little bit neglected. If I wasn't paying enough attention to my business, well, it would let me know. And if I wasn't paying enough attention to my wife, well, she would let me know. Now with AI, it can handle so much of the stuff that takes up your time in your business, so that you don't have to worry about a jealous lover. Your business can run smoother, better, more efficiently, and you can have a happy home life as well. What do they say? Happy wife, happy life? Yeah, exactly. And so, those are just some of the things that I'm really looking at. And the last thing that I really want to leave you with is, it's happening now. There's really going to be a window. You can either take advantage and you can learn this process. It's kind of like computers. I remember back in the day, before I became a digital marketing guy, and my dad told me, he said, you really should learn to make money with computers. I'm like, I hate computers, because when I went to college, it was coding. So luckily now we don't have to code. We don't have to create funnels. We don't have to do anything. AI will do that for us. But what I did is I had to, go through that learning curve, and I had a very successful digital marketing and consulting career because I just took that first step. Um, if AI, and the other thing is that AI is moving so fast that if you don't grab onto it, you're going to be, I don't know how else to say it, you will be left behind. You will continue to be, frustrated. And if you say, well, I'm not really that frustrated. Well, how would it be if your life was that much easier? If your life is easier, your business is running itself, if you're not losing customers, if you're attracting more customers, and it doesn't matter what other field of an endeavor you're in. If you're in the arts, like I said, I've got movie producers, I've got screenwriters, and authors that are now using AI. And they were initially worried, is this going to lose me? Is it going to lose my personality? I don't want to cheat. Well, you're not cheating, because it's providing the information that you taught it. So if you don't spend a little bit of time each day teaching your AI, just kind of like dating, or in a marriage or with children, you have to spend a little bit of time. You have to put that time into it. One of my favorite sayings was, I'm willing to do now what most people aren't willing to do, so that in the future I can live like most people can't live. And if I go back, you can apply this story and just and change the title to AI. When I brought my father into my sales company, we went down to Bloomington, Indiana, and we went in every day between 7:30, 8 o'clock. We were in the office till 12, 1 or 2. Now you don't have to do that with AI because AI can do a lot of that work for you. But we worked our tails off. We built the company up and then it was running. The same thing is going to be with AI. You spend a little bit of time now, you teach it, what, and you have you have it do, you have it plan, you have it strategize, you have it map out. I don't care if you're wanting to put on a mastermind or if you're putting on an event or you're just growing your business. Where do you want to go? How do I get there? Well, I can think about it. I can get consultants. I can talk to people, or I can just put in a prompt. And if I'm not totally sure if that prompt's taking me in the right direction, just adjust it. Just adjust it, and just keep adjusting it. And and then you'll have exactly what you want. But you don't have to spend those hours and hours and hours and hours and hours creating. Now you'll still spend some time, but let AI do the creation with you and for you. And I'm not sure if Christina's here, but the biggest things that I want you to take away from probably most of the speakers: don't be overwhelmed, don't be intimidated, but just start with bite size, just bite size. It's like you've heard the question, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. So don't get overwhelmed with AI. Take it one bite at a time, and at the end of the day you'll be real big like me.
I love that, Dino. And I got to say, I was laughing so hard when you were talking about, investing in relationships. And I hadn't really thought about it that way, but you are investing in your AI so it can get to know you better, right? It makes perfect sense. And then you got me thinking, maybe I need my AI to tell me when I need to invest in my relationships too.
Oh, AI chatbot, what is wrong with him? Why doesn't he understand me? Well, I can help you that. You don't have to ask AI. Man, we have 2 ears and one mouth that we should listen twice as much as we speak.
I was just thinking, just schedule that too, remind you to send your partner an I love you text, whatever it is, right? I mean,
Oh yeah, schedule it. Oh my Lord. Oh my, was that you texting me that you love me, like with my wife? Te amo, mi princesa.
exactly. See, whole new ways to use AI. I'm telling you, every day I think of a new way that it can enhance things and make my life a little bit easier.
One disclaimer though, no AI dating. Go out and meet humans. Go meet humans.
That's probably good advice right there.
Got my girlfriend. What's her name? It's Shalonia. Oh, well, you're gonna bring her over for dinner? Well, yeah, I'll bring my laptop.
Well, so many different ways. Now, those that really enjoyed listening to you, if they wanted to have a conversation with you, what's the best way for them to reach out to you, Dino?
They can, the best way, I'll tell you what, let me just throw out my email because we're actually launching a whole set of social media. But you can find me on LinkedIn, Dino Klein in Scottsdale. Or Dino Klein at gmail.com, DINOKLEIN at gmail.com. And then anybody from the Smile Channel or from Momentum Tech, they got me. They got me.
It is a great group, isn't it? Everybody I've worked with the
Oh,
Momentum Tech, Smile Channel, fantastic. I mean,
well,
leadership team on all of this is just
and one
amazing.
of the biggest things is, and I'm sure they've talked about this, the amount of training, the amount of free training, the
Mhm.
amount of support. Anywhere else, it's going to be coin operated. Yeah, you'll get help, but you got to pay for it. Oh my goodness, look, we got my brothers from another mother's.
You're not my brother with that hat on, that's for sure. Ed,
Okay, here we
okay,
go.
now he's my brother. Ed, do you have a great day?
Yes, sir.
So it's cool because a year and 1 month ago we did our very first show here called the National Smile Day, And this is what's possible after a year. So I'm excited what we created today because it's already got momentum for every month to have a splash. And by the way, Momentum Mondays, every Monday we go through either what the site's like, what the marketing you can do on the site with networking and the reviews, but every one of them is related to publishing, every one of them is related to AI, every one of them. So I'd like you or someone you select to be part of every single Momentum Monday. So we have 5 minutes to 10 minutes of AI. All right.
That's perfect. Perfect.
Ooh,
Love
that's
it.
a
Love it.
killer idea.
Well, it's
I'm sorry,
Ed's
Ed.
idea. I can't take credit for it. Ed says, say all these things. You're going to sound really smart. And I'm like, okay, Ed, I like it.
Yeah. You're right. You're right. You're right. Yes. Excellent.
Was that a prompt, Ed?
No.
Yeah, we had some real talent, and it was a good day, as Ice Cube would say. And we didn't have to use our AK. So this is really good.
Yep. So
Some great speakers today. Just
Yes.
everybody's
excited.
sharing their stories. It's been fantastic.
Yeah, I like Christine. She was a great speaker.
And
I really
that
like my
smile.
avatar. The avatar was great. I was having so much fun with that.
Well, the day is Bastille Day as well as AI Day, and I should say it's Bastille Day for my one of my best friends in the world. He has his Bastille dinner, so I am going there to support him. But I just want to say, Ed, I'm very proud of the day and who was here and what a liftoff, and I can just see it just getting so much bigger and better. And next year we'll do Bastille Day or an AI Day in Paris. On les Tours d'Eiffel and les Arcs de Triomphe on the Seine.
Yes.
We be in.
And we'll sing, Ed. You and I will be skipping down the Champs-Elysees.
Sean, there you go.
I want an AI video of you, Dr. Breakthrough, me. We can add Dino in there, of course. Anybody you want to add, and we're going to sing a French song about AI Day. Okay, for Bastille. Hey, any of the things you didn't get to, any of the things you didn't get to, Ed, that were supposed to be part of the day, I have several people that are doing post-production, so we're going to throw them in the playlist. So anything you come up with that get in like in the last hour, like mine, if it didn't get done, we can throw it in there. It's all going to get marketed, and all going to make the world better.
Yes.
I think Christine said it best.
We got enough content for the book. Yes,
I do. I think we almost have enough content with just the hour that you brought your friend in from Toronto.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I think everybody's minds were like blown. Right? Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I think Christine said it best when she says, "I want more AI." And I love that when you said that. I felt it.
You felt that? Yep. Yep. 100%. You don't stop. That's the same concept we went with when we built Code Mojo, right? We didn't stop until we made it what it was designed to do.
Right.
It was designed to be a solo application that was not dependent upon any other outside source. So that what that does is that creates a lot of security and stability.
Much like Apple.
Yeah, stability in the platform. Yeah.
Yes.
Right. When you start going outside, things happen, right?
Yeah, too much openness, too much hackiness.
That's right. It's happened to WordPress, right? WordPress is too much openness, too much hackiness. Yeah.
Yes, and you know what? Hackiness is not happiness.
No, it's not.
In fact, I want to translate everyone who doesn't speak fluent AI like our sensei does. It does this and does right like that. It just turns the frown upside down to it. So if you want momentum tech, stay here. If you don't, just turn the frown, turn the smile upside down. There you go.
Yes. Yeah, so I'll tell you a little bit about the security. I think we should talk about that.
Well, I'm going to go in the back and hear it while I'm putting my shoes on and getting ready to split.
No, I think
but
that's important.
I really thank you for a brilliant day with everyone really stepping up and making this day a real celebration. Thank you, brother. Take care.
You bet. You bet. I'm going to end it with this, guys. I think this is important, and I may talk a little bit longer. But let's talk about how we build our AI platform. Okay, this is our philosophy with everything. This is obviously we built we built a new platform, a new website builder to build a website, right? It built this beautiful Ocean Law Group website, right? No hosting, ever. Automatically built into the CRM, right? I put my name and information in that website, and it automatically went into the contacts of the CRM. See? And it tells you what funnel was the Ocean Law Group right here. Yeah? So we built this. No hosting. One website per year you get to build for free. No build credit. Now, let's go back. We also have Code Mojo. This is not a website building tool anymore. Can it build websites? Yes. Can it build landing pages? Yes. Has it built it? Yes. What is it now? Now it's a big machine, a builder. Let me just show you the security in the background that we built in this. This is for like app building. You don't want to use Code Mojo, our platform, for building websites. Okay, you just don't. Eventually, we're going to have you move them all over here, right, into this one, because this is no hosting. Why would you want to pay hosting, right, for your website? Now, if you're building something big, like an application, right, then there's no better place to build it. Right here. Let me explain why. This is how we build it, right? I had a discussion about this earlier, right? You know, I think, you know, there were some problems with people that built stuff with Claude today because Claude was down, right? So it happens. All right. We built Code Mojo to be like the Lamborghini Aston Martin platform in the market. We built our entire company with Code Mojo. We built our entire new AI platform with this concept, right? So enterprise grade hosting, right? Let me just show you the security here. Global distribution, encrypted key storage, user authentication, API gateway access, and included storage. Okay? So the idea is to build secure apps with confidence. Right? It has built-in AI models and maps. No separate API keys needed. Why do we do that? Well, people don't need, when you go off platform, okay, you have problems. Okay, you do. You have problems. We know you have problems. All right, we've seen the problems. So the concept here is, like, for example, it connects to every AI model. It doesn't need to go outside. Yeah? All built inside. Image creation, finance, news, maps, right? There's a lot of stuff inside. Now, you could bring some for the outside, but I guarantee you generally have some problems. We'll add more stuff to this, but Code Mojo is a builder. It's mainly built to build. This is our technology, right, that we built into our platform, right? And I don't think it's important for you to understand that it's built with high-end security, right? And you know, when it comes to hosting, we have high-end security, literally. It can handle a lot. And it can withstand DOS attacks, right? We showed you, the capacity of what it can build is incredible. Now, obviously, it can build landing pages all day long. But, you know, what it's not built for is to build a landing page and just leave it there. That's like trying to drive an Indy 500 race car to work every day. It's built for the racetracks. Code Mojo is built for the racetracks to race with speed. That's what it's built for. Understand? That's what it's built for. Okay? Because it builds, for example, in here, let's look at the settings. This was in more than a website that we built in here. Okay? Definitely more than a website. So I want you to see it built entire databases in-house, not outside. Because once you go outside, you run into problems. Outside gives you less control. And when there's problems, when the system is down, it takes down everything of yours. If you're using a vendor. Right? Follow me? So we are the gold standard of AI technology. This is what we will always be. So you look at this, it built all the databases in here for this internal application. Everything. It built all the tables. No cron jobs, but all the tables. All the file buckets to store the work files of every user. The users, there's not only one user. Any secrets, any edge functions. This is like an AI orchestrator that orchestrates AI. Right? There's a bootstrap. Also, logs. Right? Logs of errors that may happen that we could fix. Right? And this is like the full database. I could also import. So it currently has 39 tables, 1 authorized user, and 1 storage bucket. Import is only available for empty projects with no existing tables. So you could import existing tables, authorized users, or file or storage buckets. Software engineers love our platform because it has a built-in CRM. It has calendar functions, contact. It literally has a appointment list, calendar settings, integrations, campaigns, flows. This is not a website builder. This is a app builder. Yeah. Understand? We changed it, right? Because CodeMojo is certainly can build a website or a web app. So it's designed more for web apps. That's why we built the web app here to let you build websites with no hosting and no cost for your first website for the year. So this is launching very soon. We want to make sure it's completely secure for you before it goes into the Momentum Tech platform. We're showcasing this today on AI Appreciation Day. Right? I want you to appreciate what we're doing as a community. We're trying to leverage AI to help you. Leverage AI so you could use it to make money, right? We're giving you the power to build websites, to write books, like we wrote a book today, 50,000 words. This is a deck studio, blogs. This is a video tool. This is dual chat. Dual chat is where you could chat with both ChatGPT and Claude, so you can compare them both, right internally inside the platform. So you can look at their vantage points, what they're saying, right? We got a video studio. We got an AEO launchpad. You can manage your entire knowledge base here. This is a knowledge base for your chatbots and the apps in the platform that work together so you could train it to be your voice so everything could be fine-tuned for you. It's a humanizer app. There's a chatbot engine, your contacts, and you got everything that we need here. The blog engine integrates directly into the website. So if I want to write a blog for the website that we just built, right, that you just saw, right, then we just write a blog here and it can integrate directly into that website. There's no setup. You don't got to go in and add the blogs. It'll automatically put it on that website for you. That's what we're building here for you guys. Absolutely incredible. Yep. Dynamic. The form automatically gets connected to your CRM. Here's the book that we wrote today. Total of, let's see, the word count is, in one setting, 47,000 words. It's just the beginning. Obviously, you need to proof it, right? Yourself. Add your bio, add a lot of other features. Both Mike Driggers and Dr. Smiley both will be doing some incredible training around this. Stay tight to our community. If you want to write a book, I mean, guys, this is it. 50,000, 115 words. 115 pages, I'm sorry. Yeah, 115 pages. It even designed the cover. It even designed the Kindle. Right? If I want to get the Kindle, right? I think we downloaded it already. Let's look at downloads. There's the Kindle right here. Close that. There it is right there. Look at that. There's the Kindle. Launch it. There it is. Already. There's the content. 18 chapters. There you go. So what is this going to do for people? Well, it's designed to help them use AI as a leveraging tool. Right? It's what it's designed to do. So if I wanted to write a new book, here's the process. I want to show you how you do it. So you would put in, what should the book be about? Your name. How long do you want it? And you can upload your research. If you already have research or a chapter outline the book will be built on, or frameworks, up to 3 files, 10 megabytes each. Upload the documents. Optional to choose your title. What kind of what's your genre? Business, leadership, self-help, how-to guide, memoir, biography, history, popular science, technology, health and wellness, personal finance, cooking, travel, literary fiction, science fiction, fantasy, mystery, thriller, romance, historical fiction, children's, young adult poetry. What do you want to write? How-to guide. What size? 16:9 standard or 5.5 by 8.5. What's your tone? Who's your target audience? Any special instructions? When you're done with that, you click on plan your book. You plan. Now it starts planning your book. Once you fill it out, it'll fill out your outline, your structure, and then you click on start writing the chapters. And within 15-20 minutes, your entire book is written. 50,000-60,000 words. But don't forsake putting your information in here, uploading documents, your knowledge. You want this to be about you, then you definitely need to invest in that time, right? Put documents in here. What do you want to write about? Maybe you have LinkedIn articles. Maybe you just are stuck and you want to publish a book. You need the authority. Well, we have the experts here at Momentum Tech, Mike Driggers and Dr. Smiley. And you'll be learning more about that, because if this is your first time and experience about publishing a book, you definitely want someone to walk you through it. And they're going to have entire plans to help you. You'll learn more about that. So you want to stay locked into our community. Thank you for being a part of AI Appreciation Day. This is our new platform. We're excited about it. You can see what it did and what it does, right? If I put somebody else's email in here, like, my wife's email address perhaps, right? And put in her name in there and choose, like, let's just choose anything, right? Get my free case study. It comes working. This was the first one. There it is. Thank you. And let's look into the CRM and the contacts. And you'll see it's already there. There she is. Yeah? You don't have to program it to do that. It does everything for you. Yeah. It's an entire ecosystem. You want to write a blog? then write a blog about your business, it automatically puts it on your website. You see how this is going to save people tons of time, and see how this is a marketing engine all working together? Can you see that? It's not separate pieces. It all works together. Your knowledge base, your website, even your niche finder to find your niche, all works together. Yeah? Incredible. And it creates great ads. We saw today. Like, for example, we were playing with this and creating some incredible ads. Like, I mean, this was one here that we used. Stop using AI tools. Leverage our AI operating system now. That was one ad. Another type of ad. Different types. Yeah? Different emotions. Right? You simply put information in here, and it generates the ads, or website images, or book covers. And we're adding more to the image tools also as well. You control what you want on there and the shape that you want. Yeah? Your headlines that you want. You choose all of that, and then you can generate the images. Pretty cool stuff. Yeah? And in the videos, you could do text to video, image to video, and maybe a spokesperson video. Yeah. Clone your voice right in the platform. The text to video and image to video is where you can create scroll stopping videos, unique videos. Upload an image and generate, short clip, 5, 7, 9, 10, up to 15 seconds. Okay? So you generate clips so you can create amazing videos. Right? That's what you're going to be able to do. Cool, incredible stuff. So you can create, a chatbot engine. Right? Attach it to a knowledge base. It answers a visitor's questions instantly. Anything it cannot answer, it lands in your inbox. Right? All built in the ecosystem. Built your first one, give it a name, right? Usually the business name, and you go through the whole process. You connect your knowledge base here as well, all your contacts. That's what we're building. This is AI Day, right? We're showing you the power of synthetic and agentic AI all in one. The way we build with security, ironclad. We understand security. We understand failure, what happens. We know what fails. We've failed. So we know. We've built stuff and broke it and then rebuilt it a better way. Right? That's what it takes to build a company. Can't just go through one seminar and learn about vibe coding and go build something. You don't even know if it's going to... I'll predict a couple of things in the AI revolution. And we've been pretty much dead on for the most part. We've been saying for years that SEO was dying. We got laughed at when we first said that. Literally. We got criticized because we said that. Now, nobody's laughing. The SEO search trends have changed. So I'm going to predict something because we like to stay ahead. There's going to be a lot of AI platforms launch. A lot of AI platforms launch. And let me stop sharing and look at you in the eye here. There's going to be a lot of AI platforms that launch. And this is probably the most important part of the day. Because I'm sharing my vision with you with our company. There's going to be a lot of AI platforms that launch in the future. It's going to become easier to build AI apps. You're going to see them pop up everywhere. But just understand, The AI is a big black box because it's easier to vibe code. It's easier for a 9-year-old or a 10-year-old or, like we just heard earlier, right, to build something. But the real questions are not if they can build it, but can it hold up? Because what's it built on? What kind of knowledge base is it built on? Those are questions I propose that you should think about. That is the power of AI. So let me finish this because this is important. What's going to happen is there's going to be a ton of AI apps at launch. And it's already happened. And it's already happening more. Well, you don't know what's behind the curtain. You don't know if it's got the ability to keep your data safe. You don't know if it has the ability to scale, that it's not going to break or disconnect or not produce. That's going to be a lot of unknown variables. So here's what I will promise to you about Momentum Tech National AI Day. I will say this, and I want you to remember this. Anything that we build, don't play any video now, please. Okay, guys, let me finish. The idea here is simple. Here's the concept. Okay, you guys are interrupting me. I'm sorry. Do you need something here? My thought process is I want to make a point here. Would you let me make a point? I'll tell you if you could play a video, okay? Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to tell you right now. You're going to see a lot of AI apps launch. But I want you to understand one thing here at Momentum Tech that we are committed to. As a founder, as a chief technology officer with our tech team, which you met earlier today, with James Penny, with Mike Driggers, with Bill Hoffman, with Dr. Smiley, with Dr. Breakthrough, with Christine Dean, everyone you saw today, Liz Hodges, our entire committee, our entire corporate team behind the scenes. We are committed to one thing, and that is constantly building, constantly improving, constantly delivering secure AI ecosystems that help you leverage AI like you've never been able to before. That's what we're committed to. We're committed to building whatever you can envision. Literally, we could build. We're taking our knowledge. We're taking even other platforms in the market and building better platforms that could do things better. And we're bringing them all in one house to lower your cost. That's what we're committed to. I've always said that we're the gold standard of AI technology. And we will remain there. That's what we live for. Because it will always provide me an opportunity to teach, to inspire, to guide. I started the day telling you that that is what my only purpose in life is to teach and to train as the Chief Technology Officer with Momentum Tech. Literally. That's what keeps me alive. That's what keeps me thriving. That's what motivates me. That's what energizes me. Right? And I've learned to train with patience. And AI has given me a platform to be able to do that. So we're creating a platform and a community here. Right? Relationships are more important than AI. So everything that we're building is improving. Even the Magic Kids platform is going to improve. The tutors will improve. They will become better tutors. They will become more agentic. They will become more conversational. You understand? Everything that we're doing will flip up and grow because, well, that's what we are. We're momentum tech, right? We will never stay still. We'll always constantly improve the AI technology. That's what you have here. Create opportunities for people to win, to earn money, to leverage. Our new platform is going to create an incredible, right? Our new platform is going to create an incredible leverage opportunity to leverage AI. Think about it. You can build a website with no hosting, right? Entire website, landing page with a chatbot, with an automated blog, with CRM. I mean, look at that. Look at that. It's incredible. We're going to save people thousands of dollars a year just bringing them into our ecosystem. If they don't want to do it, we could do it for them. You could charge for it and keep the money. So we create opportunity for you to leverage these tools to make more money for you and your family. That makes us so happy. When we find somebody that wants to leverage these tools and use it to provide income opportunity for their family, to stay home with their kids, to be a stay-at-home mom, to spend time with the kids. Maybe they're homeschooling their kids. They need to spend more time at home. And we can create opportunities for people to have more time together. And if AI speeds up and does things for them, for example, publishes blogs on their website automatically, what's what this new platform does. Well, they don't have to constantly do that. That saves them time, saves them energy. And if it goes automatically into their CRM, they can create automation emails and text messages for new inquiries. We can automate a lot of these processes. What we're building is one AI infrastructure that works together. That's what we're going. Welcome to AI Appreciation Day. My name is Ed Garza. I'm the Chief Technology Officer, and you got my word. We will always build momentum. We will always ask one question every single day. What else can we do to make things better? What else can we do to make things faster? What else can we do to improve our AI platform for our users? You got us behind you. So you don't have to be the tech wizards. You could leverage the tools that we build. Just learn to leverage them and use it as a leverage to build income for you and your family. That's what we're interested in. That's what motivates us. That's what gives us the fuel to keep building. When we have people in our community that come up and show up, when we have people that are 80 years old, 60, 70 years old, 30, 40 years old, coming to our community, that says something. People come to us when they fly from Hawaii, when they fly from New York, they fly from California, they fly from Florida to come to a one-day AI event. That says something about our community, and we're thankful for our community, and we appreciate you guys. So we got some videos we want to play for you now. We're going to cue those up, and I'll let the tech team handle that. So that's my message, and hey, welcome to AI Appreciation Day. Maybe there's some more stuff we got to go over later today, but we got some pre-planned videos we want to show you now.
Hello, I'm Dr. Stan Harris, but most people know me as Dr. Breakthrough. They call me that because I don't just talk about change. I prescribe the breakthrough. Now pay attention, because what I'm about to tell you is a total game changer. For years, I was doing things the hard way. My very first book took me 20 years to write. But imagine taking that, boiling it down, instead of 2 decades of effort. The breakthrough came when I was able to do it in just 1 hour. So discover the power of leverage through artificial intelligence. My most recent book, as I mentioned, didn't take me 20 years. It didn't even take 20 days. It took a little over an hour. That's the power of redeeming the time. I remember standing on a stage in front of 5,000 1,000 people at an AI conference. I told the organizer, I'm not even involved in AI. And they told me, Dr. Breakthrough, when you empower people with the right mentality, our job of teaching them the tech becomes easy. That hit me like a ton of bricks. I realized I was being a dinosaur. I was archaic. So I decided right then and there to become what I call a CLO, a Chief Leveraging Officer. Archimedes said if I had a lever long enough and a prop strong enough, I could single handedly move the world. So I started asking myself, how can I help the average person get above average results? The answer is what I call AI times three. That's artificial intelligence plus your own anointed intelligence, and that will create astronomical improvements. Can you imagine that? Shouldn't everyone want to have that? So we're talking about sweatless, sudden, supernatural breakthrough and favor. See, I've seen it happen for my students. Steve and Sandy, they had a $18,000 issue with their motorhome, and through the principles I teach in the 21-day breakthrough challenge, it was taken care of. That's right. It's amazing what happens when you stop working harder and you start working smarter. Today, I use AI to create caricatures that talk, to study the Word of God without needing 100 heavy books, and to lead nearly 37,000 members worldwide on our Breakthrough Bible Dream Team through Momentum Tech. So if you want to reach me, it's simple. You just dial 717-275-3508. Or you can visit drbreakthrough.com. That's drbreak, B-R-E-A-K, through THROUGH.com. And remember, we may not have it all together, but together, through the power of AI and faith, we have it all. So I'm praying for you for your increase in every area, in every aspect, in every arena of your life. So let's get your breakthrough started today. Wouldn't you agree? Isn't it time? Imagine going from breakthrough to bigger breakthrough to bolder breakthrough. And all of this is possible through the power of AI. So it's the start that stops most people. Don't let the start stop you. Get started now. You'll be glad you did, and we will be glad to have you.
I'm James Penny, founder and CEO of Momentum Tech. And I love AI because I have a passion to help real people win. Real people who grew up like me without two nickels to rub together to elevate their lives and experience great success that God has blessed me with. And utilizing AI, I can do that so much easier, so much better than any of the opportunities I provided to the world in the last 30 years. And I can do it from anywhere. So for example, I am out here right now in Paris, France, with my daughter touring the beautiful country where she just graduated from a full year of as a student, an exchange student out here in France. And wow, even while I'm out here enjoying the beautiful country and time with my daughter, I can still help real people win. But let me tell you a little bit more about my story and where that passion comes from so you'll be more able to understand why I'm so passionate about what I do. What is happening here? Whoa, that just happened. And well, now here we are in Berlin, our next stop for Bella and I, and we're going to have a great time, I'm sure. But back to the reason for my passion to help real people win, lift real people up in the world. You see, I didn't grow up in wealth. I grew up in poverty. There were 10 of us kids. Dad worked 80 hours a week as a mechanic to just try to feed us and take care of us. And mom, well, her full-time job was trying to wrangle us 10 kids. And she did it with amazing patience and care and love and just, with God's grace. And we didn't have much, but we did have family love. But the downside of being so poor is we were different. We looked different. We wore blue jeans with holes and patches in them before they were cool. They're kind of cool now, right? I should have saved and could have sold and made a lot of money. But back then, if you didn't wear the cool shoes other people were wearing and you wore shabby clothes and things with patches and holes in them and things like that, it made you a target. So we ended up being the kids climbing on the school bus who were being tripped and kicked and spat on and called all kinds of names and hit in the face with books and anything that you might imagine. And I just remember that feeling because we were poor, because we were different, that made us a target. And growing up, I always told myself, I'm not going to be poor the rest of my life. And so God gave me the ambition to work any moment I wasn't in school. I saved half my money. I gave half my money to my parents to help out. And eventually, God blessed me with starting my first business and lifted me up out of poverty, and not just poverty, but gave me wealth beyond my greatest imagination. And I spent the next 30 years building, local and international franchise companies. But that became part of the mission that God gave to me, because the only thing God ever asked me to do outside of, carrying his word to as many people as I could was to give back, not to forget how I grew up, to remember how I grew up and remember other people who were growing up and are growing up the same way I did, without two nickels to rub together, without hope, without opportunity, and without any kind of tools for success. And so that is where the mission for Momentum Tech AI comes, is with providing hope, opportunity, and tools to help real people win. And wow, so I've got to tell you a little bit about how we do that, but that's where my passion comes from. It's what God called me to do. It's what gets me up early every morning. It's what keeps me late at night. And it's what drives me every single day. It's my purpose. It's my passion. It's my mission. It's what I'm going to do for the rest of my life. Going on here? I've been here before. Wait a minute. I recognize this place, but look out the window. It looks like we are landing in Prague. How's that possible? That's the next stop for Bella and I to enjoy. Prague. What is going on here? Technology, Batman. Was I just in Doctor Who's time machine? Is that what's happening here? Well, hey, I mean, you never know. With the advancement of technology, and now especially with artificial intelligence, almost anything you can dream is possible, which leads me to the passion that the good Lord gave me to help real people win. You see, I started building franchises because I wanted to give hope, opportunity, and tools to help real people win. Started here in the United States mostly, and then grew internationally. And the great thing about franchising is I could create jobs and reach down to my people who grew up like me and help lift them up, get them good jobs, and give them opportunity. But the downside was it was really hard to get them where my passion was, which is the level of success that God led me to in building international franchise companies. You see, if you wanted to own a franchise, well, even an inexpensive franchise, you have to have $250,000, right? And then you've got to be able to live through just years of trying to break even to the point you could pay yourself. And for people who grew up like me, that just was a big reach. But with Momentum Tech AI, see, Momentum Tech is the great equalizer because we have created a franchise-like business. No, it is not a franchise, but it is a franchise-like business where you have systems, training, support, and the most in-demand technology on the planet in an industry that is growing insurmountable. I truly believe is going to be the greatest transfer of wealth in the history of the world. And we can offer this business in a box for people for as low as less than listen to dinner or night out for dinner, right? And to me, I believe anybody that has motivation and they really want to make a difference, transitional difference for their family, generational wealth, both in knowledge and income opportunity, I believe they can take this opportunity, run with it, and the opportunity is only going to grow because AI is here. It's not going away. And if you look at the projections, they are massive. This is going to grow like you would not could ever imagine. And just watch this. Oh my goodness, here we are again. And yes, I see it, I recognize it. This is Doctor Who's time machine. How cool. And what's that in the distance? That is London, the fourth country that Bella and I plan to visit here in the region. Oh, this is going to be so much fun. Everyone, I hope that you have enjoyed this AI enactment of the actual journey my daughter and I are on. Best daddy-daughter trip ever. She successfully completed over 10 months educational experience out in France, and then I came out here to celebrate and travel with her and see some of her favorite places, favorite castles, favorite museums, favorite historic site, and her favorite people. And it's just been amazing. But I want to go back to what I stated earlier as far as what I believe AI represents. I truly believe it represents the greatest financial opportunity that can provide a path for just regular people like me and you to really win and win big. And think of it this way, a lot of people, you hear them say, gee, I wish I'd have been there at the right time, at the right place, with the right people, and the right opportunity. This is your right time. This is it. There's never going to be the beginning of the AI revolution ever again. It's here now in its infancy. And what we're seeing now is just a trickle going into the stream of what I believe will soon be a tsunami of opportunity for the people who get involved with artificial intelligence now. We've made it so easy for you. And think of this for a minute. As I mentioned, I'll give you I don't want you to just take my word for the incredible opportunity here. Think of the words of Dr. Stuart Russell. You see, Dr. Stuart Russell is the professor of machine learning, UC Berkeley, California, and he's been so involved in the development, the evolution, and now what's becoming the revolution of AI that he was invited by the United States Senate to come out and testify about AI. And in his testimony, and I'll paraphrase, but you can look it up, the exact wording, he said something to the effect of, he believes that this will be a $14 quadrillion cash value business. 14 quadrillion, not million, not billion, not trillion, quadrillion. And having been in global franchising for many years, I've seen big numbers with lots of zeros behind them, but I have to be honest, I did not know what that number meant. It was beyond my imagination. I had to look it up. That is 14,000 trillion dollars. Now let that sink in a little bit. 14,000 trillion dollars. Elon Musk just became the world's first trillionaire. This is an opportunity bigger than most people could ever imagine. It might outstrip Mr. Musk's own imagination. So when do you want to get involved with something like this? In the beginning, now, when it's in its infancy, and you're with the right people, with the right mission, with the right tools, with the right opportunity, the right support, the right direction, and people who truly want to see you win, people who have lived through things that most folks couldn't even imagine, have been blessed to fight their way out of them and climb their way out of them through being good and honest and working hard and doing the right thing and making the right choices. And those are the kind of people you're going to meet at Momentum Tech, people who truly want to help you get to the next level and get to the point to where you can create generational wealth for your family. And yes, generational wealth involves money, but also education. Because if you learn this stuff and you teach it to your children, you give them the knowledge, the wealth of knowledge It can't be taxed. It can't be taken away. If a government's currency goes kerplunk, and this happens every single year, they still have their knowledge. They have the knowledge they need to pull themselves through and get to that next level. That is what we aspire to do at Momentum Tech, is to help families not only succeed, but succeed greatly, create true generational wealth for our children, our grandchildren, and our grandchildren's grandchildren and beyond. And this is the one opportunity that I firmly believe is the opportunity for those who take advantage of it, jump in and do what other successful consultants in our business are doing, which is get started, take action, take action, take action. And almost anybody can do it. You can get started in this business for less than the price of an evening out at a so-so restaurant, right? So if you're interested in making that leap and really taking action and really taking steps forward to create generational wealth for yourself and your family, get back with the person who invited you to view this information, and they'll help you get started the right way. But however you get started, just get started. We're here to help you, support you. You're in business for yourself, not by yourself. And I firmly believe if you just get in, take action, we will not only see you at the top, we will see you over the top. God bless and have a beautiful day.
Hello, my name is Sandy Axelrod, and I am the owner and publisher of the Traveling Locavores. For years, I lived in the kitchen. As a chef and cookbook author, my days were filled with the smell of sautéing onions and the heat of the oven. But here's the thing. I was so busy cooking for photo shoots that I barely had any time to actually write. It was frustrating. Have you ever felt like the chores of your job were keeping you from your true passion? I certainly did. Then everything shifted. I started noticing AI everywhere, in Siri, in Alexa, and eventually in tools that could create art. I remember thinking, could this really work for me? The answer was a resounding yes. Now, instead of spending 8 hours at the stove for one single photo, I can tell the AI exactly how I want a dish to look. The results are incredible. I can now include a photo for every single recipe in my cookbooks. Can you imagine the time that saves? It's a total transformation. It's amazing how these digital tools have allowed me to build a substantial living. I'm even making videos for a YouTube channel now. Sometimes I feel so excited about these tools that my voice goes up an octave, but it's just so liberating. But other times, I like to be more reflective. I think about my home on wheels and how peaceful it is to be an artist and a writer in so many beautiful places. AI hasn't replaced my creativity. It has amplified it. It has given me the freedom to do more of what I love. Because if a retired chef like me can master these tools, anyone can.
My name is Vincent Baker, and I am the owner of Vince Baker Ministries based in Folsom, California. I am an author, content creator, and minister passionate about sharing powerful messages with the world. For years, writing books was my calling, but the process was slow and exhausting. Every project demanded enormous time and energy. Getting my message out often felt like pushing a boulder uphill, and I knew there had to be a better way. The biggest obstacles I faced were the amount of time and effort it took to create quality content. Writing took forever, and producing content consistently felt overwhelming. I wanted to reach more people, but the workload was limiting the impact I knew I was capable of making. I first started hearing about artificial intelligence from people around me and through things I was watching online. As I began working on my next books, I started exploring AI tools on my own. Later, when I decided to launch a YouTube channel, I connected with one of the owners at Momentum Tech, who personally showed me how to use some incredibly powerful AI tools. That changed everything. With AI by my side, I wrote 13 books in just 6 months. Then I turned my attention to YouTube. In less than 28 days, my channel generated more than 3 million views and attracted over 18,000 subscribers. AI helped me with script writing, video editing, and content strategy. It is like having a genius working alongside you every step of the way. Everything I create becomes better, faster, and smarter with AI. Today I use AI throughout every part of my ministry and business. Whether I am writing books, answering questions, developing scripts, or producing videos, AI has become my constant assistant. Whenever I see an opportunity to use it, I do. It has become an essential part of how I work, serve others, and continue to grow. My advice is simple. Do not be afraid to get started. You do not have to understand everything on day one. Begin exploring the tools available to you, and if you can find someone willing to teach you, even better. AI does not replace your voice or your vision, it amplifies both. I would love to connect with you. You can visit my website at vincebakerministries.com, email me at vincewbaker@gmail.com, or call me at 916-519-0078. I am always happy to share what I have learned along the way. The possibilities ahead are truly limitless, and I believe the best is yet to come. My name is Vincent Baker, and I am excited about the future of AI.
Hello, I'm Lucy Rosa Staggi, and I want to tell you a story about how curiosity can change everything. For over 35 years, I was an educator. It was my life's work. But eventually, I decided it was time to reinvent myself. I became an entrepreneur and started the Launch Lab Academy. I even launched my own podcast called Lucy's Inspiring Stories. But I'll be honest with you, the technology side of things was a real struggle at first. Have you ever sat in front of a blank screen for hours, knowing exactly what you want to say, but just unable to find the right words? That was me. I felt like I was falling behind. Then about 2 years ago, I started hearing about artificial intelligence. At 80 years young, I thought, is this really for me? Or is it just for the younger generation? Well, I decided to try it anyway. I started with simple questions. Can you help me organize this idea? Can you make this email sound clearer? And suddenly, click, it all made sense. AI was not replacing my voice. It was amplifying it. Now I use AI every single day. I use it for my newsletters, my podcast prep, and even my business strategy. It is amazing how much time I save. Instead of spending 5 hours on a presentation, I can do it in a fraction of the time. This gives me more space to do what I truly love, which is mentoring and storytelling. People often ask me, Lucy, why are you still working so hard at 80? And I tell them, I'm not slowing down. Why should I? Life is about learning. It's about growing. Whether I'm talking to a fellow entrepreneur on LinkedIn or recording a new episode for YouTube, I feel empowered. If you are feeling overwhelmed by technology, I want you to know that you can do this too. It is never too late to learn something new. My email is rosastagilucy@gmail.com, and I love hearing from people who are curious about what is possible. Let's think about the numbers for a second. I have 35 years of teaching experience, and now I'm 80 years young. And I am using the most cutting-edge technology on the planet. Isn't that wonderful? It just goes to show you that age is just a number. But impact is forever. I'm so excited to see what we can create together next. Thank you for listening to my story. And remember, stay curious.
Hello, my name is Janae Garza. I'm speaking to you today from my beautiful Cabo Rojo, Puerto Rico, although I currently live in Franklin, Tennessee. My journey has always been about service, faith, and finding ways to help others succeed. When I was 18 years old, I left home to become a missionary. That experience taught me resilience, compassion, and purpose. Values that continue to guide my life and my work every single day. After completing my missionary service, I felt a deep desire to continue growing in my faith. I decided to pursue theology so I could better understand God's Word, strengthen my relationship with God, and become more effective in serving and teaching others. That season of study helped shape the foundation of my leadership, my ministry, and the way I approach both life and business today. Today, I continue living out that calling by leading a weekly Spanish fellowship where I teach the Word of God entirely in Spanish online. Every week, we gather with Spanish-speaking believers from across Central America, South America, Spain, and in Italy. We are all also blessed to have participants from Germany who join us to study Scripture, pray together, and encourage one another in our walk with Christ. Seeing God bring people together from different countries and cultures through His Word has been one of the greatest blessings of my life. For the past 5 years, I've also been blessed to be married to my husband, Ed Garza. Together, we share a passion for innovation, entrepreneurship, and helping others. Ed is the co-founder of Momentum Tech AI, and we have had the privilege of working side by side to empower individuals, businesses to embrace the future through artificial intelligence. Today, I wear many hats. I am the president of Agape Benefits, where I help companies take care of their employees through employee benefits and insurance solutions. I'm also an international director with Momentum Tech AI and the co-founder of MagicKids.ai. I am also excited to share that a new magazine is coming soon. Together with my co-founder, Angela Martinez, we are launching Born Latina Entrepreneurs, a magazine created to celebrate, inspire, empower Latinas entrepreneurs around the world. And you might ask, how do I manage it all? The answer is simple. I embrace the power of technology. Before I started using AI, I was constantly overwhelmed. I felt like I was wearing every single hat. Researcher, a designer, a writer, a marketer, and a strategist. I had so many ideas, but they often stayed on my vision board because I simply didn't have enough time to bring them to life. Does that sound familiar? It was a constant struggle to keep up with the administrative side of my business while trying to lead a ministry, mentor entrepreneurs, and pursue new opportunities. Then I discovered artificial intelligence. It was like a light bulb turned on. Suddenly, I could complete research in seconds that once took hours. I could brainstorm ideas, create presentations, develop educational programs, write content, and organize projects with incredible speed and efficiency. AI helped me finally complete my book, Lead with Love, Win with Heart. And now I'm working on my newest project, Explore Puerto Rico, 78 municipalities, a travel guide that celebrates the beauty, culture, and hidden treasures of Puerto Rico. It's amazing how much more you can accomplish when you have the right tools. I want to be clear. I don't see AI as a replacement for people, relationships, or faith. Not at all. I see AI as a partner, a tool that helps us multiply the gifts and talents that God has already given us. Whether I'm teaching professionals how to use AI, helping children discover technology through magickids.ai, serving employers through Agape benefits, or leading Bible studies through Spanish Fellowship, my mission remains the same: to serve with excellence, lead with integrity, and make a positive impact in the life of others. If you'd like to connect with me, you can email me at Jeanette@agapebenefits.com. You can also learn more by visiting momentumtech.ai or SpanishFellowship.org. I truly believe we are living in one of the greatest seasons of opportunity in history. We have the ability to work smarter, dream bigger, and leave a lasting legacy. Think about it for a moment. Imagine increasing your productivity by 50%, 60%, or even 80%. What would you do with that extra time? Would you write a book you always dreamed of? Will you start that business you always wanted to start? Will you spend more time with your family? For me, it means creating more opportunities to serve others, innovate with purpose, and lead with faith. Thank you for listening to my story. And remember, lead with faith, serve with purpose, and innovate with AI. I look forward to connecting with you soon.
Isn't that incredible? You know, my wife certainly is in Puerto Rico right now. She's visiting family, and she pre-recorded that video for you guys. So um, we, uh, we certainly have had a lot of fun. But I'm going to do something that maybe really hasn't been done before. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to write another book. Yeah, I'm going to show you the power of our platform. Yep. So let's have some fun. Let's click on this book here. We already wrote one. We're going to create another book. And we're going to talk, what should this book be about, right? This book should be about the topic of AI technology. What AI should I trust? Ed Garza. And then I'm going to make it, let's shoot for 60,000. We'll shoot for 55,000 words. Okay. And I'm going to upload a Word document. So I'm going to save this right now. Okay. Let's go ahead and make this a Word document and download it as a Word doc. Okay, and I'm going to put this on the desktop so I can find it. It's called the AI Trust Standard. And I'm going to upload this doc. Now, this is where the power comes in, where you do some research and some, topics, right? You can inject your knowledge, right? So the AI Trust. Let's just type in trust here. We'll find it. The document. There it is. That's not it. See, what was the name of that PDF that I just downloaded? Let's just double check. The AI Trust. Okay, let's find that document. The AI Trust Let's try to trust. There it is. Where are you? It'd be helpful if you could find it, right? Just when you want it to go right. So let's just try this again. The AI Trust Standard. Okay, I should be able to find it. The AI Trust Standard. Come on. All right. I'm just going to find it manually. So let's just go manually here. There it is right there. So it's called the AI Trust Standard. So let's go ahead and rename that. And let's just call this AAA. And that way I can find it. There you go. Here's the doc. Sorry about that. So it's AAA. There it is. All right. That's what I want to upload. Perfect. So we're uploading the document, right? And that's important, right? So there it is right there. All right. Now I'm going to show some additional topics. We're going to choose the title. We already have the title. The AI Trust Standard. In the genre, we're going to call it a business leadership book. We're going to do a 6x9, conversational and encouraging, entrepreneurs and small to medium-sized enterprises, avoid mentioning any other AI platforms, talk about AI, generative AI, agentic AI, and how trust now has become the most important piece of the puzzle, because AI is such a huge market. How do you know who to trust? That's what this is about. All right, so let's go ahead and plan my book. So this is the planning where it researches the topic and designs the chapter outline for you. This is our new book writing tool. Super powerful leveraging tool to take your book to the finish line. This is a powerful tool and should be used. Make sure you know about the topic. I know about AI. I'm writing this book because I know about the topic. If I got called by ABC, NBC, Fox, or anybody that Dr. Smiley gets me in front of, or Mike Driggers gets me in front of, that I could talk the game, I could talk strategy, and I can answer any tough question. So here we go. So here is Building Confidence in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. Business Leadership, Nonfiction, 15 chapters, 55,000 words. This is a proposed chapter outline. We are living through history, the greatest technology shift of our lifetime. Leverage changes everything. Intelligence is becoming accessible. Why trust matters more than technology. Your digital life deserves protection. The human side of artificial intelligence. The black box problem and the power of explainability. The AI trust standard. Questions every AI user should ask. Managing bias, managing bias, fairness and reliability. Security, resilience, and peace of mind. Leading responsibly in the AI era. Building the gold standard of AI. The future of AI will be built on trust. Yeah. So, this is all be edited. Obviously, you could edit, the name of each chapter. But I'm demonstrating to you the power of this tool, so you can obviously change. You can regenerate, obviously, right? If you change the titles, you can just regenerate it. This is, I gave it the structure, okay, the chapters. I gave it a lot of information, obviously here, right? I gave it chapter 9, right, and descriptions. I gave it a lot of information, okay? Just kind of my thought process of what I wanted to create. That's here. So now I could write my book and I can go have a cup of coffee. This is what's called leverage. Yeah? You want to leave the window open, it works better. Or you could leave and it'll keep working. But we wrote a book earlier already. Right? Here's the Kindle version of the book we wrote. Right here. They designed the cover. Right? There it is. There's the Kindle. I was already going through it, so I'm just flipping through it. You can see here. It already formatted. AI made simple, right? Here's the chapter content. We wrote this earlier in the day. There's the Kindle version of it. This is about 50,000 words. AI made simple. That's chapter 2. There's chapter 3. There's chapter 4 it wrote. There's chapter 5. And chapter 6. Isn't that amazing? It produced the entire Kindle book ready to publish. That's the power of our new platform. Incredible. Right? And we had a conversation with Dr. Smiley and our tech team and Mike Driggers, and they were blown away. All of us were. What we're doing here. See, it's already writing chapter 2 already. Right? Like I said, just go work out, have a cup of coffee, let it write your book. That took less than 10 minutes. Right? Less than 10 minutes. Here it is right here in a Word document. Right? Make that a little bit bigger. Yeah, it's how-to guide, AI made simple. How many words? Let's look at the word count. 47,601. Yeah? What is AI really? Yep. Cool stuff. So this is the power of our new platform. I didn't put a lot of thought into writing this book when we first wrote it. I just put in a little bit of topic to talk about, a little bit of history, right? You don't need a computer science degree to use AI well, but a tiny bit of background helps clear up a lot of confusion. Here's the short version without the boring parts. The 1950s dream. Scientists first started asking, could a machine think? And yeah, they built simple programs that could play checkers or solve basic logic puzzles. It was exciting, but these early programs were nowhere close to what we now call AI. They followed rigid handwritten rules, more like a very complicated recipe than actually learning. Decades of slow progress. For a long time, AI research moved forward in small, quiet steps. Computers were too slow, and there wasn't enough digital information available for machines to learn from. Progress happened, but most behind the scenes in university labs and research papers, most people never read. The data explosion. Then the internet happened. Suddenly there was billions of photos, articles, videos, and conversations available in digital form. This mattered enormously because remember, AI learns from examples. More examples, better learning. The internet accidentally became the world's biggest classroom for AI. The breakthrough moment. around the 2020s, a new type of AI system called a large language model got good enough at understanding and generating human language, and it stopped feeling like a clunky computer program and started feeling like chatting with a very knowledgeable assistant. Tools like ChatGPT made headlines because for the first time, regular people, not just scientists, could sit down and have an actual conversation with the AI and get genuinely useful answers, right? And then the last step is why AI suddenly feels like it's everywhere now. It didn't appear overnight. It's been building for 70 years. We just finally reached the point where it became easy enough for anyone to use, sort of like how smartphones existed as an idea for decades before the iPhone made them something your grandmother could actually use. Clearing up scary myths, right? That deals with myths like myth 1, myth 2, right? Cool, right? It really wrote good content, right? You want to read it, you want to proof it, and this is probably too generic of a book to write right now, right? But could be good for like an ebook, yeah, or giveaway. What I'm proposing to write now is a little bit more deeper research, because I foresee that trust is going to look different in people's eyes. And it's important for us to be the gold standard of AI technology. So I'm writing this book with you right now with the intention of publishing it, because I think it will be a very important book to write, because it talks about an important topic. And that's basically talking about the topic really of, leveraging AI and the responsibility we have to utilize it for good things. How to not get caught up with the hype of AI tools that millions of them will launch. They will be everywhere. How do you know what to trust? We want to be the trust factor. That's what we're building with Momentum Tech. Come to our live training Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. Central, where we do free AI training. I do it, along with James Penny and other people. Live, face-to-face training on AI technology, what's going on with AI apps training. Live. We've been doing it for over 3 years, and we will continue to do it. Live training to show you how to leverage AI. We demo our platform Monday through Friday. We create, we solve a problem, right? That is what we do with AI. Every Friday, I'll show you instead of telling you. I'll show you instead of telling you. So let's just look at my presentations, because I got some visuals for you I can show you. Okay. So what do we do to train Monday through Friday? Why do we even do it, right? So obviously we do it every morning, Monday through Friday. We use what's called the demo method. We discover a problem together. We explore an AI solution together. And we make something, and then we show you the outcome. Every morning we do that. It's called demo, right? Then here's what you're going to go through. Here's what you're going through right now. You're observing what I'm doing and writing this book. You're getting yourself orientated with it, and then you'll make a decision whether you want to take action or not. That's what's called an OODA loop. It's not something we came up with. It's been around for years. It's a military term, but it's a great way to explain our methodology of teaching with Momentum Tech. We will let you observe. We will demonstrate and go through a demo. You will get orientated with it. Hopefully good enough to where you make a decision to take action. That is our goal. Yeah? It's already written chapter 8 of 15. It's called the trust standard, building confidence in the age of artificial intelligence. Let's go through this little outline so you see what I put in it, okay? So you understand. Let me go up to the top. Let's just look through this. Okay. Every generation, we are living through history, right? Every generation experiences a technology breakthrough that changes civilization, right? The steam engine, electricity, the automobile, the internet. Today, that breakthrough is artificial intelligence. Unlike previous technologies, AI doesn't simply make machines more capable, it amplifies human intelligence itself. It can help us write, create, solve problems, build businesses, educate children, discover cures, unlock opportunities that once seemed impossible. But every advancement comes responsibility. As AI becomes a part of our daily lives, we are entrusting it with our ideas. We're entrusting it with our businesses and our creativity and our future. This book explores what it means to use AI wisely, responsibly, with confidence. It introduces a framework for evaluating AI through the lens of trust, helping individuals, families, entrepreneurs, and organizations make informed decisions in an increasingly AI-driven world. The age of artificial intelligence leverage, the greatest technology shift of our lifetime. Explain why AI represents one of the most significant technological shifts in history. Compare it with transformative innovations such as electricity and the internet, showing how AI is changing not just industries, but the way people think and learn and create. Readers should leave inspired, recognizing that AI is becoming an essential part of every day. That's chapter 1. Chapter 2, leverage changes everything. Introduce the concept of leverage. AI allows one person to accomplish what previously required teams, departments, or even entire organizations. Right? The cost of leverage. When you discuss leverage, across, look, we're saving obviously time. We're leveraging knowledge, creativity, communication, productivity, and business growth. When you look at it, AI isn't replacing human potential, it's expanding on it. Where I used to have to hire maybe a graphic designer to build my book cover, someone to do research for me. I have right now, my platform that we're put together that's writing this book is a collection of AI agents that's already written 10 chapters. It did the research ahead of time. It's writing the entire book right before our eyes. But again, what's important is you uploading information about you, right? AI isn't replacing human potential, it's expanding on it. Intelligence is becoming more accessible. For the first time in history, world-class capabilities are available to nearly everyone. People can write books, design marketing campaigns, analyze data, learn new skills, and solve complex problems faster than ever. They can explore how democratizing intelligence creates tremendous opportunity, while also requiring discernment and responsibility. Trust is the new currency. Why trust matters more than technology. Technology alone doesn't earn confidence. Trust does. discuss why long-term adoption depends on confidence in the organizations that build AI. Readers should begin to think differently. They aren't choosing software. They're not choosing partners. Your digital life deserves protection. Everything people create has value, right? Photos you create, the ideas, the books, the emails, the videos, the business strategies, your IP, your creative work, right? Protecting those digital assets matter, and that's why individuals should understand how AI systems handle the information that they entrust to them. The human side of artificial intelligence. AI should empower people, not replace judgment. Right? Think human oversight, responsibly decision making, transparency, ethical development, accountability, the importance of maintaining a human centered approach to technology. Building trust, the AI trust standard. This is a framework that defines trustworthiness. 10 guidelines, right? Security, privacy, transparency, reliability, accountability, human oversight, continuous improvement, education, service, and long-term commitment. I think of those words when I think of what we're committed to with Momentum Tech. Every single little one of those words. Every single one of them are important to me, are important to James, are important to everyone, are important to Dr. Smiley, Mike Driggers, important to everyone at every level. Security, privacy, transparency, reliability, accountability, human oversight, continuous improvement, education, service, long-term commitment. This becomes the signature chapter of the book. Questions every AI user should ask. You get what the book's about? Who's behind this technology? How is my information handled? What happens to my intellectual property? Is the platform designed to grow with its users? Does the company communicate openly? Is there meaningful support in education? Does the organization demonstrate a long-term commitment? Yeah. Leading responsibly in the AI era. Whether you're a parent, an entrepreneur, educator, executive, creator, leadership now includes making thoughtful decisions about AI. Responsible adoption, continuous learning, protection teams, building trust, setting expectation, building and preparing for the future. The gold standard. This is our story. We're a philosophy. Why we created Momentum Tech. For trust, security conscious design, responsible innovation, education, community, transparency, long-term relationships, helping people succeed with AI. Guys, that's who we are. Positioning Momentum Tech as an organization, striving to embody the principles established through this book. The future will be built on trust. Right? New technologies will emerge. Capabilities will expand. But one principle will remain consistent. People will place their confidence in organizations that consistently earn trust through their actions. And we are all about action here with Momentum Tech. AI Breakfast Lab, daily training. We're all about creating action. You know, we talked about, let's see where we're at, 14 chapters. Right? There's a success cycle that I want to talk about. Somebody, you can write this down or you can remember it. You can just write down on a piece of paper. PDCA. I didn't create it. PDCA. I think of that as a success cycle. So you plan it. That's what we do. You make a decision. You take action. Right? You take action. But you also, the A stands for PDCA. You check it. So you plan it, you do it, you check it, and then you adjust. And then you plan it, and then you check it. You plan it, you do it, you check it, you adjust it. See, that's what we're doing. So we planned it, We did it. We built our first AI platform, right? Fantastic. Right? We did it. We checked it. Now we're adjusting it. We want to make this easy. Easier to write a book. So right now it's writing the 15th chapter, building the gold standard of AI. In this time frame, it wrote the entire book while we're talking and going over the summary of everything. That's what we're writing. So that's what I uploaded. So you should just think about what you're writing, right? This isn't a lot of information, but it gives it a framework. Right? It gives it a framework. I'll close these here. There you go. AI Trust. This was a website we built earlier with our platform. Yeah. Criminal defense law firm. All built. So it's almost done. There it goes. It's creating 4 cover designs for us right now. And we can pick which one we like. There's one. Yeah. We could regenerate the cover. I mean, that's real right up your, right in your face design, right? I mean, that's great. Your new cover is ready. There you go. I like that. Yeah, building confidence. Mm-hmm. Yeah, building confidence. Yep, that's decent. You can click on regenerate again. Yeah. We have a book cover designer in the platform also. Okay. So let's go back. And do it again until you're happy. Okay? Obviously, we could spend more time with this, and we have graphic designers on staff. A little bit better. Yeah. See if I can do it again. Yep. Ooh, there it goes. Great ideas. We'll work about on the cover later. That's the least important thing. It is important, but we could design more. I'll show you where you could do that in the platform. We have image tools that you could generate the next one. Let's just continue. Okay. Let's look at this. So you can humanize each copy, each chapter if you want to. That costs credits to do that, to humanize and regenerate, or you can regenerate the top, the chapter. You can look at each chapter here. So if I click on here, the first chapter, obviously I could expand this a little bit, and I could look at if you're not happy with the chapter, right? So here's the chapter here. Yeah. That it wrote. It tells you everything. You just look at it. You can read through it. Okay. Everything is written. This is all chapter 1, 15 pages. Right? Chapter 2, chapter 3, all the way to 15 chapters, right? All right, so it wrote everything, obviously. So the next thing is for us to, obviously, we could change the cover, right? We could format for KDP. We could download the PDF, right? If I want to change the cover. obviously I can change the cover, right? So I can just regenerate it again, and let's just see what we could come up with here. Okay. Okay. So if it doesn't fit your style, you don't like it, then you can change it, obviously. Yeah. So let's look at a couple things you can do. Okay. So we got the book. It's finished. So it's not going to go anywhere, right? We can format it for KDP, right? Easily. And you could edit. We have a image tool here where you can create a book cover. So you start from, blank, or you see it has the history in here? Do you see that? See how it is one cool platform that has the history for you. This is optional, but you can see it has the history of your books that you've written. Right? Or you can just start blank and write the book title in here and the author and the subtitle. Or you can choose your genre. So it's a business book. Maybe the art style, you could choose like, let's try a 3D rendering. And let's call it, it's obviously called the AI Trust Standard. Yeah. And then the subtitle. What do we want to use as a subtitle? Let's just say Building Confidence. Okay, so let's copy that. And let's put that inside the image tool. And we could choose business, a 3D rendering. We could choose like dark, bold, uplifting, minimalistic. And then what is on the cover, right? Hey, that looks really cool. How about that? A lighthouse. As a guide in a dark ocean. Interesting, yeah? Title placement, let's do it centered. And let's just keep it simple. And let's generate the image. So it's painting the image now. It takes just a few seconds. Mixing the colors and lighting under a minute usually takes 10 seconds or so. So this is, one of the tools, the book cover. Obviously there's website images and ads, and then we're adding some other stuff in here in the image tool, right? The AI Trust Standard. Building confidence in the age of AI intelligence. Yeah. That's really cool. Yeah. Really, really cool. Yeah. Fantastic, guys. Yeah. So you can download that. You could generate some new artwork if you want to. That's a 6x9. Ready to go. Book cover. I love the lighthouse. A lighthouse is designed to provide guidance for ships coming into the harbor, right? So they don't run into the rocks. That's what they're to guide ships, right? So that's that kind of subliminal message says, hey, AI is going to need a place where you can trust things, and that's what this book is about, right? And here it is right here. Okay. So, pretty cool, right? So that's you can download it and use it and close out. And then here's your book right here. Here's the AI standard. All right, so you just come in here, and here we are. Now, if I want to format it for KDP, let's say, right? So if I change the cover, I can worry about doing that later. We're probably going to add that where you can just edit it right in here, right? But let's just look at it. Let's go ahead and do the KDP on it. I'll show you what that's like. Okay, so if I format it for KDP, it's going to format it for KDP. Okay, there it is. All right, so there's the Kindle book right here, you see? So if I click on that, that's a Kindle ebook. There it is. There's the content. Why? We are living through a history. We are living through history, chapter 1. There it is. Done. Pretty cool, right? Let's take the document, see how many words it is. Here's a paperback cover as an example. So let's go ahead and get the PDF. And let's get the doc. So let's get the doc. And let's upload it to the drive. And let's look how many words it is. So I'm going to upload it to the drive for demonstration purposes. There's this right there. Let's open it up. Okay. Excellent. And let's go to Tools, and let's go to Word Count. Okay, that's good. 47. You add your bio, you add maybe the forward written by somebody that's influential, right? Your story. Everything else you should be easily 50,000 words. It gives you room enough to to do a 6x9 and put your name and the name of the book on the binding, right? So there you go. There's your book. That was pretty quick. What do you say? You want to hear what it sounds like? Let's listen to it. Let's just listen to the first page, or at least the first couple chapters, or first couple paragraphs. I just want to listen to it. So let's copy that. It's kind of a test that I like to use. And let's just listen to it. I want to listen to it in my voice here, so let's use it. Let's make it story time. And let's just listen to the first couple chapters. Or first couple paragraphs. Okay? Pretty fascinating. Here we go.
Chapter 1, We are living through history. We are living through history. Think about the last time you asked an AI tool to help you write an email, brainstorm a business idea, design a logo, or explain a complicated topic in plain language. Maybe it was this morning. Maybe it was 5 minutes ago. For most of us, these moments have become so ordinary that we barely notice them anymore. We type a question, and within seconds, we receive an answer that would have required a team of specialists, a research library, or years of training just a few years ago. That is not a small thing. That is history happening in real time, and most of us are simply too close to it to see it clearly. I want to start this book with a simple but important idea. You are living through one of the handful of moments in human history when everything changes, not gradually, not in some distant future your grandchildren will read about in textbooks. Right now in your business, in your home, in your daily decisions, a shift is underway that will be remembered the way we remember the arrival of electricity or the birth of the internet. I know that can sound like hyperbole. Every era believes its own technology is the most important one ever invented, but some shifts really do belong in a different category, and I believe artificial intelligence is one of them. Not because it is trendy, not because it dominates the headlines, but because of what it actually does. It amplifies human intelligence itself. That has never happened before, not at this scale, not this fast, and not this accessible to an ordinary entrepreneur working out of a spare bedroom or a small storefront. This book is about how to navigate that shift wisely. But before we get to frameworks, questions, and standards, we need to sit with the scale of what is actually happening. Because the decisions you make about AI over the next few years as a business owner, a leader, a parent, or simply a person trying to build a good life will be shaped by whether you understand the size of this moment.
Okay. I probably would choose it from maybe read it a little differently. Like, maybe say it a little bit faster, right? And so I could choose like, maybe a different style. So well, let's just choose like, listen to the beginning of it, right? I like it. I like the tone of it, right? But I also like listening to it because I want to say, okay, is this, this sounds really good. I think this is going to be a really great book. And it'll make a great audio book too, right? So this is my voice again.
Chapter 1. We are living through history. Think about the last time you asked an AI tool to help you write an email. Brainstorm a business idea, design a logo, or explain a complicated topic in plain language. Maybe it was this morning, maybe it was 5 minutes ago. For most of us, these moments have become so ordinary that we barely notice them anymore. We type a question and within seconds we receive an answer that would have required a team of specialists, a research library, or years of training just a few years ago. That is not a small thing. That is history happening in real time, and most of us are simply too close to it to see it clearly. I want to start this book with a simple but important idea. You are living through one of the handful of moments in human history when everything changes. Not gradually, not in some distant future your grandchildren will read about in textbooks.
Okay. So I'm liking it, right? I'm thinking it's going to be a great book. So let's just look at it. Let's look at it here. You can see that's AI made simple. Here's the AI trust standard here. So here's the first chapter. So I'm going to read it out loud a little bit with you, right? We're living through history. Think about the last time you asked an AI tool to help you write an email or brainstorm a business idea or design a logo or explain a complicated topic in plain language. Maybe it was this morning. Maybe it was 5 minutes ago. For most of us, these moments have become so ordinary that we barely notice them anymore. We type a question, and we speak into our phone, and within seconds, we receive an answer that generally would have required a team of specialists, staff members, and maybe even a research library or years of training just a few years ago. Right? This is not a small thing. That is history happening in real time, and most of us are simply too close to it to see it clearly. I want to start this book with a simple but important idea. You and I are living through one of the handful of moments in human history when everything changes. Not gradually, not in some distant future. Your grandchildren will read about it in textbooks, no doubt, right? Right now, in your business, in your home, in your daily decisions, a shift is underway that will be remembered the way we remembered the arrival of electricity or the birth of the internet. And I know that sounds like a hyperbole and all hyped up, but every era believes its own technology is the most important one ever invented. Some shifts really do belong in a different category, and I believe artificial intelligence is one of them. Not only because it is trendy, not because it dominates the headlines, but because of what it actually does. I mean, it amplifies human intelligence itself. It's never happened before, not at this scale, not that fast, and not this accessible to an ordinary entrepreneur working out of a space or a spare bedroom or a small storefront. This book is about how to navigate that shift wisely. But before we get to frameworks or questions, the standards, we need to sit with the scale of what is actually happening. Because the decisions you make about AI over the next few years as a business owner, a leader, or parent, or simply a person trying to build a good life will be shaped by whether you understand the size of this moment. Because every generation, right? I love it. I love the way it's writing it, right? A short history of turning points, right? It's preparing them for it, right? So what I need to spend time with now is actually reading it. That's probably a good idea, right? Making it my own. See, I'm vocally changing some other things. The great news and why I put it in a Microsoft document, when I'm writing this and editing it, is that they have a voice. There's a voice tool in here where I could just click on tools and I could, do voice typing, right? And if I want to change something, right? Pretty cool, right? So it goes through, and you see, it's already got every single thing built out for me. Chapter 2 it doesn't have a table of contents, but we could get a table of contents really easy, right? Yeah. Perfect. Love it. So let's just go back to the back chapter and I'll show you this is how I work it, and I know Ken would agree with me. Your last copy, right? So let's just double check here. The last chapter is talking about the future, right? This is the last chapter. So this is where we would introduce Momentum Tech, right? And we would invite them to our AI training at the AI Breakfast Lab in our community, right? Invite them to book an appointment for us to speak or on their podcast to talk about AI, right? Here's the trust compounds. And this chapter could be expanded, right, to talk about that, right? Easily. To integrate our AI call to action. This would be like an authority book, right? Yep. And here's some things that they can do. Stay curious rather than fearful. We heard that from an 80-year-old AI consultant that you heard today. Yeah. Expect the questions to evolve. A community, not just a framework. There's the AI Breakfast Lab. See, I put it in there. There it is, right? Perfect. Daily training. So yeah, so we'll just add the website. There it is. I put the website there. Look at that. Yeah. So I would probably say, let's just make this bold, right? There you go. Yeah. Perfect. So it's going to require a little bit of reading, obviously. And I'll use the voice typing, and I'll use, we'll get to that word count we want to. And we'll design the cover the way we like. And then we'll format it, ready to publish. 6x9. Yeah. We'll add a unique forward in it. So how many pages did it get to an 8.5 by 11, 114? Yeah, that's perfect. Bam. Don't you love that? Stressless. No stress. It took knowledge, my thinking patterns, what I talked about earlier about Momentum Tech being the gold standard of AI technology, right? And I got that knowledge and put it in a book. There you go. That's how you do it. Yeah, don't you love AI? I just love how AI is such a leveraging tool, right? A leveraging tool. So I know we got some people here. We got, I know Dr. Smiley's busy. Christine Dean is here. Lucia is here too as well. So, if you guys want to come up and talk about what I just did, ask questions, and collaborate. Christine, I'd love to have you up here. Can you bring Christine up here? I would love her to, if she can. Excellent. So amazing what we just designed. I'm excited about this book. Very much so. I think it's got some shelf life to it, right? So when you write a book, you want to make sure, especially if it's a nonfiction, it's on AI. There's tons of books going to be written about AI. You got to be a little different, right? You want that book to be as a guide for people for years to come, right? Hey, Christine, thanks. Was that not? You can unmute yourself. Was that not incredible?
That was absolutely incredible. I've been listening in and watching, going, oh, our new toys.
Isn't that's just 50,000 words written like that? But you could do some background research and actually write your book. I mean, that's just incredible. The time frame of what that took, right?
Absolutely. I work with a lot of authors and coaches and speakers, and they're always needing something written out, whether it's a freebie to give at an event or, right, for lead magnets and even the little ebooks, right? There's so many opportunities to use that to build their authority. And so, when I have a client that gets so excited, right, they get frustrated sometimes, they get stuck. So when we've got tools that can give them a hand and make it a little bit easier on them, right? And like you said, customizing it for them specifically, right?
Hmm.
Going in and adding in. I mean, AI is a great start. We can't just let it launch the way it is, though.
Right. So this is obviously a book that is ready to to publish. You just got to add a little bit of you in it,
Mhm.
right? And it's ready to publish. You could easily go in the word editor. It's already almost 50,000 words, right? So it's not just you're right. It's not. This is not just a lead magnet. This is a book you could actually get published, right? To build authority. To uh,
Absolutely.
think of it as your new business card. So treat it like that, right? So
Hmm.
you have a new business card now that you can offer this book as a lead magnet for you, not only on Amazon as a best, making it a bestseller, but also use it to open up doors for you to speak, open up doors for you to be on podcasts, right? If you can do what Mike does, right? Once you write your book, okay. Once you write your book, then you can send it to people, right?
Absolutely.
You
And
can send it to
I've
podcasters.
seen Yeah, I've seen authors give away the first chapter free, right? So you start reading and you're like, oh man, I need the whole book, right? And get people interested. There's so many different things you can do with as an author. And the credibility, like walking in the door, is just amazing. The doors it opens for you.
Well, you could when you publish it with Amazon, you get it at a wholesale price, so you can send them really inexpensively, and you can have them at your event. So you could have a physical book, and you could actually send it to, influential people. You can send it to podcasters lower, right? Like for example,
Mhm.
Jeanette is actually writing a book where she's going to have like probably she's right now in Puerto Rico. One of the things she's doing is she's going to some hotels because she knows a lot of people in the community of Puerto Rico, and she's going to get them to buy bulk orders of her book, which is like a tour guide for Puerto Rico, all 78 counties. So they would pre-purchase all the books. Maybe they want 1,000 books to put them in the room to give them away, so it promotes the economy in the local shops in Puerto Rico. That's
Brilliant.
different. That's what a strategy,
Mhm.
different thinking, right? What do you do with the book once you wrote it? Do you want to use it? That's just 1%. Writing it and publishing it to have an impact and to have authority, like we're talking about. Then you need to tell the world about it, and that's a strategy. So you obviously not just a lead magnet, not just something on a website, but actually opening doors for you to do business, for speaking engagements where people will pay you, right? You and I know that
Right.
you and I know that the people at Momentum Tech, whether it's Dr. Breakthrough, myself, or anybody, right now we have enough knowledge to go out and speak, and we should be being interviewed by ABC, NBC, and Fox, right? We should be the authorities in that market, right? So that's why
Absolutely.
one of the reasons we built this tool is so you could write your books to get you that opportunity for us to get more publicity, right, and build authority in the market. So I'm excited about that. So I'm excited for you because let's get all of us published, right?
Absolutely.
And let's build a book. Like, I want to get everybody thinking, like, design a book that stays on the shelf for long term, right? That's why I'm right. The last two books I wrote are not about AI tools. They're about the shift in AI leverage, right?
Absolutely.
How to
Yeah,
prepare here.
because tools change, right?
Yes, yes,
But
yes.
thought leadership, right? That continues on and expands
That's right. Yes, you got it.
beyond just being a teacher. And I think that's what I enjoy most about Momentum Tech is the leadership team all are very forward thinking, right? It's not just the tool. The tool is what's that it allow you to do? How are you using it? Are you leveraging it properly? What is the thought leadership that goes along with it? And that's one of the great things about being involved with Momentum Tech.
Yep, love it. So people will be able to leverage this tool to make money too. How many people need help writing their book, right? And you can see everything is beautifully laid out, right? And it's
Yeah, I
very
was
easy
really
to,
impressed. I'm really liking this particular tool that we brought in.
yes, and and it's going to get more dynamic, right? As well to help us. So that is I wanted to write that book for the end of the day. So I don't know if we have any more speakers here today. Let's check with our team. I don't think we do. We have Lucia
I,
here. Rosa.
yeah, she talked this morning, I know. She popped in to say hi. I was checking in to make sure everything was going well with our day. And I think it's been a fantastic day. Some of the speakers we've had, the stories they've shared, what a day.
Yes. Yes.
And
Yes, it
thanks for
is.
showing off the new toy there, Ed. I can't wait
Yes,
to get
and
my hands on it.
yes, and it's coming. It's coming. We're almost finished with everything. We want to test it, but we love what is being built, and it is coming very, very, very soon. So we are here, and we are building consistently in momentum. Yeah, we're building momentum, right? So yes, yes, yes.
Right. And as it changes, we change, right? We adapt, we grow, we keep going because this is just the beginning. It's just going to keep getting better and better. So I love that we keep up with what's going on and really listen to what people need. Right?
Yeah.
When you go through and you decide what we're going to add to our sets, right? It's not just throwing darts at a wall, right? You're actually listening to how is this going to be used? How is this going to help our community? How is this going to help business owners? How is this going to help our solopreneurs do more, accomplish more? How is this going to help them have successful businesses? I love the thought process that goes behind that because it's more than just having access to toys and AI tools, as much fun as they are, right? It's what can we do with them to make the world a better place?
100%. That's it. Our AI tools are obviously becoming more efficient to be able to write books, produce videos, build websites. I mean, there's just going to be huge value in our new platform, and we're excited for you guys to be a part of the community. So it's going to produce greater opportunity for everybody. Think about it. No hosting on website build, right? CRM capability, automation capability, right? AI ready websites. I mean, blog engine that you'll be able to write blogs to connect it directly to your website and even agentically automate that process. Think about that. That's like,
Everything you've listed are things that we've done for clients for years, right? And
yeah.
how much time goes into each of those, right? I mean, the idea of having it automated, oh my goodness, yes.
And that's just
Sign
the
me up. Oh,
begin. That's just the
it
beginning.
is.
That's just the beginning. It's going to become, the fact that you'll be able to integrate any CRM directly into your website too with a click of a button. That's what's
Yeah,
coming.
that's nice. Well, and that's the thing. It becomes hard, right? Sometimes we get so entrenched in using a particular tool that it's really hard. So, what do you mean I have to leave my go high level or whatever? what? I can continue to use that with the new, ooh, right?
Yep,
Integration is the key right now. That's really
that's right.
what's hot is you want to be able to integrate, make things talk to each other. That's how we get to be able to do all these automations.
That's right.
And what a game changer. How much time that saves. I can't even count how many hours it saves me.
Right. That's what we're building an entire ecosystem where apps talk to each other and a knowledge base that you could upload, not just for a chatbot, but for your total login account, where it's trained to look at your knowledge base and build everything that way. Your images, your videos, your books, your brand colors, everything. It's going to learn you.
Just a cohesive all together.
Yes. Yep.
Oh, I can't wait.
That's what we're building. Yeah. So, you know, that's what's happening. So we're building in. Here's what we're doing right now. So obviously, it helped us to learn. Obviously, where you were leveraging AI language models, right? The most stable ones, but you always have to have backup ones, right? So
Right.
that that's part of security is we're putting in backup plans, right? So yeah, that way there's no downtime. It reduces, customer problems. So if we're even building in the platform, this is like top scale level understanding, but we're building like if there's something that errors out, Christine's using it, and something goes wrong with the image tool, and it produces an error.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have to look for it. It's going to give us a log in our back end. We know exactly what problem it was. So we could
You can
fix
go
it.
in, troubleshoot, fix it so we don't have that problem again.
It'll flag it and notify us immediately so we can go in and just fix it right away.
Ugh. Talk about
So,
instant problem solving right there with customer
right.
service, A plus. I mean, what
That's
department wouldn't want something like that, where they can go in and fix something immediately?
that's exactly what we're building that. But you have to build it like that.
Wow.
If we're gonna grow to a million, when we grow to 1 million users, we got to have that. You got to have like a full system of logs. When there's an error, we get notified, we fix it immediately. Right? That's
Wow.
what we're building. So it's something we're in control of, right? And this has the ability to just with the book writing tool and the website tool alone, those two alone
Mm-hmm.
should grab people's attention, like, super fast. But we're adding more to it. The image tools and the video tools
Mm-hmm.
to create viral videos and images is coming, and it's already here. You even have the capacity where you can upload a podcast video and it puts it in clips automatically. That's already in there, right? So it's got all
Okay,
kinds of
so
cool
Ed,
stuff.
all of these really awesome tools. Now, you know how much money I spend on marketing every month
Oh, I
from
know.
myself, from my clients, right? I've
Yeah.
got access. When you think about how much money you spend on all these different tools, let alone having to move information from one to another to different programs, right? So you're saying we can put this all under one roof. It's going to know our brand, and we can get rid of all these other things that we're paying for independently and have it all in one place?
That's right. Look at this. So this is how it works. So you upload a video, it makes the clips, and then you review and you download, and you could actually edit the captions. You can change the caption size, the color. You can go in, and edit the videos and the clips when it's done. Right. So this is how it works. You
Wow.
upload the video. You have
Mm-hmm.
to upload the video. Okay. You can't there's a problem with getting YouTube videos because they change the permission levels. But if you can
Mm-hmm.
upload the video, right, from the podcast, it'll turn them into clips for you. Yeah, brilliant. Right.
Wow.
That's in the platform. Obviously, we went over the niche finder earlier,
Mm-hmm.
but this goes in through like this finds deep go to market strategies. Think about competitor research.
Mm-hmm.
You just put in what you're interested in, and you go through the process. It's like live market
SWOT
research.
analysis. Boom. Right there. Yeah.
Yeah, full analysis of your market and your niche. And it gives you go to market strategies, and you get to pick which one you want to go through. Literally, this right here is such a powerful tool, right? And you could go through and just put some information and find your niche super fast, right? The website, building platform is easy. You create a new project, whether it's a website funnel, clone your page, right? You build it right here. Yep. You build it. And then this is the blog engine that ties directly into the blog. So you type in your website and you set it up and you can connect it directly to your website you just built in the platform. Yep. And this is the video editor, and this is a dual chat. So if you want to hear, like, ask a question, attach something, and see what ChatGPT and Claude say about it, get both their comments in one conversation. Right here. Right? Literally in the platform.
Wow.
Yeah. Ask anything, both models answer at once. Yeah. Ask anything. This is really powerful because it gives you a different vantage points. Yeah. Here's the image studio also. Yeah. Really cool stuff. So guys, this is coming and this is the reveal.
Wow.
So incredible detail. So thank you guys for being here. I think we're going to close out. And
Let's
Christine,
close it out. Ed, you did a fantastic job today. You, Dr. Smiley, thanks to the Smile channel for putting this together with us. What great partners we have.
Perfect publishing. I mean, all these videos are going to be available for replay. Let me see from the team. Let's just see here real quick from everybody.
Yep, I think it's us closing it out, Ed.
Yes, awesome.
As we wrap
All
things
right,
up,
well, guys,
thank you.
thank you for being here. Don't forget to join us Monday through Friday. Tomorrow is Friday. We'll be at the AI Breakfast Lab. So you go to aibreakfastlab.com. Let me put that in here. aibreakfastlab.com. All right, so that's for a host. We can send that out. We can put that on the YouTube Smile channel where people want to learn more. Let's put that link there where they can learn AI. They can come and they can learn more. Live demos Monday through Friday. We're there. And we're going to be demonstrating the new platform now, right? That's cool.
Oh man, you got to show up every day. You don't want to
Every
miss
day
it
we're going to show it. Yeah, I can't tell you how excited I am because I'm excited about
yeah.
being able to show you can write a book so fast, or you build a website with no hosting, or produce videos and have fun creating, right? Builds your knowledge base. Man, this is powerful stuff, right?
This is, and I can't
love
wait.
it.
So
you know what
be
part
sure
of
to
this
let us
is?
know.
I'll tell you what gets me so excited is. Did you get to hear Darsh today?
I did. Oh my goodness.
So
Brilliant.
Darsh is he's like my mentor for like 3 years. Okay, I learned AI from him and technology and how to build and everything. I learned all from him. I spoke on stage with him. I've spoken on events with him, and finally, we get to bring him in and his team into our company, and we're so excited to have them as partners with us. So we could build anything now. Literally. You could have, as a Momentum Tech consultant, you could be confident saying to a customer across the table, if you can paint it, if you can vocalize it, if you can speak it, no matter what it is, we can build it. We can make it happen. You can feel that confident now with Momentum Tech. You want to build something? We can build it. If it's a custom application, let us know. Let Christine and I know. We'll get on a Zoom call. We'll scope it out with your client. And whatever it costs, you'll get a commission. And we'll build out any custom solution we need to. I mean, anything. Literally.
That's a powerful tool to be able to take into a sales meeting and be able to claim that. Man, we just opened up a world of possibilities for our consultants.
Yeah, I'm seriously, you can. We were in a meeting with a guy that was talking. It was an enterprise account, right? You'll love this story. And he was talking all about AI, right? He was kind of testing us. It was a dealership, Christine, and he was just he was basically, showing his Superman, who he is, right? and asking all these questions, and I was answering all of the questions, and I just leaned in and I said, hey, you know what? I want you to hear me real quick. So I told him exactly that. If you could visualize it, like if you could vocalize it the way you're doing right now, we could build it for you. So I think we'll be a perfect partner for you. I said, do we have a deal? And he said, yeah, I think we have a deal. I said, perfect. That's it. See, because you will have that confidence. We're putting together trainings that Christine, myself, and Frank, and James, and other people. We're going to put together enterprise training solutions, so you can be trained on that, so you can get paid top level commissions, right? With our company, there's a lot of great things coming, guys.
I'm so excited about what we've got in store. So y'all keep tuning in, keep up with what we're doing, because you're going to want to know when we announce this new platform that's opening up. You're going to want to know what's going on and how we're making deals and all the possibilities. So stick around, follow us on social media, and get in touch with us, right? Be
That's
part of
right.
the family.
That's right. Thank you guys for being here. We appreciate you guys. Have a great weekend. We'll see you Friday at the AI Breakfast Lab. We should have hundreds of people there. So join us. We'll see you there. Thanks for joining us. Bye-bye.
Bye.